chapters 24 to 26 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. In the next place, we may conjoin with this the mythological conceptions in the Protagoras, and arrive at the same conclusion, considering in common with the Timaeus how the opinions delivered to us concerning the mighty Jupiter through the Protagorean fable accord with the assertions about the Demiurgos. The fable says, therefore, that Prometheus, adorning the human race, and providentially attending to our rational life, that it may not perish by being merged in the furies of earth and the necessities of nature, as some one of the gods says, bound nature to the arts, extended these, which are imitations of intellect, as it were, to sportive souls, and through these excited our Gnostic and Dianoetic power to the contemplation of forms. For every artificial production is effective of form, and adorns the matter which is the subject of it. The fable also adds that Prometheus, providentially attending to the arts, gave them to souls, and that he received them from Vulcan and Minerva. For in these gods the cause of all arts is primarily comprehended, Vulcan primarily imparting the fabricative power of them, but Minerva supernally illuminating their Gnostic and intellectual power. Not only, however, is the invention of arts necessary to souls in generation, but also a certain other science, the political, which is more perfect than the arts, and which is able to arrange and adorn them, and to lead souls through virtue to a life according to intellect. But as Prometheus was unable to impart this life to us, because the political science is primarily with the mighty Jupiter, but it was not possible, says the fable, for Prometheus to enter latently into the tower of Jupiter, for the guards of Jupiter are terrible, defending him exempt from all partial causes. Hence Jupiter sent the messenger Hermes to men, who brought with him prudence and shame, and in short the political science. Jupiter also ordered Hermes to impart similarly to all men these virtues, and to distribute to all souls the knowledge of things just, beautiful, and good, but not in a divided manner, as different arts are distributed to different persons. And some men indeed are judges of these things, but others are ignorant either of all or of some of the arts. In what is here said, therefore, Plato primarily refers to Jupiter, the paradigm of the political science, as is evident from the words themselves. But he produces the progression of this science, and the communication and participation of the Hermaical series, and extends its essential presence, which we participate in common to all souls. For to distribute to all of them is to insert in souls essentially a science of this kind. These things, therefore, being laid down, let us consider to whom we must say the political science especially pertains, and who it is that primarily established a polity in the universe, that formed divine to govern mortal natures, divided wholes from parts, and produced self-motive and intellectual natures more ancient than those that are deprived of the presence of intellect. is it not the Demiurgus who is the cause to us of all these goods, who governs the whole world according to rectitude, binds it by the best analogies, establishes every polity in it, possesses and comprehends the laws of fate, and extends the sacred laws of adrastia as far as to the last of things, and arranges and adorns by justice all celestial and sublunary natures. For he who introduces partial souls into the universe as into their habitation, and imparts to them a total polity, which is the best of all polities, and is governed by the most excellent laws, is he who denominates these laws the laws of fate, who defines the measures of justice, and legally institutes all things as Timaeus says. Is it not therefore superfluous to endeavour to prove that he who possesses the first paradigm of the political science is, according to Plato, the Demiurgus? If, however, these things are true, and according to the fable in the Protagoras, it must be admitted that the political science first subsists in Jupiter, it is evident from what has been said that the Demiurgus of the universe is Jupiter. For to what other cause can we grant the primary form of the political science to belong, than to that which arranges and adorns the universe? If the polity in the heavens is the first and most perfect of all polities, as Socrates in the Republic says it is, who likewise is he that produces all things and co-arranges them, when produced to each other, in order to the elegant disposition of the universe? If therefore the first and most perfect Demiurgus of the universe is political, but the political science first subsists with Jupiter, being established with him on a sacred foundation, proceeds from thence to all secondary natures, and adorns and arranges both wholes and parts according to intellect, it is evidently necessary that the Demiurgus of wholes should be the same with Jupiter, and that there should be one hyparxis of both, which administers everything in the world according to rectitude, and circularly leads everything confused and disorderly into order. For, says Timaeus, it is not lawful for that which is best to affect anything else than that which is most beautiful. How, therefore, is it possible that he who adorns and arranges wholes through Themis, and together with her produces all things, should not essentially possess in himself the whole of the political science? How is it possible likewise that he should not be the first Jupiter, who definitely imparts to all things that which is divine, and weaves one polity from all things, but is exempt from all partial causes and the titanic genera, and is guarded by his own undefiled powers, beyond the whole world? For the guards which surround him obscurely signify his immutable order, and the undeviating defense of fabrication, through which, being firmly established in himself, he pervades through all things without impediment, and being present to all his progeny, is according to supreme transcendency expanded above wholes. Moreover, the citadel of Jupiter, according to the rumours of theologists, is a symbol of intellectual circulation, and of the highest summit of Olympus, which all the wise suspend from the intellectual watchtower of Jupiter, to which he extends all the mundane gods, imparting to them from thence intellectual powers, divine light, and vivific illuminations, and compressing all the profundities of the worlds by one most simple circulation, through which the summit also of the apparent worlds is denominated the period of sameness, and the most prudent and uniform circulation, as Timaeus says, expressing the unical intellectual power of demiurgic conversion, and being allotted the same transcendency with respect to all the sensible world, that the supreme summit of Jupiter possesses with respect to all the arrangement of the firmaments. These things may also be assumed by us as subservient to the proposed investigation, from the fabulous fictions in the Protagoras. Chapter 25. We may, however, approach still nearer to the truth, and assume in the present discussion the fable in the Politicus. For in this it will appear that Plato, in a remarkable manner, considers the demiurgus of the universe to be the same with Jupiter, and even as far as to the very names asserts the same things as Timaeus. The alien guest, therefore, as we have before observed, assigns in this dialogue twofold circulations to the whole of this world, the one intellectual, and which elevates souls, but the other proceeding into nature, and imparting things contrary to the former, and the one indeed being unapparent, and governed by divine providence, but the other apparent, and convolved according to the order of fate. He also places twofold motive causes over these circulations. For every mutation and period require a certain moving cause, and prior to the causes that move the circulations, he asserts that there are, as it were, twofold ends of the periods, and assigns first effective causes of the motions, coordinate to the moving causes, and to the circulations themselves, which differ from each other. Jupiter therefore moves, and circularly leads one of the periods, whether you are willing to call it intellectual or providential, or in whatever other way you may denominate it, and he also supplies the world with life, and imparts to it a renovated immortality. But he pre-establishes his father Saturn as the object of desire too, and the end of the whole of this circulation, for he leads back wholes, and converts them to himself. Moreover, he extends happy souls to the watchtower of his father, uidere licet, those souls whose corporeal nature is obliterated, and whose circulation is to the incorporeal and the impartible. All the generation-producing symbols likewise of these souls are amputated, and the form of their life is transferred to the intellectual summit. For these souls are also said to be the nurslings of Saturn, but to commit the government of themselves to Jupiter, and through him to be extended to the intelligible, and the Saturnian dominion. For the intelligible is nutriment, as it is said by the gods themselves, and as Socrates in the Phaedrus elevates souls through the circulation of the heaven to the supercelestial place, where souls are nourished, survey true beings, and the unknown order of the gods, with the highest powers of themselves, and, as he there says, intellectually perceive with the heads of the charioteers. Thus also the alien guest circularly leads souls under Jupiter to the Saturnian watchtower, and asserts that such as have ascended are nourished by Saturn, and calls them the nurslings of the god. For everywhere indeed the intelligible is perfective of, and has the power of filling an intellectual life, and the summit of intellectuals extends perfection. These souls likewise participate of the natures that are beyond, establish themselves in more elevated intellectuals, and descend as far as to the unknown order, but remote from the good and the one principle of all things. But the souls that ascend through the circulation of the heaven are extended to the first intellect, which is imparticipable, and the intelligible itself. And when they are there, and have established their life in the occult order as in a port, they ineffably participate of the union proceeding from the good, and of the light of truth. With respect, however, to what remains respecting the twofold periods, as we have said, the world itself indeed moves itself, being moved according to its own nature, and giving completion to the order of fate. But the first effective cause of this motion of the world and of its life is the God who illuminates it with the power of being moved and of living, and is the mighty Jupiter. Hence also this period is said to be Jovian, so far as Jupiter is the cause of this apparent arrangement, just as Saturn is the cause of the intellectual and unapparent arrangement. It is better, however, to hear Plato himself discussing these things, that there are therefore twofold circulations of the universe, and that the God who moves it is the leader of the one, but of the other the world itself convolving itself. Plato here teaches us. But, as was just now said, and which is the only thing that remains, the universe is at one time co-governed by another divine cause, again acquiring life, and receiving a renovated immortality from the Demiurgos, but at another time, when he lays aside, as it were, the handle of his rudder, the world being left by itself, moves for a time by itself, so as frequently to proceed in an inverted order. Again, however, that one of the periods, videre licet, the apparent, is Jovian, but that the other is referred to the kingdom of Saturn, Plato himself determines in what follows, subjoining these words after the celebration of that life, and of the undefiled polity of the souls that are there, which is liberated from all corporeal pains, and the servitude about matter. Quote, "You have heard, Socrates, what was the life of men under Saturn, but you yourself have seen what the condition of the present life is, which is said to be under Jupiter." Close quote. And, moreover, that of these two circulations, since the apparent is under Jupiter, Jupiter is the cause and maker of it, is obvious to every one, and that again Jupiter is the power that moves the unapparent circulation, which is Saturnian, may be demonstrated from what is written. For it is necessary that these two gods should either rule over each of these circulations, or that one of them should rule over the unapparent, but the other over the present circulation. If, however, Jupiter moves the universe according to this period, the world can no longer be said to convolve itself and to govern everything it contains. Nor will it be true neither that the whole is convolved by divinity with twofold and contrary circulations, nor again that two certain gods convolve it whose decisions are contrary to each other. For if Saturn indeed moves it according to one circulation, but Jupiter moves it according to a period contrary to that of Saturn, two gods will move it according to contrary circumvolutions. If, however, these things are impossible, It is indeed manifest to everyone that both the divine causes preside over the circulation according to the Saturnian convolution. Saturn, indeed, as the supplier of an intellectual life, but Jupiter as elevating all things to the Saturnian empire, and establishing them in his own intelligible. And thus, that period may be called Saturnian, in consequence of Saturn imparting the first effective cause of the whole of an intellectual life. But according to this more physical circulation, and which is known to everyone, fate and connate desire move the universe. Jupiter, however, is the cause of this motion exemptly, who gives fate and an adventitious life to the world. These things, therefore, being demonstrated by us, let us consider what the particulars are which are asserted of the God who moves the world according to the other period. And they are these, quote, that the world indeed at another time is conjointly governed by another divine cause, again acquiring life and receiving a renovated immortality from the demiurgos. Close quote. It is obvious, therefore, to everyone that the Elean guest says that the God who moves the universe according to the Saturnian period supplies it with life and imparts to it a renovated immortality, and that he clearly calls him the demiurgos. Hence, if it is Jupiter who conjointly governs that period, as has been demonstrated, he will be the demiurgos of the world, and the supplier of immortality. And what occasion is there to say much on the subject? For if the same God is the cause of life, and is denominated the demiurgos, again the Crotilus will present itself to us, and Jupiter, according to this, will be the same with the demiurgos. For life accedes to all things from Jupiter, as it is asserted in that dialogue. Moreover, in what follows, as Timaeus calls the cause of the circulation of fate demiurgos and father, after the same manner the Elean guest denominates this cause, and also calls it the maker. Quote, for the world, close quote, says he, quote, revolves, remembering the doctrine of the demiurgos and father. Close quote. Properly, therefore, do we denominate the whole of this period Jovian, because the world moves and convolves itself according to the doctrine of Jupiter, and the order imparted to it from him. Again, therefore, Jupiter is demiurgos and father, and here also the Elean guest preserves the same order of the divine names as Timaeus, for he does not call him father and demiurgos, but on the contrary, in the same manner as Timaeus, demiurgos and father, because the demiurgic peculiarity in him is more manifest than the paternal deity. These things, however, have been copiously investigated before, and it has been shown in what respect the demiurgic is different from the paternal genus, how they are complicated with each other, where the paternal subsists essentially, but the demiurgic according to cause, and where again the demiurgic subsists essentially, but the paternal according to participation. Chapter 26. It will remain, therefore, that we should make mention of what is written in the laws concerning Jupiter. For perhaps in them also it will appear that Plato assigns the same order to the demiurgos and to Jupiter. As the equalities, therefore, according to which polities are adorned, are twofold, and the one polity indeed proposes the equal according to number, and proceeds through things which differ from each other according to an equal law. But the other embraces in all things the equality which is according to desert. And also, since equality subsists according to ratio, this being the case, each of these equalities exists in the providence of the world. For the essence of the soul indeed is primarily divided by its fabricator, by the equality according to ratio, but it is also consummately filled with the remaining middles, and bound with them through the whole of itself. The several bodies of the world likewise participate of a certain common essence in the fabrication of things, and on this account they are allotted the equality which is according to number. But all things are arranged and adorned through the best of analogies, and the demiurgos according to this inserts both in wholes and parts an indissoluble order in the universe, and an adaptation of them to each other. This equality, therefore, the Athenian guest exhorts his citizens particularly to honor, in consequence of assimilating his city to the universe. He also says that it is a thing of this kind, but that it is not likewise easy for everyone to perceive the most true and excellent equality, for it is the judgment of Jupiter. What therefore is the cause, on account of which the Athenian guest asserts this analogy to be the judgment of Jupiter? What other cause can we assign than its contributing to the perfection of the world, and its power and dominion in the fabrication of wholes? For that which gives an orderly distinction to the genera of causes, contrives the most beautiful bond of them, and weaves together one order from wholes, is, according to Timaeus, the power of this analogy. For it established soul in the middle of the universe, analogous to intellect and a corporeal nature. For soul is the middle of an impartible and partible essence, and by how much it surpasses a partible, by so much it falls short of an impartible hypostasis. The power of this analogy, however, binds the soul from double and triple ratios, and connects the whole of it, proceeding from, and at the same time returning to, its principles, by the primary and self-motive boundaries of equality. It likewise constitutes the corporeal series from the four first genera, and it adapts indeed the extremes to each other through the middles, but mingles the middles according to the peculiarity of the extremes. It reduces, however, all things to one world, and one indissoluble order connectedly comprehended in the universe. If, therefore, we acknowledge that this equality has dominion in the whole fabrication of things, the best of analogies is the judgment of the demiurgos, and according to the decision of him who generated wholes, it is allotted that great dominion in the fabrication of the universe, which we have before shown it to possess. Hence, if the same analogy is the judgment of Jupiter, as the Athenian guest says it is obvious to everyone that the nature of Jupiter is demiurgic, for it is not anything else which judges of the dignity of this analogy than that which employs it in the arrangement of wholes. And to this, the legislator, establishing himself analogous, binds, and in a particular manner adorns the city, which is assimilated to the universe by this analogy. End of chapter 26. chapters 27 to 29 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. From these things, therefore, and from all that has been previously said, we confidently assert, following Plato and paternal rumors, that Jupiter is the demiurgus of the universe, and we may collect into one the scattered opinions of the ancients on this subject, of whom some indeed refer the paradigm of the world and the demiurgic cause to the same order, but others divide these from each other. And some place all perfect animal prior to the demiurgus, but others afford an hypostasis to it after the demiurgus. For if the demiurgus is, as has been said, the great Jupiter, and the paradigm proposed to the demiurgus in order to the generation of the world is all perfect animal, these are at the same time united to each other and are allotted an essential separation. And animal itself, indeed, intelligibly comprehends in itself the whole Jovian series. But Jupiter, the demiurgus of the universe, intellectually pre-establishes in himself the nature of animal itself. For animal itself is the supplier of life to all things, and all things primarily live on account of it. And Jupiter, being the cause of life, possesses the paradigm and the generative principle of the essence of all animals. Justly, therefore, does Timaeus in Plato, having called the intelligible paradigm animal, conjoin the demiurgic intellect to the first intelligible animal, and through the all-perfect union of the demiurgus and Father with it, he also arranges and adorns this universe. For Jupiter, binding to himself the fabrication of the universe, and being an intellectual animal, is united to intelligible animal, and being allotted a progression analogous to it, constitutes all things intellectually, which proceed from animal itself intelligibly. For, as we have said, the intelligible hypostases, being triple, and one indeed being allotted its hyparxis according to existence and the one being, but another according to intelligible life and the middle center of the intelligible breadth, where eternity, all life, and intelligible life subsist, as Plotinus somewhere says, and another according to intelligible multitude, the first plenitude of life, and the all-perfect paradigm of wholes. This being the case, the three kingdoms of the intellectual gods are divided analogous to the three intelligible hypostases. And one indeed, the mighty Saturn, being allotted an hyparxis according to the summit of intellectuals, and having a paternal transcendency, possesses a dominion analogous to the summit of the intelligible gods, and the occult order. And as in that order all things are uniformly and are ineffably and without separation united, thus also this God again converts to himself and conceals in himself the natures that have proceeded from him, imitating the occult of the first summit. But again, the order which comprehends the middle genera of wholes, and is filled indeed from the generative power of Saturn, but fills from itself the whole fabrication with vivific rivers, has the same order in intellectuals which eternity has in intelligibles, and the uniform cause of the life which is there. And as eternity proximately generates intelligible animal, which is also denominated eternal through the participation of eternity, thus also the middle bosom of the intellectual Gods unfolds the demiurgus of the universe, and the vivific fountain of wholes. But the third king, viz. The fabricator and at the same time father, is indeed coordinate to the remainder of the intelligible triad, viz. To all perfect animal. And as that is an animal, so likewise is Jupiter. And Jupiter indeed is intelligibly in all perfect animal, but all perfect animal is intellectually in Jupiter. The extremities likewise of the intelligible and intellectual Gods are united to each other, and in them separation is coexistent with union, and one of them indeed is exempt from fabrication, but the other is converted to the intelligible, is filled from thence with total goods, and is allotted a paternal transcendency through the participation of it. The Maker therefore and Father of the universe, who has firmly established in himself the uniform strength and power of all fabrication, who possesses and comprehends the primary cause of the generation of wholes, and who stably fixes in himself all things, and again produces them from himself in an undefiled manner, being allotted such an order as this among the intellectual fathers, is celebrated, as I may say, through the whole of the Timaeus, in which dialogue his prolific and paternal power is unfolded, and his providence, which pervades from on high as far as to the extremities of the universe. He is also frequently celebrated by Plato in other dialogues, so far as it is possible to celebrate his uniform and united power, and which through transcendency is exempt from wholes. Chapter 28. If, however, some one, recollecting what is said in the beginning of the Timaeus about him, viz. That it is difficult to discover him, and when found, impossible to speak of him to all men, should inquire in the first place, why, since the Grecian theology ascribes such a name to the demiurgos, as we have before mentioned, Timaeus says that he is ineffable, and established above all the indication which subsists in words. In the next place, if he should inquire why intelligible animal, which is arranged above the demiurgos, is both denominated and is made known by many signs, but the demiurgos, who has established his kingdom in an order secondary to that of all perfect animal, and is an intellectual God, all perfect animal receiving an intelligible transcendency, is left by Timaeus ineffable, as we have said, and unknown. Perhaps we also, following Plato, may be able to dissolve all such doubts. For every order of the Gods originates from a monad, and presides over its proper series according to the first effective cause. And such things indeed as are nearer to this principle are more total than those that are more remote from it. But more total natures are manifestly seen to be less distant from the monad, and conjoin things which are diminished according to essence to the natures that are prior to them. Every order of the Gods likewise is a whole united to itself through the whole, is allotted one indissoluble connection, both in wholes and parts, and through the monad, which collects every order into one, it is converted about itself, is suspended from this, and is wholly convolved according to it. If therefore, we assert these things truly in each order, a monad is allotted a transcendency with respect to multitude, analogous to the good, and as the unical cause of whole goods, and which is incomprehensible by all things, is exempt from all things, constitutes all things about itself, generates them from itself, and hastily withdraws the unions of all things to its own ineffable superunion. Thus also, the uniform and generative principle of every coordinate multitude connects, guards, and perfects the whole series of itself, imparts good to it from itself, and fills it with order and harmony. It is likewise that to its own progeny, which the good is to all beings, and is the object of desire to all the natures that originate from itself. Thus, therefore, the union of the intelligible Father subsists prior to the whole paternal order. The one wholeness of the synechis is prior to the connective order, and the first effective cause of life to the vivific order. Hence also, of every demiurgic series which is suspended from the triad of the sons of Saturn, the monad which proximately fabricates wholes, and is established above this triad, comprehends in itself all the demiurgic gods, converts them to itself, and is of a boniform nature. The one fountain likewise of all the demiurgic numbers subsists, as I may say, with respect to all this order analogous to the one, and to the one principle of all things. Timaeus, therefore, indicating these things to us, asserts directly in the beginning of the generation of the world that this monad, which proximately fabricates wholes, is difficult to be known, and is indescribable, as having the same ratio as the ineffable and unknown cause of all beings. Whence, likewise, I think, he calls the demiurgos the best of causes, and the father of this universe, as being allotted the highest order among the demiurgi, and convolving to himself and producing from himself all the effective principles. That one, however, Parmenides demonstrates to be perfectly unknown and ineffable. But Timaeus says that it is difficult to discover the maker and father of the world, and impossible to speak of him to all men, which assertion falls short of the cause that flies from all knowledge and all language, and appears to verge to the nature of things known and effable. For when he says that it is impossible to speak of him to all men, he does not leave him entirely ineffable and unknown. And the assertion that it is difficult to discover him is not the sign of a peculiarity perfectly unknown. For because the demiurgos has established a kingdom analogous to the good, but in secondary and manifold orders of it, he participates indeed of the signs of the good, but is allotted the participation in conjunction with an appropriate peculiarity and a communion with beings adapted to him. And as he is good, but not the good itself, so likewise he is difficult to be known by the natures posterior to him, but is not unknown. He is also celebrated in mystic language, but is not perfectly ineffable. You may see, however, the order of things, and the remission in them proceeding in a downward progression. For the good, indeed, is exempt from all silence and all language, but the genus of the intelligible gods rejoices in silence, and is delighted with ineffable symbols. Hence also Socrates in the Phaedrus calls the vision of the intelligible monads the most holy of initiations, as being involved in silence, and perceived intellectually in an arcane manner. But the vision of intellectuals is indeed effable, yet is not effable and known to all men, but is known with difficulty. For through diminution, with respect to the intelligible, it proceeds from silence and a transcendency which is to be apprehended by intelligence alone into the order of things which are now effable. If, however, this be the case, all perfect animal is much more ineffable and unknown than the demiurgic monad. For it is at once the monad of every paradigmatic order, and is intelligible, but not intellectual. How, therefore, do we endeavour to denominate, and as it were unfold it, but thus magnificently celebrate the demiurgic cause? And how do we class this cause in the same rank with things ineffable? For this will not be acting conformably to Plato, who arranges animal itself beyond the demiurgos, but this will be giving an hypostasis to it in a secondary order of gods, where it will be ranked, and will be effable and known more than the demiurgic monad. To which may be added, that to denominate that all perfect animal most beautiful, but the demiurgos the best of causes, gives indeed the same analogy to these causes with respect to each other, as there is of the good with respect to the beautiful. And as the good is prior to the beautiful, for the first beauty, as Socrates says in the Philebus, is in the vestibules of the good, so likewise the best is prior to the most beautiful, and the demiurgos is prior to all perfect animal. For the best indeed remarkably participates of the good, but the most beautiful of beauty. Chapter 29. In addition to these things, therefore, it must also be asserted by us that the most beautiful and the best are simply indeed related to each other according to order, as the good is to the beautiful. For the series of the whole of goodness is expanded above all the progression and arrangement of the beautiful. Everywhere, therefore, the best is prior to the most beautiful, and the one indeed, with reference to an inferior order, will be the best, but the other, with reference to a more excellent order, will be the most beautiful. I see, for instance, that the most beautiful, as in intelligibles, will have this peculiarity, but the best, as in intellectuals. And if the most beautiful, in supermundane natures, is a thing of this kind, the best will be said to be best, as with reference to the gods in the world. Hence, if the best of causes is the leader of the demiurgic series, and according to it is allotted a transcendency of this kind, but the most beautiful of intelligible animals pre-establishes the illustrious power of beauty in a higher order, by what contrivance can it on this account be shown that intelligible and all perfect animal is subordinate to the intellectual cause, and that the demiurgos is converted to that which is posterior to himself? Or how can it be said that animal itself is visible to him, and all perfect animal, and that which is comprehensive of all intelligibles, if it is made to be comprehended by another? For thus the demiurgos will be more comprehensive than animal itself, if the former indeed, being characterized according to the best, is expanded above the paradigm, but the latter being denominated as most beautiful, is secondary to the demiurgic cause. Moreover, as that all perfect and intelligible animal is particularly considered by Timaeus according to a formal nature, and not according to the union which is in it, and an hypostasis which is above all forms, he very properly grants that animal itself may be known and manifested by words, but considers the demiurgus as, in a certain respect, ineffable, and superior to knowledge. For both indeed, I mean the demiurgus and animal itself, participate of union, and prior to a formal essence are contained in the one. And if you assume the unities which are in them, you must admit the unity of the paradigm to be intelligible, but the demiurgic unity to be intellectual, and that an intelligible hyparxis is nearer to the first one, which is unknown and incomprehensible by all things, than an intellectual hyparxis. But if you are willing to survey the forms of the paradigm by themselves, according to which it is said to be the paradigm of everything in the world, and the goodness and union of the demiurgos, the former will appear to you to be known and effable, but the demiurgic cause will be seen to participate of the unknown and ineffable peculiarity of the gods. For again, Timaeus was in a remarkable degree in want of the demiurgus and father as the producing cause of wholes, and the generator of the world. But to generate, to produce and provide, are the peculiarities of gods, so far as they are gods. Hence also Timaeus denominates the peculiarity of the demiurgus, according to which he is a god, the cause of the generation of the universe, and the most proper principle of the arrangement of wholes. But he denominates the peculiarity of the paradigm to be that which comprehends the first forms, according to which the world also is invested with forms. For it is the image of the paradigm, but the effect of the demiurgos. It belongs, therefore, to the paradigm to be the first of forms, but to the demiurgus to be the best of causes, according to his goodness, and the hyparxis of essence. For, as we have said, to generate, to give subsistence to, and to provide for other things, especially pertain to the gods, and not to the natures which are primarily suspended from them, but the latter are allotted through the former in abundance prolific of secondary natures. It appears to me that Socrates, in the Republic, indicating these things, does not say that the sun is the cause of generation, till he had declared him to be the progeny of the superessential principle of all things, just as Timaeus does not begin the fabrication of the universe till he had celebrated the goodness of the demiurgus of wholes. For each, i.e. the demiurgus and the sun, is a producing cause according to the good, the former indeed of the universe, but the latter of a generated nature, but not according to the intellect which is in them, or life, or any other form of essence. For these, through the participation of the good, constitute the natures posterior to themselves. And thus, through these things, we have answered the before mentioned doubts. End of chapter 29. Chapters 30 to 32 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Of the problems pertaining to total fabrication, it now remains for me to relate what my opinion is respecting the crater and the genera that are mingled in it. For these also Timaeus co-arranges with the demiurgic monad in the generation of the soul. The demiurgus, therefore, mingles the elements of the hypostasis of souls, but the middle genera of being are mingled. The much celebrated crater, however, receives this mixture and generates souls in conjunction with the demiurgus. Hence, in the first place, the genera of being must be admitted to be twofold, and it must be granted indeed that some of them give completion to total hypostases, but others to such as are partial, and that the hyparxes of first effective and united causes are established in the intelligible gods. For their essence subsists primarily in the summit of intelligibles, and motion and permanency are in the middle center. For intelligible eternity abides in one and at once, both abides and is the occult cause of all life. Hence Plotinus also calls eternity life, which is one and total. And again, in another part of his works, he calls it intelligible life. But the third from him, Theodorus, denominates it permanency. And both these opinions harmonize with each other, because permanency also is in eternity. For, according to Timaeus, eternity abides in one and motion. For eternity is intelligible life, and that which participates of it is intelligible animal. Moreover, sameness and difference are in the extremity of intelligibles. For whence does multitude originate but from difference? And whence is the communion of parts with wholes, and the hyparxis of things which are divided in each other derived but from sameness? For that one participates of being, and being of the one. All the parts likewise of the one being pervade through each other in an unconfused manner. For at one and the same time, sameness and difference are there occultly, and the whole intelligible breadth is allotted its hypostasis according to the first and most uniform genera. As essence likewise presents itself to the view in conjunction with the one, according to the first triad, so motion and permanency shine forth in the second, and sameness and difference in the third triad. And all things are essentially in the intelligible, just as life and intellect are there intelligibly. For since all beings proceed from intelligibles, all things pre-exist there according to cause, and motion and permanency are there essentially, and sameness and difference uniformly. Again, in the middle genera of the intelligible and intellectual hypostases, the same things subsist secondarily and vitally. In the summit of them indeed, essence subsists. For Socrates, in the Phaedrus, speaking about this order, characterizes the whole of it from essence. For the truly existing essence, which is without color, without figure, and without contact, subsists after this manner. But in the middle center there are motion and permanency. For there the circulation of the heaven subsists as the same Socrates says, being established indeed undeviatingly in one form of intelligence, but being moved in and about itself, or rather, being motion and eternal life. But in the extremity of this order, sameness and difference are vitally established. Hence, it is converted to the beginning according to the nature of sameness, is divided uniformly, proceeds into more numbers, and generates from itself more partial monads. Again, in the third orders, the highest of the intellectual gods possesses all things according to essence, and is the intelligible itself and true being in intellectuals, again recalling the separation which is in himself into undivided union. But the middle order subsists according to motion and at the same time permanency. For it is a vivific deity, abiding and at the same time proceeding, being established with purity and vivifying all things by prolific powers. And the third progression subsists according to sameness, together with difference. For this separates itself from the fathers, and is conjoined to them through intellectual conversion. And it binds indeed at once the natures posterior to itself to each other, according to the common powers of forms, and at the same time separates them by intellectual sections. But in this order, all genera and species first shine forth to the view, because it is especially characterized according to difference, being allotted the end of all the total hypostases. From this likewise it proceeds to all things, videre licet, to participated intellect, the multiform orders of souls, and the whole of a corporeal nature. For, in short, it constitutes triple genera of the natures posterior to itself, some indeed being impartible and the first, others being media between partible and impartible natures, and others being divided about bodies. And through these things it generates all the more partial genera of beings. That we may therefore again return to what has been before said, the genera must be admitted to subsist everywhere, yet not everywhere after the same manner, but in the highest orders of divine natures indeed they subsist uniformly without separation, and unitedly, where also permanency participates of motion, and motion of permanency, and there is one united progression of both. In the more partial orders, however, it must be admitted that the same things subsist in a divided manner, and together with an appropriate remission. For since the first and most total of forms are in the extremity of intelligibles, it is indeed necessary that genera should have the beginning of their hypostasis in intelligibles. And if the demiurgic cause is generative of all the partial orders, it comprehends the first genera of the hypostasis of them. As likewise the fountain of all forms subsists in this cause, though there are intelligible forms, so the genera of being pre-exist in it, though there are other whole genera prior to it. And the divine Iamblichus somewhere rightly observes that the genera of being present themselves to the view in the extremity of the intelligible gods. The present theology, likewise, following things themselves, gives a progression to these, as well as forms supernally from the intelligible gods. For such things as subsist according to cause occultly, and without separation in the first essences, idest in intelligibles, these subsist in a divided and partible manner, and according to the nature of each in intellectuals. For from hence all the divisible orders of beings are filled both with these genera and with formal hyparxes. and on this account the demiurgus also is said to comprehend all genera, and to have the fountain of forms, because he generates all the partial rivers of life, and imparts to them from himself by illumination all the measures of subsistence. Hence, triple genera of all beings proceed from the demiurgus, some indeed being impartible, others partible, and others subsisting between these, being more united indeed than the partible, but more separated than the impartible genera, but subsisting according to the middle of both, and connectedly containing the one bond of beings. And the demiurgus indeed produces the intellectual essence through the first and impartible genera, but the corporeal essence through the third and partible genera, and the psychical hypostasis, which is in the middle of these, through the middle genera in beings. Moreover, he generates every intellectual and impartible nature from himself, and fills them with total generative power. But he constitutes the psychical essence in conjunction with the creator, and the corporeal essence in conjunction with total nature. Chapter 31. That in this arrangement likewise we follow Timaeus, anyone may learn from the following considerations. The demiurgus, producing the intellect of the universe, himself produces it from his own essence alone, unfolding it at once according to one union, in consequence of constituting it eternally, and no mention whatever is here made of the creator. But the demiurgus, in arranging and adorning soul prior to body, mingles the genera, and energizes in conjunction with the creator. And in fashioning the body of the universe, and describing the heaven, he fabricates it in conjunction with necessity. For the nature of the universe, says Timaeus, was generated, mingled from intellect and necessity, and neither does he here assume the creator in order to the arrangement of bodies. But it has been abundantly shown by us elsewhere that Plato calls physical production a production through necessity, and does not, as some suppose, consider necessity to be the same with matter. It is evident, therefore, that the demiurgus produces the generation of bodies together with total nature, mingles the partible genera in the first nature, and thus produces bodies from intellect and necessity. For bodies receive from intellect indeed good and union, but from necessity a progression which terminates in interval and division. He arranges and adorns, however, the self-motive essence of souls in conjunction with the creator, and neither intellect nor bodies require a cause of this kind. The demiurgus indeed is the common source of the triple genera, but the creator is the peculiar cause of souls, and is co-arranged with the demiurgus and filled from him, but fills souls. And receiving from thence, indeed, the powers of prolific abundance, it pours them on souls according to the measures of their respective essences. To some of them, likewise, it orderly distributes the summits of the genera of being, to others the middle progressions of the genera, and to others the terminations of them. Hence, the creator is indeed essentially vivific, since souls also are certain lives, but it is the first effective cause of souls, according to the peculiarity of hyparxis, and is the uniform and all-perfect monad, not of every life, but of that which is psychical. For from this creator the soul of the universe subsists, and likewise the second and third genera of partible souls, and of those souls that are allotted a progression between these. The whole number, therefore, of the psychical order proceeds from the Creator, and is divided according to the prolific powers which it contains. Hence, the Creator is said to be the cause of souls, the receptacle of their fabrication, and the generative monad of them, and the like. For it is said to be so rightly and conformably to the mind of Plato. If, however, the Creator is co-arranged with the Demiurgos, and equally constitutes with him the genera of souls, it is indeed necessary that this Creator should be fontal, in the same manner as the whole Demiurgos. Hence the Creator is the fountain of souls, but is united to the demiurgic monad, and on this account Socrates also in the Philebus says that in Jupiter there is a royal soul and a royal intellect. For that which we at present denominate fontal, he calls royal, though the name of fountain, when applied to souls, is well known to Plato. For Socrates in the Phaedrus says that the self-motive nature is the fountain and principle of motion to such other things as are moved. And you see that as a twofold divine monad prior to souls is delivered by theologists, the one being indeed fontal, but the other of a primary ruling nature, Plato likewise gives to the progeny of these twofold appellations, assuming one name from the more total, but the other from the more partial monad. For the self-motive nature is a fountain indeed, as being the offspring of the fontal soul, but it is a principle, as participating of the primary ruling soul. If therefore the name of fountain and also of principle is assigned by Plato to souls, what occasion is there to wonder if we denominate the exempt monads of them fountains and principles? Or rather, from these things that is demonstrated. For whence is a ruling power imparted to all souls except from the ruling monad? For that which similarly extends to all souls is necessarily imparted to them from one and the same cause. If therefore some one should say it is imparted by the Demiurgos, so far as he is the Demiurgos, it is necessary that in a similar manner it should be inherent in all other things which proceed from the demiurgic monad. But if it proceeds from the definite and separate cause of souls, that cause must be denominated the first fountain and principle of them. Moreover, that of these two names the ruling is more allied to souls than the fontal, as being nearer to them according to order, Plato manifests in the same dialogue. For calling the self-motive nature the fountain, and at the same time principle of the motion of the whole of things, he nevertheless frames his demonstration of its unbegotten subsistence from principle alone. For, says he, principle is unbegotten. For it is necessary that everything which is generated should be generated from a principle. If therefore demonstrations are from things proximate to the things demonstrated, it is necessary that principle should be more proximate to souls than fountain. Farther still, if everything which is generated from a principle, as Plato says, but souls are in a certain respect generated, as Timaeus says, there is also a precedaneous principle of souls. And as they are the principles of things which are generated according to time, so after another manner principle subsists prior to souls which are generated. And as they are unbegotten according to the generation of bodies, Thus also, the principle of souls is exempt from all generation. Through these things, therefore, it is demonstrated by us that the Creator is the fountain of souls, that after the fountain there is a primary ruling monad of them, and that this monad is more proximate to souls than the fountain, but is established above them, as being their prolific cause. And all these particulars we have demonstrated from the words of Plato. Chapter 32. Again, therefore, let us return to the things proposed, and teach in a greater degree the lovers of the contemplation of truth concerning this Creator. For the whole vivific deity, having established in the middle of the intellectual kings the prolific cause of divine natures, and according to her highest, most intellectual and all perfect powers, being occultly united to the first Father, but according to more partial and secondary causes from them, being conjoined to the Demiurgos, and establishing one conspiration together with him of the generation of the partial orders, Timaeus mystically mentions those more ancient powers of the goddess, and which abide in the first Father. But with respect to those powers that are co-arranged with the Demiurgos, and adorn together with him the natures in the universe, some of these he delivers more clearly, but the whole of others through indication. For the secondary monads themselves of the goddess are triple, as the wise assert, one of them being the fountain of souls, the second being the fountain of the virtues, but the third being the fountain of nature, which is suspended from the back of the goddess. The Demiurgos, therefore, also assumes these three hypostases to his own prolific production. And the Creator indeed, as we have said, is the fountain of souls, unically containing the whole and perfect number of them. And as the Demiurgos is allotted a paternal cause with respect to the psychical generation, so the Creator is prolific, and is allotted the ratio and order of a mother. For such things as Jupiter produces paternally in souls, the fountain of souls produces maternally and generatively. Virtue, however, energizes by itself, and adorns and perfects wholes, and on this account the universe, having participated of soul, immediately also participates of virtue. Quote, "For the Demiurgos," says Timaeus, "having placed soul in the middle, extended it through the universe, and besides this surrounded the body of it externally with soul as with a veil, and causing circle to revolve in circle, constituted heaven, one, alone and solitary, but through virtue able to converse with itself, and being in want of no other thing, but sufficiently known and friendly itself to itself." Close quote. At one and the same time, therefore, the world is animated, lives through the whole of its life according to virtue, and possesses from the virtues, as its highest end, friendship with itself, and an all-perfect knowledge of itself. For it is itself sufficiently known and friendly to itself through virtue. Moreover, nature also is consubsistent with the generation of body. For the Demiurgos generates body through necessity, and fashions it together with its proper life. And on this account, shortly after, having constituted partial souls, he shows to them the nature of the universe and the laws of fate. For, in consequence of possessing the cause of total nature and fate, he also exhibits these two souls. For the demiurgos is not converted to things posterior to himself, but primarily contains in himself the things which are exhibited, and unfolds to souls the powers of himself. Hence the paradigm of all nature, and the one cause of the laws of fate presubsist in him. For the fountain of nature is called the first fate by the gods themselves. Quote, "You should not look upon nature, for the name of it is fatal." Close quote. Hence also Timaeus says that souls, at one and the same time, see the laws of fate, and the nature of the universe, videre licet, they see, as it were, mundane fate, and the powers of it. And the Elean guest in the Politicos denominates the motive cause of the more physical circulation of the universe, fate. For he says that, quote, "Fate and connate desire convolve the world." Close quote. And the same person likewise clearly acknowledges that the world possesses this power from the demiurgus and father. For he says that all the apparent arrangement and circulation are derived from Jupiter. It is demonstrated, therefore, that according to these three causes of the vivific goddess, which are co-arranged with the demiurgus, the world is perfected by him, videre licet, according to the fontal crater, the fountain of the virtues, and the first effective cause of nature. It is likewise manifest that again in these things Plato does not refuse to employ the name of fountain. For in the laws he calls the power of prudence, which is essentially inherent in souls, and which is productive of the virtues in us, the fountain of intelligence. And he also says that two other fountains are imparted to us by nature, videre licet, pleasure and pain. As therefore we before demonstrated that souls are called the fountains of motions on account of the one fountain of them, of which they participate, thus also when Plato calls the first progeny of nature fountains, it is obvious to everyone that he will permit the exempt cause itself of them to be denominated a fountain. After the same manner, likewise, since he magnificently celebrates the essential power of virtue in us as the fountain of intelligence, he will not be compelled to hear a name which does not at all pertain to his philosophy, if some one should be willing to denominate the first monad of the virtues a fountain. But where shall we have the name of fountain posited by him in the intellectual gods? In the Quartiles, therefore, he says that Tethys is the occult name of a fountain, and he calls Saturn himself and the queen Rhea fluxions. For these divinities are rivers of the intelligible fountains, and proceeding from fountains placed above them, they fill all the natures posterior to themselves with the prolific rivers of life. And the crater itself likewise is fontal. The gods, therefore, also denominate the first effective causes of partial natures fontal craters. These things, however, we shall more fully investigate elsewhere. Let it be considered also that we have here sufficiently examined the particulars concerning the demiurgic monad according to the narration of Plato. End of chapter 32. Chapters 33 to 35 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. In the next place, let us survey those causes and leaders of uncontaminated purity, and see if Plato anywhere appears to remind us of this order of gods, and of the inflexible power proceeding from them to all the divine genera. For the first effective triad of the immutable order is united to the triad of the intellectual kings, and the progressions of the former are co-divided with the monads of the latter, and the summit of the triad, and, as it were, the flower of the inflexible guard of wholes is united to the first intellectual king. But the middle centre of the triad is in a kindred manner conjoined to the second intellectual king, proceeds together with him, and subsists about him, and the extremity of the whole triad is connected with the third intellectual king, is converted with him to the principle of the intellectual order, and together with him is convolved to the one union of the father of all the intellectual gods. And after this manner, indeed, the three unpolluted guardians of the intellectual fathers are monadically divided, but together with this division they have also an hypostasis united to each other. All of them likewise are in a certain respect in each of the fathers, and all of them energize about all. And after a certain manner indeed, according to their proper hypostasis, they are divided from the fathers, but after another manner they are impartibly assumed with them, and at one and the same time they are allotted an equally dignified order with the fathers, and appear to possess an essence subordinate to them. Such, therefore, being their nature, they preserve indeed the whole progressions of the fathers undefiled, but supply them with inflexibility in their powers, and immutability in their energies. They are suspended, however, from total purity, and if some of the ancients have in any of their writings surveyed in intellect that which always subsists with invariable sameness, which receives nothing into itself from subordinate natures, and is not mingled with things inferior, they celebrate all such goods as these as pervading to intellect, and other natures from these gods. For the oration in the banquet of Plato celebrates in a remarkable manner the immiscibility of the divine essence with secondary natures, and that which transcends the whole of things in purity and immutable power arrives to the gods through the guardian cause. And as the intellectual fathers are the suppliers of prolific production, both to all other things and to the inflexible gods, thus also the undefiled gods impart the power of purity both to the fathers and to the other divine orders. At one and the same time, therefore, the three unpolluted gods subsist with the three intellectual kings, are the guardians of the fathers themselves, establish about them an immutable guard, and firmly fix themselves in them. Hence also the Athenian guest, as he arranges and adorns his polity through the best analogy, through which the demiurgus binds and constitutes the whole number of the elements, so likewise he appoints a guard to all the inhabitants of the region, that nothing, as much as possible, may be without defense, imitating in this the intellectual gods themselves, who guard all things by the undefiled leaders. And it appears to me that on this account he calls the rulers of his polity guardians of the laws, or simply guardians, because the inflexible guardians are consubsistent with the intellectual leaders of the whole worlds. Chapter 34. These arguments, however, will be more remote from that divine triad, and are referred to it from ultimate images. But perhaps omitting these, we may abound with greater conceptions, and more conducive to the investigation of the thing proposed, and speculating together with Plato the divine genera, we may discover how he also celebrates this order of gods, and constitutes them together with the three kings that are now discussed, just as by other theologists also we are mystically instructed in the truth concerning them. In the fable, therefore, of Protagoras, Plato, indicating to us the exempt watchtower of Jupiter, and the transcendency of his essence, which is unmingled with all secondary natures, through which he is inaccessible and unrevealed to the partible genera of gods, refers the cause of this to his immutable guard, and the defensive order by which he is surrounded. For, on account of this, all the demiurgic powers indeed are firmly established in themselves, but all the forms that are in him are according to supreme transcendency exempt from secondary natures. And, in short, the demiurgic intellect, through this order, abides after its accustomed manner. For the fable says that the guards of Jupiter are terrible to all things, and on this account such partible genera of gods, one of which also Prometheus is, cannot be immediately conjoined with the undefiled and Olympian powers of the demiurgos. If, therefore, Socrates himself, in the form of a fable, clearly delivers to us the guard about the demiurgos, is it not through these things evident that the guardian genus is consubsistent with the intellectual gods? For, as the oracles say that the demiurgic order is surrounded with a burning guard, thus also Plato says that guards stand round it and defend inflexibly the summit of it, exempt from all secondary natures. But in the Cratylus, Socrates, unfolding through the truth which is expressed in names, who Saturn is, demonstrates indeed his peculiar hyparxis, according to which he subsists as the leader of the total intellectual orders. He likewise unfolds to us the monad of the unpolluted order, which is united with Saturn. For Saturn, as he says in that dialogue, is a pure intellect. For, he adds, the choron, ta choron, of him does not signify his being a boy, but the purity and incorruptible nature of intellect. After an admirable manner, therefore, the fabricator of these divine names has at one and the same time conjoined the Saturnian peculiarity and the first monad of the unpolluted triad. For the union of the first father with the first of the unpolluted gods is transcendent, and hence this inflexible God is called silent by the gods, is said to accord with intellect, and to be known by souls according to intellect alone, because he subsists in the first intellect according to one union with it. Saturn, therefore, as being the first intellect, is defined according to its proper order. But as a pure and incorruptible intellect, he has the undefiled conjoined in himself, and on this account he is the king of all the intellectual gods. For, as intellect, he gives subsistence to all the intellectual gods, and as a pure intellect, he guards the total orders of them. The two fathers, therefore, Saturn and Jupiter, are shown by the words of Plato to be co-arranged with the immutable gods, according to union indeed, the first, but according to separation, the third. If you are willing, however, to survey the one inflexible guard of them with respect to each other, according to which the third father is stably in the first, as being the intellect of him, and energizing about him, again direct your attention to the bonds in the Crotylus, of which indeed partible lives, and the lives deprived of intellect, and which are stupidly astonished about matter, are unable to participate. But a divine intellect itself, and the souls which are conjoined to it, participate of these bonds according to an order adapted to them. For the Saturnian bonds appear indeed to bind the mighty Saturn himself, but in reality they connect about him in an undefiled manner the natures that throw the bonds around him. For a bond is the symbol of the connective order of the gods, since everything which is bound is connected by a bond. Again, therefore, from these things, the guardian good, which extends from the connective gods to the intellectual kings, is apparent, since it unites and collects them into one. For a bond guards that which is connected by it. But the immutable gods inflexibly preserve their own appropriate orders. For the guardianship of these gods is twofold. The one indeed being primary and uniform, and suspended from the triad of the connective gods, but the other being coexistent with the intellectual kings, and defending them from a tendency to all secondary natures. For all the intellectual fathers ride on the unpolluted gods, and are established above wholes through their inflexible, undeviating, and immutable power. If, however, it be not only necessary that these two fathers should participate of this guardian order, but that the middle vivific deity of them should be allotted a monad of the immutable gods coordinate to herself, it is indeed necessary that the first guardianship of the unpolluted leaders in the intellectual fathers should be triadic, and should have the same perfect number with the three intellectual gods. It is likewise necessary that the first of these leaders should be stably united to the first of the intellectual kings, but that the second should in a certain respect be separated from the second of these kings together with a union with him, and that the third should now be entirely separated from the third king. And thus the unpolluted proceeds conformably to the paternal order, and is after the same manner with it triadically divided. The first of the unpolluted gods likewise guards the occult nature of Saturn, and the first effective monad, which transcends wholes, and establishes perfectly in him the causes that proceed from, and again return to him. But the second preserves the generative power of the Queen Rhea, pure from matter and undefiled, and sustains from the incursions of secondary natures her progression to all things, on which she pours the rivers of life. And the third preserves the whole fabrication of things, established above the fabrications, and firmly abiding in itself. It likewise guards it so as to be inflexible, one and all perfect with respect to the subjects of its providential case, and expanded above all partial production. Chapter 35. Let us now then, from this indefinite and common doctrine about these gods, adduce the Grecian rumor concerning it, as delivered to us by Plato, and demonstrate that he, as far as to the very names, follows the theologists of the Greeks, just as in the mystic theory of the three kings, and the narration of the unpolluted gods, he does not depart from their interpretation. For who that is in the smallest degree acquainted with the divine wisdom of the Greeks does not know that in their arcane mysteries and other concerns respecting the gods, the order of the Curetes is in a remarkable manner celebrated by them, as presiding over the undefiled peculiarity, as the leader of the goddess Rhea, and as binding in itself the guardianship of wholes. These gods, therefore, are said to guard the queen Rhea and the demiurgus of wholes, and proceeding as far as to the causes of partible vivification and fabrication, to preserve the Proserpine and Bacchus, which are among these causes, exempt from secondary natures, just as here, i.e. in the intellectual order, they defend the vivifications of total life, and the first effective monads of all perfect fabrication. And not only Orpheus, therefore, and the theologists, prior to Plato, knew this curetic order, and knowing, venerated it, but the Athenian guest also in the laws celebrates it. For he says that the armed sports of the Curetes in Crete are the principal paradigms of all elegant motion. And now, neither is he satisfied with having mentioned this curetic order, but he also adds the one unity of the Curetes, videre licet, our mistress Minerva, from which the mystic doctrine also of theologists prior to him suspends the whole progression of the Curetes. He likewise surrounds them above with the symbols of Minerva, as presiding over an ever-flourishing life and vigorous intellection, but beneath he manifestly arranges them under the providence of Minerva. For the first Curetes, indeed, as being the attendants of the intelligible and occult goddess, are satisfied with the signs that proceed from thence, but those in the second and third orders are suspended from the intellectual Minerval monad. What then is it that the Athenian guest says concerning this monad, which converts to itself in an undefiled manner the curetic progressions? Quote, the core, id virgin, and mistress, that is with us, being delighted with the discipline of dancing, did not think it proper to play with empty hands, but being adorned with an all-perfect panoply, she thus gave perfection to dancing. Close quote. Through these things, therefore, the Athenian guest clearly shows the alliance of the curetic triad to the Minerval monad. For as that triad is said to sport in armor, so he says that the goddess, who is the leader of them, i.e. of their progression, being adorned with an all-perfect panoply, is the source to them of elegant motion. And as he denominates that triad curetic, from purity, so likewise he calls this goddess core, as being the cause of undefiled power itself. For koron, ta koron, as Socrates says in the Crotylus, signifies the pure and incorruptible, whence also the Curetes are allotted their appellation as presiding over the undefiled purity of the gods. And the monad of them is particularly celebrated as a mistress and as chore, a virgin, she being the supplier of an inflexible and flourishing dominion to the gods. The word koron, therefore, as we have said, is a symbol of purity, of which these gods are the primary leaders, and according to which they are participated by others. But their being armed is a symbol of the guardian power according to which they connect wholes, guard them exempt from secondary natures, and preserve them established in themselves. For what other benefit do men derive from arms, except that of defense? For these are in a particular manner the safeguard of cities. Hence fables, also ascribing to the unpolluted gods an unconquerable strength, give to them an armed apparatus. Hence, adorning the one unity of them with an all-perfect panoply, they establish it at the summit of the progression of these gods. For the all-perfect precedes things which are divided according to parts, and the panoply exists prior to the partible distribution of guardian powers. And it appears to me that through these particulars Plato again asserts the same things as were afterwards revealed by the gods. For what they denominate every kind of armor, this Plato celebrates as adorned with an all-perfect panoply. For the gods say, quote, "Armed with every kind of armor, he resembles the goddess." Close quote. For the all-perfect, in the habit of Pyrrhic arms, and the undefiled in power, pertain according to Plato to the Minerval monad, but according to the narration of the oracles, they pertain to that which is furnished with every kind of arms. Farther still, rhythm and dancing are a mystic sign of this deity, because the Curetes contain the undefiled power of a divine life, because they preserve the whole progressions of it always arranged according to one divine boundary, and because they sustain these progressions from the incursions of matter. For the formless, the indefinite, and the privation of rhythm are the peculiarities of matter. Hence, the immaterial, the definite, and the undefiled are endued with rhythm, are orderly and intellectual. For on this account the heavens also are said to form a perpetual dance, and all the celestial orbs participate of rhythmical and harmonious motion, being filled with this power supernally from the unpolluted gods. For because they are moved in a circle, they express intellect and the intellectual circulation. But because they are moved harmonically and according to the first and best rhythms, they participate of the peculiarity of the guardian gods. Moreover, the triad of the unpolluted leaders is suspended from the summit of the intellectual gods, and that it proceeds from this summit, Plato himself teaches us by placing the first cause of purity in Saturn, the king of all the intellectual hebdomad. For purity, ta koron, is there primarily, as he informs us in the Crotylus, and the first effective cause of purity pre-exists unically in Saturn. For on this account also the Minerval monad is called chore, a virgin, and the curetic triad is after this manner celebrated, being suspended from the purity in the intellectual father. End of chapter 35. Chapters 36 to 39 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Concerning the undefiled leaders, thus much we have had to say, according to the narration of Plato. The monad, therefore, now remains which closes the number of all the intellectual hebdomad, and is the first and uniform cause of all division, which must in the next place be discussed by us. The sections, therefore, of the intellectual gods, which are celebrated by all the wise in divine concerns among the Greeks, and which obscurely signify the separations in those gods, are effected in them through the seventh monad, which is the cause of division, and according to which they separate themselves from the gods that are placed above them, proceeding into another order, are allotted a union exempt from subordinate natures, and by themselves have a definite order, and a progression bounded according to number. Plato, however, allows indeed poets that are inspired by Phoebus to signify things of this kind obscurely and mystically, but he excludes the multitude from hearing these things, because they believe without examination in the fabulous veils of truth. And this is what Socrates reprobates in Euthyphron, who was thus affected in consequence of being ignorant of divine concerns. According to the divinely inspired intellect of Plato, therefore, transferring all such particulars to the truth concerning wholes, and unfolding the concealed theory which they contain, we shall procure for ourselves the genuine worship of a divine nature. For Socrates himself in the Cratylus unfolds to us the Saturnian bonds and their mystic meaning, and in a remarkable manner demonstrates that the visions of those ancient and illustrious men do not fall off from the truth. After the same manner, therefore, he will permit his friends to assume intellectual sections, and the power which is productive of these, according to divinely inspired conceptions, and will suffer them to survey these together with bonds in the intellectual gods. Farther still, the fable in the Gorgias, in a clearer manner, separates the empire of Jupiter from the Saturnian kingdom, and calls the former the second from, and more recent than the latter. What is the cause, therefore, which separates these paternal monads? What intellectual power produced the intellectual empire from that which is exempt from it? For it is necessary that there should be with the gods themselves the first effective fountain of division, through which Jupiter also separates himself from the monad his father, Saturn from the kingdom of the heaven, and the natures posterior to Jupiter, proceeding into an inferior order, are separated from his all-perfect monad. Moreover, the Demiurgus himself, in the production of the genera posterior to himself, at one and the same time, is the cause to them of union, and the source of their all various divisions. For, fabricating the soul one whole, he he separates it into parts and all various powers, and in the Timaeus, where the Demiurgos is said to do this, Plato himself does not refuse to call these separations and essential divisions sections. He likewise cuts off parts from thence, places them in that which is between these, and again separates parts from the whole, and thus the mixture from which he had cut off these parts was now wholly consumed. Is it, therefore, any longer wonderful that the framers of fables should denominate the divisions of the intellectual leaders sections, since even Timaeus himself, who does not devise fables, but indicates the essential progression of souls into multitude, uses as a sign the word section? And does not also Plato in the greatest degree accord with the highest of theologists, when he delivers to us the Demiurgos glittering with intellectual sections? As therefore the Demiurgos, when producing the essence of souls, constitutes it according to true being, when generating life, he generates it according to the life which is in real beings, and produces the intellect which is in souls according to the intellect which is in himself. Thus also, when cutting the essence of the soul from itself, and separating it, he energizes according to the sections and separations which are in the intellectual order, and according to the one and intellectual cause of them. According to Plato, therefore, there is a first monad of the total divisions in intellectuals, and together with the twofold triads, I mean the paternal and the undefiled, it gives completion to the whole intellectual hebdomad. And we, following Plato and other theologists, concede the same things. Chapter 37. Let us now, however, return to the beginning, and demonstrate that Parmenides delivers the same things concerning this intellectual hebdomad, and that he produces this hebdomadic aion, eternity, and the peculiarity of the gods, which is intellectual alone, in continuity with the triple orders of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods. And, in the first place, let us survey what he says concerning the father of the intellectual gods, and the undefiled power which is co-arranged with him. For, after the threefold figure and the order of the gods, which perfects all things, that which is in itself and in another becomes apparent. These things, however, are demonstrated to be signs of the intellectual summit of the intellectual monads. For the first father of the gods in this order, at one and the same time, is allotted a paternal transcendency with respect to those posterior to him, and is the intellect of the first intelligibles. For every imparticipable intellect is said to be the intellect of the natures prior to itself, and towards them, from whom it is produced, it has an intellectual conversion, and in them, as first effective causes, it establishes itself. Whence also the demiurgic intellect is the intellect of the natures above itself, and proximately indeed of its own father, from which likewise it proceeds, but eminently of the intelligible unities beyond Saturn. The first king, therefore, in intellectuals, is both an intellectual father and a paternal intellect. He is, however, the intellectual father indeed of the gods that proceed from himself, but he is the paternal intellect of the intelligibles prior to himself. For he is indeed intellectual essentially, but he has an intelligible transcendency in intellectuals, because he is also established analogous to the unknown order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, and to the occult order of the intelligible triads. And as they are expanded above the triadic hypostases of the gods posterior to themselves, thus also the father of intellectuals is a father expanded above the whole intellectual hebdomad, in consequence of being a paternal intellect. And analogously to the above-mentioned orders of gods, he establishes himself in them, and is filled from them with paternal and intelligible union. On this account also he is occult, shuts in himself the prolific powers of himself, and producing from himself total causes, he again establishes them in and converts them to himself. These things therefore Parmenides, also indicating, magnificently celebrates this order by these twofold signs, and characterizes the first king and father of the intellectual gods through these peculiarities. For he is in himself and in another. For so far indeed as he is a total intellect, his energy is directed to himself. But so far as he is in the intelligibles prior to himself, he establishes in another the all-perfect intelligence of himself. For indeed this subsistence in another is more excellent than the subsistence of a thing in itself, since, as Parmenides himself concludes, the subsistence of Saturn in another pertains to him according to whole, but the subsistence of him in himself according to parts. Where, therefore, does the another pre-exist? And to what order of the gods prior to Saturn does it belong? Or is not this also divinely unfolded by our preceptor? For he says that this another remarkably pertains to that order according to which the power of difference first shines forth, being the progeny of intelligible and paternal power. Hence, in the first triad, the another was occultly, so far as power also had there an occult subsistence. But it particularly shines forth in the first order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods. For there the first difference, the feminine nature of the gods, and the paternal and unvocal power subsist. Saturn, therefore, who is the first of the intellectual fathers, being intelligible, so far as he is a whole, establishes himself in the intelligible triads prior to himself, from which also he is filled with united and occult goods. And on this account he is said to be in another. With respect to those triads, indeed, the another is occultly, and according to cause in the intelligible, i.e., in the first triad of intelligibles, but according to essence in the intelligible of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods. All intelligibles therefore are united. The intelligible indeed of the intelligible and intellectual gods being united to the intelligible of the intelligibles prior to intellectuals, but the intelligible of intellectuals to both. And the subsistence indeed in another adheres to the difference which is according to unical number, but unical number is suspended from the occult union of the one being, on which account also it is unical. Farther still, we also say that there is a twofold conversion in those orders, the one indeed being towards themselves, but the other towards the causes of them. For it neither was nor will be lawful for divine natures to convert themselves in any respect to natures posterior to themselves. And the intelligible gods generate all things stably, But the intelligible and intellectual Gods, who illuminate imparticipable life, impart the original cause of progression to all things. And the intellectual Gods arrange and adorn wholes according to conversion. Hence, it is indeed necessary that the summit of intellectuals, which pours forth from itself the whole and all perfect form of conversion, should be characterized by both the convertive symbols, and should be at one and the same time converted to itself, and to the natures prior to itself. Hence, because indeed it is converted to itself, it is in itself, but because it is converted to the intelligible orders beyond itself, it is in another. For the another is more excellent than the whole intellectual order. As therefore the summit of intelligibles primarily subsists according to the intelligible peculiarity itself, and is firmly established above wholes, and as the summit of intelligibles and intellectuals primarily unfolds the peculiarity of this order, subsisting according to divine diversity, and being to all things the cause of all various progressions, thus also the intelligible deity of intellectuals exhibits from himself, according to union, the twofold forms of conversion, being indeed in another according to the more excellent form of conversion, but in himself according to the less excellent form. For to be converted to himself is inferior to the conversion to more excellent natures. Again, therefore, the subsistence in another is the illustrious prerogative of the intelligible and paternal peculiarity. For the another is intelligible, and difference was the power proceeding from the intelligible fathers, and from the natures firmly established in them. Hence that which is comprehended in this power and is filled from it, is paternal and intelligible. But the subsistence of a thing in itself is the proper sign of the unpolluted monad. For, as we have before observed, the summits of the two intellectual triads are conjoined, and the monad of the guardian triad has eternally established itself in the paternal monad, and again establishes in, and converts to itself the natures which have proceeded from itself. And the first intellectual father is indeed father on account of himself, but on account of the unpolluted monad, he comprehends in himself the genera of himself, stably recalls them when they have proceeded from him to himself, and in his own allness contains the intelligible multitudes of intellectuals in unproceeding union with their monad. The first leader, therefore, of the guardian order subsists in conjunction with the father, and the father indeed comprehends the unpolluted cause, but is comprehended by the first intelligibles. And as he is intelligibly established in them, so likewise he has established in himself and constituted about himself the one summit of the inflexible Gods. In the Parmenides, therefore, also, the same God appears to us to be a pure intellect, because indeed he is intellect, being extended to the intelligible place of survey, and on this account being in another, so far as he is wholly established in it. But again, because he is pure and immaterial, being converted to himself and shedding in himself all his own powers. For the parts of this wholeness are more partial powers, which hasten indeed to a progression from the Father, but are on all sides established and comprehended by the wholeness. And the wholeness itself is a deity, connectedly containing in itself intelligible parts, being parturient indeed with intellectual multitude, generating all things stably, and again embosoming and collecting to itself its progeny, and as the more tragical fables say, absorbing and depositing them in itself. For the progeny of it are twofold, some indeed being as it were analyzed into it, but others being divided from it, and some abiding in it through the first unpolluted monad, but others proceeding according to the prolific cause of the intellectual gods, surmounting the union of the Father, and being the primary leaders of another order, and of the arrangement and ornament of secondary natures. The first order, therefore, of the intellectual gods is thus delivered to us by Parmenides. Chapter 38. The second order, however, after this, is that which comprehends the middle genera of wholes, is the cause to all things of progression and prolific power, and is in continuity with the first order of the intellectual gods. What else, therefore, than life is everywhere in continuity with the intelligible and true being? For it is the medium between intellect and the intelligible, conjoining intellect to the intelligible, and expressing the intelligible power, which collects together the One and Being. As the intelligible, therefore, is to the One and hyparxis, so is life to power, and intellect to being. And as in intelligibles, the One is the object of desire, but being aspires after the participation of the One, and power collects being to the participation of the One, and the One to a communion with being. For the One here is not imparticipable and exempt from all power. So likewise the intelligible is the object of desire to intellect, but intellect is filled with it, and life binds indeed intellect to the intelligible, but unfolds the intelligible to intellect. Whence also, I think, those who are wise in all divine concerns call the One and hyparxis intelligible, but that which is primarily being they call the first intellect, conformably to this analogy. Life, therefore, is the medium between being and intellect, in the same manner as power subsists between the One and Being. And all these, videre licet, the intelligible, life, and intellect, are primarily in intelligibles, but secondarily in intelligibles and intellectuals, and according to a third diminution, in intellectuals. In intelligibles, however, being is according to essence, for there intellect is primarily according to cause. But in intellectuals, intellect indeed is according to essence, but the natures prior to intellect are according to participation. Since, therefore, life is surveyed in a threefold respect, in intelligibles indeed according to cause, but in intelligibles and intellectuals according to hyparxis, and in intellectuals according to participation, it is indeed necessary that the life which is in the intellectual order should both be life and participate of the causes generative of life prior of itself. The One, therefore, of the intellectual gods, which is arranged in the middle, is not motion, but that which is moved. For prior to this, it has been demonstrated by Plato that all life is motion. For soul is self-motive because it is self-vital, and intellect is on this account moved because it has the most excellent life. The first vivific cause, therefore, of the intellectual gods is primarily allotted motion. If, however, it was the first effective and highest life, it would be requisite to denominate it motion, and not that which is moved. But since it is life as in intellectuals, but is filled from exempt life, it is at the same time motion and that which is moved. Very properly, therefore, does Parmenides demonstrate that the One in this order is moved, because it proceeds from the causes of all life that are placed above it, and is analogous to the middle centre of intelligibles, and to the middle triad of intelligibles and intellectuals. Hence also Socrates in the Phaedrus calls this middle triad heaven, for the whole of it is life and motion, but that which is moved is the middle in intellectuals as being filled from it, i.e., from the life in the middle triad of intelligibles and intellectuals. Since eternity also, which is arranged according to the intelligible wholeness, is all perfect life, and all life according to Plotinus. There, however, the middle is life according to cause, but in intellectuals it is life according to participation, and in the order between these it is life according to essence, proceeding indeed from intelligible life, as Parmenides also manifests, characterizing both according to wholeness, though the wholeness in intelligibles is different from that which is in intelligibles and intellectuals, as we have before observed, but producing after this intellectual life. For that which is moved is indeed entirely allied to the circulation of the heaven, and to intellectual and intelligible life. Moreover, the permanency which is coordinate with this motion is not one certain genus of being, as neither is motion. For beings indeed are naturally adapted to participate of the genera of being, but the superessential goods of the gods are expanded above the order of beings. If therefore Parmenides here, assuming the One itself by itself, surveys in this motion and permanency, he evidently does not attribute the elements of being to the gods, but assigns to them peculiarities appropriate, all perfect and transcending wholes, and thus asserting that the One is moved and stands still according to motion indeed, he delivers the vivific hyparxis of the gods, the generative fountain of wholes, and the leading cause of all things. But according to permanency, he delivers the unpolluted monad coordinated with motion, and which connectedly contains the middle centres of the guardian triad. For as the summit of the guardian triad is united to the first father according to the first hypostasis, thus also the deity who contains the middle bond of the unpolluted leaders is by a congeniality of nature consubsistent with the motive cause of all the gods, which moves wholes and is primarily moved from itself. And through this deity, the prolific power of this goddess Rhea is firmly established in herself, producing likewise and multiplying all things. She is through this deity exempt from wholes, and inflexibly exists prior to her progeny. With respect therefore to motion, here, and permanency, the former indeed is the fountain of the life and generative power that proceeds to all things, but the latter establishes the whole vivific fountain in itself, but is from thence filled with the prolific rivers of life. Parmenides, therefore, delivering to us these things, and the progression of them, demonstrates that that which is moved is generated from that which is in another, but that which stands still from that which is in itself. For the first monad of the paternal triad constitutes the natures posterior to it, and after the same manner the highest of the unpolluted triad, and which is intelligible as in this triad, imparts at one and the same time the middle and last monad of the triad. On this account also, motion here is better than permanency. For as a subsistence in another is according to cause more ancient than the subsistence of a thing in itself, so likewise that which is moved is causally more ancient than that which is permanent. For the unpolluted gods are in power subordinate to the fathers, and are comprehended in them. Chapter 39. The third therefore to the Saviour, as they say. And let us direct our attention to the demiurgic monad, unfolding itself into light together with the coordinate gods it contains. In the first place then, here also the communion of the One with other things is apparent, and we must no longer consider the One alone by itself, but according to its habitude towards other things. Because, therefore, the demiurgic order produces wholes from itself, and arranges and adorns a corporeal nature, it also generates all the second and ministrant causes of the gods. For what occasion is there to say that the term other things is a sign of a corporeal condition of being, since formerly the Pythagoreans thought fit to characterize an incorporeal nature by the One, but indicated to us the nature which is divisible about body through the term others. In the second place, the number of the conclusions in this part of the Parmenides is doubled. For the One is no longer demonstrated to be alone same, or different, as it is to be in itself and in another, or to be moved and stand still, but it is demonstrated to be the same with itself and different from itself, and to be different from other things and the same with other things. But this twice appeared to us before to be entirely adapted to the demiurgic monad, both according to other theologists and to Socrates in the Cratylus, who says that the demiurgic name is composed from two words. In the third place, therefore, the multitude of causes is here separated, and all the monads of the gods present themselves to the view according to the demiurgic progression. For the demiurgic order is apparent, the prolific power coordinate with it, the undefiled monad the cause of exempt providence, and the distributive fountain of wholes. And together with these, as I may say, all the orders about the demiurgus are apparent, according to which he produces and preserves all things, and being exempt from the things produced is firmly established in himself, and separates his own kingdom from the united empire of his Father. How, therefore, and through what particulars do these things become apparent? We reply that the same with itself, for this Parmenides first demonstrates, represents to us about the nature of the One, the monadic and paternal peculiarity, according to which the demiurgus also subsists. Hence, likewise, the One is said to be the same with itself, for the another is in the demiurgus according to the transcendency of different causes, but the same appears to be a sign of his proper, videre licet of his paternal hyparxis. For, being one, and the exempt father and demiurgus of wholes, he establishes his proper union in himself, and in this one, Parmenides in a remarkable manner shows the uniform, and that which is allied to bound. But the same with other things is the singular good of prolific power, and of a cause proceeding to and pervading through all things without impediment. For the demiurgus is present to all things which he produces, and is in all things the same which he arranges and adorns, pre-establishing in himself the generative essence of wholes. If, therefore, we rightly assert these things, bound and infinity subsist in him demiurgically, and the one indeed is in the sameness which is separate from other things, but the other is in the power which generates other things. For everywhere power is prolific of secondary natures, but the principle which subsists according to bound is the supplier of an united and stable hypostasis. Moreover, the different from other things manifests his undefiled purity, and his transcendency, which is exempt from all secondary natures. For the first intellect was on this account pure and incorruptible, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, because it is established above coordination or communion with all sensible natures. For, as some one of the gods says, he does not incline his power to matter, but is at once exempt from all fabrication. But the demiurgic intellect, receiving from thence total power and a royal dominion, adorns indeed sensibles, and constitutes the whole of a corporeal nature. Together, however, with prolific abundance, and the providential attention to secondary natures, he transcends his progeny, and abides in his own accustomed manner, as Timaeus says, through the inflexible guard which subsists with him, and the power imparted to him from it, which is uncontaminated with other participants. Hence, through the never-failing supply of good and providential energies, and the generation of subordinate natures, he is the same with them, for he is participated by them, and fills his progeny with his own providential care. But through his purity, undefiled power, and inflexible energies, he is separate from wholes, is disjoined from them, and is imparticipable by other things. And as the first king of intellectuals is allotted his non-inclination to matter, through the guard which is united to him, and through the undefiled monad, and as the vivific goddess possesses her stable and inflexible power from the second cause of the guardian gods, thus also the demiurgic intellect preserves a transcendency exempt from other things, and a union separated from multitude through the third monad of the leaders of purity. For the cause of separate providence is a guard coordinate with the demiurgus, who hastens to produce all things and to pervade through all things. But the guard, which is the supplier of stable power, is coordinate with the vivific deity, who is moved to the generation of wholes. And with the intellect that is multiplied according to intellectual conceptions, i.e. with Saturn, the guard is coordinate, that imparts an undefiled union of the conversion of all his energies to himself. The monad, therefore, remains, which is arranged as the seventh of these intellectual monads, which is present with, and energizes with, all of them, but particularly unfolds itself into light in the demiurgic order, and which Parmenides, also producing for us together with the whole demiurgos, defines it in difference, in the same manner as he does the undefiled cause in the demiurgos. He says, however, that this difference separates the demiurgic monad itself from itself. For we have before observed that this order is the supplier of separation to all the gods. As therefore the demiurgos is the same with himself, through the paternal union, after the same manner he is separated from himself and his father through this difference. Whence, therefore, does he derive this power? From being in himself, says Parmenides, and in another. For these were indeed unitedly in the first Father, but separately in the third. Separation therefore pre-existed there according to cause, but in the Demiurgos it shines forth and unfolds the power of itself. That the cause, however, of division is in a certain respect in the first Father, Parmenides manifests in the first hypothesis when he says, quote, "That everything which is in itself is in a certain respect a duad, and is separated from itself." Close quote. There, however, the duad is occultly, but here it subsists more clearly, where also all intellectual multitude shines forth to the view. For difference is the progeny of the firmly abiding duad which is there. This therefore separates the demiurgic intellect from the gods prior to it, and divides the monads in it from each other. For if, so far as it is in another, it is united to the intelligible of itself, but so far as it is in itself, it is separated from it, because it proceeds according to each order of its own intelligible. If this be the case, it is necessary that this difference should be the cause to it of separation from its father. All the intellectual monads, therefore, have appeared to us to subsist coordinately with each other. And the subsistence indeed in another is the sign of the Father. But the subsistence in itself is the sign of the first unpolluted monad. Again, motion is the sign of vivific goodness, but permanency of the inflexible power conjoined with motion, and sameness with itself and with another is the sign of the demiurgic peculiarity. But the being different from other things is the sign of the guard about the demiurgos. And, in the last place, the being different from itself is the sign of the seventh intellectual monad, which is according to cause indeed and occultly in the first Father, but is allotted its hypostasis more clearly in the demiurgos. Parmenides, likewise, appears to me, when dividing the signs of fabrication, to have unfolded in the middles themselves the peculiarities of the undefiled monad, and of the dividing monad, so far as they also are in a certain respect comprehended in the fabrication. For he shows in the first of the conclusions that the one is the same with itself, in the second that it is different from itself, in the third that it is different from other things, and in the fourth that it is the same with other things. For he co-arranges indeed the dividing power with the paternal union, but connects with a transcendency separate from secondary natures the providential cause of them. For in the gods it is necessary that union should exist prior to separation, and a purity unmingled with secondary natures prior to a providential inspection of them. Through which likewise, being everywhere, they are nowhere, being present with all things, they are exempt from all things, and being all things, they are not any of their progeny. End of chapter 39 and end of book 5. Chapters 1 and 2 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The hebdomadic aion, eternity, therefore, of the intellectual gods, has been through these things celebrated by us, following the mystic conceptions of Plato. But after this, let us in the next place contemplate the multiform progressions of the ruling orders, and refer the one union of them to the intellectual theory of Parmenides. For This order is woven together in continuity with the demiurgus and father of wholes, proceeds from, is perfected by, and converted to him according to his perfective power. Hence also it is necessary to connect the narration about the governors of the universe with the discussion concerning the demiurgos, and to assimilate words to the things of which they are the interpreters. For all the series of the ruling gods are collected into the intellectual fabrication as into a summit, and subsist about it. And as all the fountains are the progeny of the intelligible Father, and are filled from him with intelligible union, thus likewise all the orders of the principles or rulers are suspended according to nature from the demiurgos, and participate from thence of an intellectual life. And let no one be offended with me on hearing in this place the names of fountain and principle, nor accuse these names as not at all pertaining to Plato. For, as we have before observed, Plato does not leave unnoticed any one of these mystic names, but in his discussions about souls, when he denominates them the fountains and principles of motion, he at the same time indicates the difference between the peculiarity of fountain and the peculiarity of principle, and the inferiority of principle with respect to the exempt transcendency of fountain. He likewise manifests that the self-vital extends to all things as far as to soul from fountain, but the unbegotten from principle. And this is because the fontal genus indeed of the gods is self-begotten, and first effective, and produces other things from itself. But the ruling genus of the gods, and which has the relation of a principle, though it proceeds from the fountains, and is allotted a more partial order among beings, yet it is expanded above everything which is generated, and neither is in a certain respect connected with generated natures, nor communicates with a sensible nature. For the mundane gods indeed are in a certain respect generated, whence also they are denominated generated by Timaeus, and this whole world is likewise called by him a generated god. But the ruling gods, and who have the relation of principles, are perfectly exempt from generated natures, and are not co-arranged with them. Hence also the unbegotten is most particularly adapted to them. Those gods, however, who preside over the liberated dominion, being the media between the unbegotten and generated gods, come into contact indeed with the latter, but do not give completion to the choir of mundane gods. Hence they are in a certain respect both generated and unbegotten. The gods, therefore, who are the summits of supermundane natures, and the rulers of wholes, are alone allotted an unbegotten subsistence in the orders that proceed from the demiurgos. Hence, likewise, this peculiarity is from thence derived to souls. For, as Plato says, principle is unbegotten. For it is necessary that everything which is generated should be generated from a principle, but that the principle should not be generated from anything. At the same time, therefore, it is manifest through these things how the ruling principles proceed from the gods prior to them. For they are not allotted a progression from them according to motion, nor, in short, according to mutation, but the orders of the ruling gods subsist by their very being according to their prolific power, and an envying and exuberant will, and the self-begotten power of the intellectual gods gives to the principles also the first generation from itself. Whether therefore some one is willing to adopt these, or other names of the divine orders, we shall consider it as a thing of no consequence. But receiving the peculiarity of them, whatever it may be, according to the rumors of theologists, we shall transfer their mystic tradition to the Platonic narration. For thus we shall make the investigation of what follows conformable to what has been before said, and what we assert will be adapted to the things themselves. Chapter 2. Again, therefore, let us assume the principles of the science concerning these gods, and demonstrate that the theory pertaining to them is consequent to the first causes. The intelligible gods, therefore, surpass wholes according to supreme transcendency, and primarily participate the union and divine light in which all the gods perfectly establish their hypostases. They likewise unically produce all things from themselves, according to the paternal and exuberant will of the communication of good, and pre-establish in themselves occultly the first effective causes of secondary natures. For the whole and common measures of forms presubsist in them, and they comprehend according to one cause the uniform genera of being, and prior to these, bound and infinity, from which the superessential orders of the gods generate all beings. But in the second rank after these, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods subsist, being divided indeed according to the same number, and preserving the measure of the all-perfect triad in a second order, but producing into multitude the unities of intelligibles, and transferring the unical boundaries of those triads into essential hypostases, and which participate of the one. Instead of powers, however, which are whole, without separation and occult, they are transferred into divided causes, and which proceed far from the one. Again, in the third rank after the intelligible gods, those that are called intellectual are arranged at one and the same time indeed, proceeding into an order diminished with respect to that which is prior to it, and changing the number according to which they subsist. For instead of the perfective triads, they are intellectually divided according to hebdomads, and with respect to the hebdomads, the division of them into two triads is supernally derived from the first triads, but the terminations of them into monads express the ends of those orders. For everything which is the peculiarity of difference and multitude proceeds from thence to all the genera. Again, therefore, from these the multiform orders of the ruling principles are generated, being divided indeed analogous to all the intelligible gods and to those that are prior to these intellectual gods, videre licet, to those that are called intelligible and at the same time intellectual. They have, however, their proximate and peculiar hypostasis from the one fabrication, but their united generation together with intellectuals from the third triad of intelligibles. For that all-perfect cause produces also from itself the whole orders of the gods. Hence likewise Parmenides denominates it infinite multitude, as unfolding into light all the genera of being, and all the orders of divine natures, and as being sufficient through one all-perfect power to the generation of wholes. Farther still, we may also assert this of these leading and ruling gods, that the intellectual monads make their progression according to imparticipable intellect, in the same manner as the gods prior to them illuminate imparticipable life, and prior to all things the intelligible gods constitute about themselves truly existing and intelligible essence. For every god is participated indeed by beings, and on this account falls short of the unity which is imparticipable and exempt from all things. But a different deity proceeds according to a different peculiarity, and some of the gods indeed, being defined according to the ineffable good itself, comprehend the intelligible causes of wholes, but others produce the vivific powers, and connectedly contain the first genera of the gods. Others again unfold into light all the intellectual involutions, and preside over the participants of the unities that produce divided hypostases. Since, therefore, the intellectual gods primarily subsist according to imparticipable intellect, and on this account are denominated intellectual, the orders that first proceed immediately after them illuminate the summit of participated intellect, and are intellectual indeed, as with reference to the inferior orders, and which are now divided according to providential energies about the world. But they are secondary to the first intellectuals, and are allotted a more partial government, just as the first of intellectuals are indeed intelligible with respect to the gods produced from them, but fall short of the union of first intelligibles. As therefore they unfold into light the first and imparticipable life, which the intelligible monads pre-established in themselves according to cause only and occultly, for all the causes of wholes are pre-assumed there according to one ineffable union. After the same manner also, these gods, shining forth the first of the intellectuals, express the gods from whom they derive their subsistence, and are intellectual indeed, but produce the pure, uniform, and total hyparxis of the fathers into a secondary and multiplied progression, which is divided about themselves, and into a diminution of essence. By first emissions also from the first effective and self-subsistent fountains, they shine forth similarly to the intellectual gods. Hence also they bind to themselves the ruling and generative causes of all the partial orders, and which exist prior to these orders both in dignity and power. And in short, they have the same transcendency with respect to the other gods subordinate to them, which the intelligible gods have to those that are produced from them. For the intelligible gods, being expanded above all the intellectual genera, have pre-established the intelligible hyparxis, by itself unmingled and pure. And these ruling gods have also established in themselves the supermundane union, and this peculiarity perfectly exempt from mundane natures. And as in the imparticipable and total hypostases, there is indeed the intelligible genus itself by itself, there is also the intellectual which is foreign from this, and there is that which is collective of both, which is celebrated as subsisting in the middle, and is denominated intelligible, and at the same time intellectual. Thus also, in these partial orders, the peculiarity of the supermundane gods pre-exists by itself, exempt from the parts of the universe, uncoordinated with this world, and on all sides comprehending it according to cause. But the essence of all the mundane gods is allotted the third order, being proximately carried as in a vehicle in the parts of the world, giving completion to this one and only begotten God, and connectedly containing the different progressions in it. The government, however, of the liberated gods is allotted the middle bond of the extremes, possessing sovereign authority over all mundane natures, and in a certain respect communicating with the divisions about the world, but unitedly ascending at the same time into many of its parts, and collecting the divided numbers of the mundane gods into unical bounds and more simple causes. Every genus likewise of the mundane Gods is spread under this liberated order, being on all sides connected, contained, and perfected by it, and filled with the first of goods. If therefore there is anything supermundane in the Gods, and if it imparts a certain definite hyparxis of essence to them, and defines a certain peculiarity of powers and a transcendency of order by itself, we must admit that it primarily subsists in the ruling Gods, being derived to them from the intellectual fathers, unmingled with a mundane nature. And this supermundane order indeed is universal, as with reference to all the partible rivers of the Gods, but it is partial, as with reference to the all-perfect, one and whole kingdom of the intellectual Gods. For it is everywhere necessary that the leading causes of secondary orders should be in a certain respect assimilated to the terminations of the orders established above them. And thus the progression of the Gods is one and continued, originating supernally from the intelligible and occult unities, and ending in the last division of a divine cause. For as insensibles, the most gross and solid bodies are not immediately connascent with the ethereal expanse, but those which are simple and more immaterial than others are proximately spread under the celestial periods, and of containing bodies, those which are primarily contained are allotted a greater communion than those which are situated remotely, and are conjoined to them through other media. Thus also, in the divine essences prior to the world, the second orders are in continuity with those prior to them. The progressions of beings, however, are completed through similitude, but the terminations of the higher orders are united to the beginnings of second orders, and one series and indissoluble order extends from on high, through the surpassing goodness of the first cause, and his unical power. For because indeed he is one, he is the supplier of union, but because he is the good, he constitutes things similar to him, prior to such as are dissimilar. And thus all things are in continuity with each other. For if this continuity were broken, there would not be union, and things dissimilar to each other being placed in a consequent order, that which is more similar to the principle would not have a more ancient and honorable progression into being. If therefore we assert these things rightly, it is necessary that the first hypostases of the partial orders should be total, according to an intellectual transcendency, which they are allotted in the divided genera of the Gods, and thus that they should causally comprehend all secondary natures, and conjoin them to the Gods prior to themselves. The order of the ruling Gods, therefore, is in continuity with the kingdom of the intellectual Gods. Hence also Parmenides proximately constitutes it from the demiurgic monad. These things, however, will afterwards be apparent. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. For the present, however, let us survey the common peculiarity of the whole of this order, that we may to the utmost of our power admire the divinely inspired intellection of Plato, which unfolds to us the most mystic of dogmas. The progression, therefore, of these Gods is said to be supermundane, as we have observed, and to have the second dominion in wholes after the intellectual Gods. But being defined according to the hyparxis itself of this essence, It unfolds indeed the united nature of the intellectual gods, but produces into multitude the causes comprehended in them. It also arranges and adorns the more partial genera of beings, from total and first effective monads, divides them according to the best order, and co-arranges them to each other. But it collects and binds all secondary natures, and inserts in them an admirable communion of essences and powers. Besides this, likewise, it conjoins all the natures posterior to itself, to those prior to itself, and calls forth the beneficent will of exempt causes into the providential care of secondary natures, but establishes the hyparxes of subordinate in first essences, and imparts to all beings continuity, and one series of hypostasis. Conferring all these benefits, it comprehends in itself the supply of them according to one peculiarity. For it assimilates all things, subordinate natures to those prior to them, and coordinate natures to each other. And through this similitude, at one and the same time indeed, it unfolds the essences and multiform powers of them, and is the collector of many things into union, and of divided natures into the divine communion of goods. From hence, therefore, the orders of different images primarily subsist. For every image is produced according to a similitude to its paradigm, but that which assimilates secondary to first natures, and binds all things through similitude, especially pertains to these gods. For what else is able to assimilate the world itself, and everything in the world, to their paradigms, but this supermundane genus of gods? For all intellectuals constitute the natures in the world according to one union, and an all-perfect providence, and impartibly preside over the essence of them. But the liberated genus of gods, in a certain respect, now comes into contact with the world, and cooperates with the mundane gods. It is necessary, therefore, that the assimilating nature should everywhere, according to essence indeed, be exempt from the things assimilated, and which are impressed through similitude, but that it should adorn secondary natures with separation, and a division according to species. For how would it be possible for it to assimilate some things to others, and appropriately conjoin all things to their paradigms, unless it proceeded as far as to the last forms, and separated all those things from each other, of which there are immovable pre-existing causes? For the Demiurgus indeed appears to assimilate all things to himself, as Timaeus says, being good, he produced all things similar to himself, on account of his beneficent will. He likewise imparts to the world the order of time, by this means rendering the world more similar to intelligible animal. And in short, on account of the similitude of the universe to its paradigm, he produces all things and perfects his own fabrication. In the Demiurgus, however, all things, and likewise the second genera of gods, are according to cause. And as he is the plenitude of all the natures prior to himself, thus also he comprehends the united causes of the natures posterior to himself. Hence he perfects the universe, energizes assimilatively, vivifies wholes, is the father of souls, the plastic framer of bodies, the supplier of harmony, the author of bonds, the cause of the impartible and partible genera, and the maker of all figures. And these things indeed he constitutes unically, but the gods posterior to him in a divided manner. Let not, however, any one assert that the assimilative nature is primarily in the demiurgos, but let him rather say that existence is present to the demiurgos according to sameness. But if from him similitude subsists in all things, and his very being is in sameness, as Parmenides teaches us, we must indeed admit that such a genus of gods as the assimilative is proximate to him, which also first unfolds his whole fabrication, and inserts it in secondary natures, but is essentially different from the posterior to him, and falls short of the first effective principle of all things which he contains. In short, the demiurgic monad, and all the multitude, co-arranged with it, presides over the similitude of wholes, uniformly, originally, and impartibly. But the order of the ruling gods divides indeed that which is united in the demiurgic fabrication, expands that which is total in the energy of the intellectual gods, and produces into variety the simplicity of their providence. Hence similitude extends from these to all the natures in the world, and to the first, middle, and last forms of life. For that which is assimilated presides over a second form of communion with appropriate principles, on account of progression from causes. If, however, you are willing by investigating each particular to survey the providence pervading to all things through similitude, you will find that the whole world is the image of the perpetual gods on account of this, and also that all the wholenesses in it are in a similar manner suspended from their paradigms, that whole souls always dance about the intelligible, and that the more excellent genera that follow the gods, and such of our souls as are happy, are on account of similitude extended from the wandering produced by generation to their proper fountain. In short, you will find that all progressions and conversions are effected and perfected on account of the cause of similitude. For everything which proceeds subsists through similitude to its generator, and everything which is converted in consequence of being assimilated to its proper principles makes a conversion to them. Moreover, similitude eternally guards the never-failing nature of all the forms in the world, extending supernally from the gods themselves, and the stable similitude of forms brings back again to the circle of generation the unstable mutation of particulars, not only in immaterial, but also in material forms, which are conversant with mutability. And it closes, in a finite period, the infinite variety of generated natures, but it refers the all various division of reasons, i.e. of productive principles, to their united and first effective cause. And on this account, the world, being perpetually all perfect, is completely filled by total genera and species. Hence also it is similar to intelligible animal, possessing and comprehending all such things after the manner of an image, as all perfect animal possesses paradigmatically. We must not, therefore, suppose that the genus of similitude is something small, and extended only to a few things, since It is the cause of perfection to the whole world, gives completion through similitude to its first generation, and self-sufficiency, and supplies from itself its entire comprehension of all things. But neither must we admit that a production of this kind is to be referred to one certain intellectual form. For that which extends to all the superessential, essential, psychical, incorporeal, and corporeal genera exists prior to all forms and genera, and to incorporeal and corporeal causes. For the Gods in the world do not proceed assimilated to their causes on account of the intellectual form of similitude, nor on account of the paradigmatic idea of the dissimilar, are the superessential unities of the Gods divided, the intellectual nature separated from itself, and the psychical essences allotted a progression in order. But I think that both similitude and dissimilitude have their hypostasis analogous to intellectual sameness and difference, and as they are primarily in the Gods themselves, but secondarily in intellectual forms, being unfolded into light together with the hyparxes of the Gods, thus also this similitude and dissimilitude are allotted indeed a precedaneous hyparxis in the superessential unities, but a successive hyparxis in the descending progressions of beings. And on this account, Parmenides, as he evinced that the one is moved and stands still, is same and different, separate from being. Thus also he demonstrates to us the similar and the dissimilar in the uniform hyparxes themselves of the Gods. And Socrates indeed presents to our view, in the beginning of the dialogue, the similar and the dissimilar, and defines each paradigm of these to be separate and exempt from the many similars and dissimilars. But Parmenides, recurring to the superessential hypostases of wholes, produces beings from thence, according to the peculiarities of the first causes. For as everything in generation is adorned with forms from essences, thus also the peculiarities of hyparxes extend to all essences from superessential natures. For generation is the image of essence, but essence has its progression according to superessential union. The genus of similitude, therefore, is primarily in the Gods, but is divided secondarily in intellectual forms. And on this account, the progressions of the whole of things are according to similitude, but the conversions of all things to their principles are through similitude, it being said that all things proceed and receive the power of conversion from divinity. The intelligible paradigm, indeed, preassumes in itself the occult cause of the assimilative Gods, for it is not sluggish from itself, and established unprolific, but it produces all things essentially, assimilated to itself, constitutes them paternally, and is by its very being alone. It likewise imparts by illumination hyparxes to secondary natures, and the power of assimilation to itself. But again, that which is demiurgic of the divine genera, being suspended from the precedaneous cause of the intelligible paradigm, and adhering to and energizing about it, assimilates indeed all things, both to itself and the paradigm, but does not define its proper hyparxis in the genus of similitude. For it comprehends intellectually and unitedly the causes of the similitude of wholes, and employs such like genera of Gods as ministrant to the generation of secondary natures. But the tribe of ruling gods, being wholly arranged in the partible orders, but first unfolding the intellectual fabrication of the Father, is suspended indeed from him through the similitude of the causes pre-existing in him, but extends and expands all things to the demiurgic union. It converts, however, the partible genera of the gods to impartible intellectual sameness, but it assimilates the proceeding orders to the intelligible paradigms, and gives completion to the one series of all beings. Very properly, therefore, do those who are wise in divine concerns assert that the last triad of intelligibles is the cause of the fontal and ruling gods, and that the whole series of rulers subsists about the intellectual Father. For the genus of assimilating natures pertains to the perfect paradigm, just as the genus of things assimilated pertains to the extremity of the intellectual order. For all things are assimilated to the first paradigm, and the conversion of all secondary natures to it is through similitude. And with the demiurgus of wholes, the cause of intellectual sameness and difference is united, being partably unfolded into light through the power of similitude and dissimilitude, and producing the one and whole form of that fabrication in all beings through divided energies and the separations of essence. Through these things, therefore, we have reminded the reader that the first and most total of the partible divine genera, and which is united to the intellectual orders, is allotted the assimilative peculiarity, and being defined according to this, conjoins all things to the demiurgic monad. And we have also shown how it proceeds from the intelligible paradigm to all mundane natures, and is the primary origin of their generation. Chapter 4. Again, it follows, in addition to what has been said, that we should separate all the assimilative powers, properly arrange them, and survey them, proceeding about the one essence of the gods. Plato, therefore, asserts that the first and most ruling of these powers are those that unfold the intellectual production of the Father, and expand it to all the divided orders of beings, but that the second are those which are connective of wholes, and which preserve one series, and indissoluble connection of the divine progressions, and that the third are those which are the primary leaders of perfection to all secondary natures, and produce through similitude self-perfect conversions to principles. But next to these, he arranges those powers that extend all the proceeding genera of the gods to impartible monads, and which pre-exist as the collectors of partible natures. Farther still, he likewise asserts that other assimilative powers give subsistence to the divided genera, and are definitely the suppliers of existence and essence to first and last natures, and besides all these, that other powers are the causes of undefiled distribution, and of perpetually stable perfection. Moreover, together with these, I should arrange the authors of prolific production, and those that pour upon and distribute to all secondary natures the partible rivers of life. And farther still, after these, I should arrange the powers that elevate secondary beings, cut off everything material, confused and inordinate, and are the suppliers of all goods. For there is no one of all the beautiful things in the world that does not proceed from this order of gods, which fills its participants with divine goods? Or whence, indeed, is the world always established in its proper principles? Whence does its circulation remain immutable? And whence is the universe connected by indissoluble bonds? For the ends of its periods become the principles of the subsequent revolutions. But the circle of generation imitates the invariable supply of the celestial orbs, and all things are converted to more divine natures. Matter, indeed, is assimilated to beings through the last representations of the production of form. But that which is moved in a confused and disordered manner is circularly led to order and bound by demiurgic reasons, being assimilated to natures which always subsist, with invariable sameness and permanency. Things, however, which are borne along in a diversified generation and multiform mutations, are assimilated to the celestial orbs, and, being moved in an all various manner, follow the revolutions of the heavenly bodies. But the convolutions of the heavens represent as in images the psychical periods, and the circulations of the spheres inscribe, as it were, the intellections of the celestial souls. Time itself likewise, which proceeds according to number, and forms a circular dance, is in a certain respect assimilated to stable intellections, and to eternity, the measure of all intelligibles. For the whole of this time was generated an image of eternity, abiding in one, since it is evolved after the same manner according to number. All things, therefore, are allotted a progression into existence, and the distribution of perfection according to measure, from the assimilative leaders, and connect the essence of themselves through similitude. Moreover, this order of gods in a particular manner presides over the sympathy of things in the world, and their communion with each other. For all things concur with each other through similitude, and communicate the powers which they possess. And first natures, indeed, impart by illumination the gift of themselves to secondary natures in unenvying abundance. But effects are established in their causes. An indissoluble connection likewise, and communion of wholes, and a colligation of agents and patients are surveyed in the world. For in effects their generative causes subsist through similitude, and in causes the progeny that proceed from them are contained according to comprehension. All things likewise are in each other, and similitude is the collector of all things. On this account also, celestial impart to sublunary natures an exuberant and unenvying communication of their own afflictions. But sublunary, being in a certain respect assimilated to celestial natures, participate of an appropriate perfection. A chain likewise extends from on high as far as to the last of things, secondary, always expressing the powers of the natures prior to them. Progression indeed diminishing the similitude, but all things at the same time, and even such as most obscurely participate of existence, bearing a similitude to the first causes, and being copassive with each other, and with their original causes. For there is naturally a twofold similitude in things which have proceeded from their causes. For they are assimilated to each other according to their progression from the one, and their conversion again to it, and they are also assimilated to their ruling and first effective causes. And through the former similitude indeed, the elements conspire, are connascent, and are mingled with each other. But through the latter they hasten to their proper principles, and are conjoined with their paradigms. On this account, all things which participate of the solar effluxion are suspended from the circulation of the sun. I mean not only the genera that are more excellent than us, but likewise the number of souls, animals, plants, and stones. But all things adhere to the mercurial circulation, which receive the peculiarity of this god. And the like takes place in the other mundane gods, for all of them are leaders and rulers in the universe, and many orders indeed of angels dance round them, many numbers of demons, many herds of heroes, the copious multitude of partial souls, the multiform genera of mortal animals, and the various powers of plants. And all things indeed aspire after their leaders, and in all things there is an impression of their proper monad. But in some this impression is more clear, and in others more obscure, since similitude also subsists in a greater degree in the first progeny, but is obscured in the middle and last progeny according to the ratio of progression. Images, therefore, and paradigms are allotted their hypostasis on account of collective similitude, and everything on account of similitude is familiar to itself, and to coordinate natures. But there is an unshaken friendship between the coordinate natures in the world through the presence of similitude, since contraries also, and things which are most distant from each other, are irreprehensibly bound through it, and connected so as to produce the perfection of the universe. In short, therefore, we may say that the assimilative leaders of wholes produce and generate all things from themselves. For progressions are through similitude, and everything which is constituted is wont to be assimilated to its generative cause. The assimilative rulers also convert all things to their principles, for every conversion is through similitude. They likewise bind coordinate natures to each other, for the communion of the one cause of all produces similitude indeed in its participants, but from this it inserts in them an indissoluble connection. They also cause all things to sympathize, be friendly, and familiar with each other, exhibiting indeed through participation more elevated in more abject natures, but subordinate in more perfect essences through causal comprehension. They likewise extend series and periods from on high, as far as to the last of things, and they produce monads indeed into diminution, through appropriate numbers, but collect multitudes into union, through communion according to essence. They also adapt wholes to parts, but comprehend parts in wholes. And things imperfect indeed they perfect, through contact with ends, but they guard immutably perfect natures through a similar cause. They likewise lead into definite order, by similar forms and reasons, the sea of dissimilitude, but they terminate the very mutable generation of sublunary natures by stable paradigms. Thus much, therefore, we have to say in common concerning the order of divine natures, which we assert to be proximate indeed to the intellectual gods, but to be the leader and cause of the assimilation of all secondary natures to their proper principles. And of chapter 4. Chapters 5 to 8 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. In the next place, I wish, prior to the theory of Parmenides, to teach what the gods are, possessing this peculiarity, of whom Plato makes mention in other dialogues. For perhaps thus the doctrine of Parmenides will become more credible and more manifest to reason. The ruling gods, therefore, are divided in a threefold manner, and some of them indeed are united to the intellectual kings, and extend the whole series under themselves to a union with those kings. But others give completion to the middle genera, and distribute the all-perfect progression of these gods, and others close the end of this order, and unfold the powers of these divinities to secondary natures. This being the case, those gods that are arranged in the summits do not immediately participate of the similitude of the assimilative gods, but some of them are in a certain respect established above it, and are essentially connected with the intellectual gods, but others proceed from it, and are mingled with the secondary genera. Hence, those only who give completion to the middle breadth genuinely define in themselves the hyparxis of this order. We, therefore, likewise beginning from these, shall embrace by a reasoning process the whole theory of Plato, for we shall find in these the perfect measures of the ruling order, perfectly delivered to us by him. Again, therefore, let us refer the whole progression of these middle orders to a triad, it being allotted a division of this kind supernally from the three intellectual fathers. Hence, indeed, this whole order of gods is suspended from the demiurgic monad. But the demiurgic intellect produces indeed some of them from itself and the intellectual father, but others from itself and the whole vivification, and others from appropriate rivers. Hence, also, of the gods that thus derive their subsistence, some are allotted a paternal dignity, and are ruling fathers, but others are allotted a generative, and others an elevating and convertive dignity. But since a certain order of the unpolluted gods is conjoined with each of the intellectual kings, it is indeed necessary that in the ruling gods also a second progression from them should shine forth to the view, and that on this account the guardian order should be connascent with the above-mentioned triple orders, being appropriately consubsistent with each of them, videre licet, paternally indeed in the first, but vivifically in the middle, and intellectually and convertively in the third order. And thus it is necessary that this whole order of gods should be divided by paternal powers and prolific progressions, by powers that lead upward all secondary natures, and by those that are of an undefiled guardian characteristic. For, being allotted their hypostasis from the intellectual gods, some indeed ascend totally into parts, but others partably pour on wholes the exuberant powers of themselves. They likewise distribute the providence of the demiurgus and father, some indeed arranging and adorning the universe with the first, middle, and last forms of production, others educing the rivers of life and pouring them on all things, others elevating the natures that have proceeded, and recalling them to the Father, and others presiding over purity, and being the guardians of secondary natures. Chapter 6. Again, therefore, receiving the beginning of the theory of Plato from the paternal cause, we assert as follows: the Demiurgus and father of this universe being allotted this order in the intellectual kings, as was before demonstrated, as he produced wholes totally, and referred all things to the one form of the world, and the one perfection of the universe, thus also he arranged and adorned the parts of the world, and gave completion to the whole, contriving that all immortal and mortal natures should be generated for the sake of the universe. And this is what Plato introduces him saying in the Timaeus to the junior gods, quote, "That mortal natures therefore may exist, and that this universe may be truly all, convert yourselves according to nature to the fabrication of animals." Close quote. Since, however, after the monad, it is everywhere necessary that a multitude should be generated proximate to the monad, and that prior to an all-perfect division, united number should subsist. For that which has proceeded to all things is not allied to that which abides, nor is it possible that what is all variously divided should be connascent with that which is impartible. This being the case, the Demiurgus of wholes produces indeed from himself and his father a number proximate to the monad of the fathers. But the three fathers deriving their subsistence from one father, and first receiving the power and dominion of fabrication, produce other second and third fabricators from themselves, till through a diminution proceeding according to appropriate measures, they evolve the whole demiurgic number, the cause of which indeed the demiurgic monad comprehends in itself. The orderly progression, however, of multitude becomes at length apparent, and thus the three ruling fathers of wholes separate their productions by first, middle, and last boundaries of fabrication, and are all of them total. But they are fabricators and fathers of parts totally, through being in continuity indeed with the monad, not changing the form of production, but on account of diminished progression, not possessing an energy impartibly extended to all things. And the one Demiurgus indeed, being arranged prior to the triad, comprehends in himself uniformly the productions of all the demiurgi. But these three fathers multiply the unical dominion and power of the first Demiurgus, divide his impartible production, and lead forth into secondary natures the stable energy of the father. And the exempt monad indeed comprehends in itself the all-perfect measure of the triad according to supreme union, but the triad unfolds into light from itself the undivided power of the monad. Plato, therefore, celebrates indeed in other dialogues these three fabricators and fathers, but particularly in the Gorgias, adducing as a witness of the theory concerning them divinely inspired poetry, he refers the whole progression of them to Saturn, the father of the intellectual gods, and from thence gives to them their first production into light. He exempts, however, the demiurgic intellect from the triadic division of them, co-arranges it with the father, and says that they have an intellectual dominion secondary to him. He likewise calls them the sons of Saturn, but indicates that they are allotted their progression from Jupiter. For there is a twofold Jupiter, both according to Plato and all the theology, as I may say, of the Greeks. The one indeed convolving the end of the intellectual triad to the beginning, but the other being allotted the summit of the ruling triad, and the one being the demiurgus of wholes totally, but the other being allotted the first parts of divided fabrication, and the one indeed being arranged prior to the three fathers, but the other being the first of the three, and proximate to the remaining fathers. Whence also, I think, that many who discuss these particulars are ignorant that Jupiter, the demiurgus of the universe, is not the first of the three fathers, and that Saturn, the leader and ruler of the intellectual kings, is not the same with the demiurgic intellect. For of those who immediately suspend the triad of the ruling fathers from the paternal kingdom of Saturn, some indeed refer the whole fabrication of things to Saturn himself, but others ascribe to the summit of the triad the generation of wholes. Is not, however, each of these impossible? For the one abiding in himself, and converting to himself everything which has proceeded, is exempt from demiurgic production, but the other, being divided oppositely to the total fathers, will not be the impartible fabricator of wholes. For it is necessary that the whole and all-perfect demiurgus of the world should neither be conumerated with the many demiurgi, nor be the same with the cause which is stable and perfectly established in itself. For he has a subsistence contrary to the cause which recalls that which has proceeded, and again exhibits it uneminent from itself. To be present likewise to all things by no means accords with that nature which energizes separately, and takes away its generative power. How, therefore, can he who converts his own children to himself, and shuts his own progeny in himself, possess the same power with the demiurgus, who unfolds all things into light, and produces them into multitude? And how can he who is allotted the universe in conjunction with the remaining demiurgi be uniformly the cause of the universe? For if you are willing, consider each of these three demiurgi, and survey what will happen from this assertion. For we say that the first of them is the cause of essence and of existence to the fabrications in the world, but that the second is the source of the motion, life, and generation of sensibles, and that the third is the cause of the divided production of form, of partible circumscription, and of the circular conversion of wholes to their one principle. We likewise definitely assert these things, admitting that the fabrication of each of the three extends to the whole world. But surveying the peculiar mode of fabrication in each, we say that the first is the effector of essence, the second of life, and the third of intellect, and that the first is the cause of hyparxis, the second of motion, and the third of conversion. Hence, the whole world, so far as it participates of being, is produced from the first father, but so far as it subsists through motion, and is generation, it receives its progression from the second father, and so far as it is perfectly divided, and after all various division, is converted to its proper principle, it is produced from the third father. Chapter 7. These things therefore, being thus determined, we may see how in the Timaeus, the demiurgus and father of this universe at one and the same time impartibly constitutes the world, gives to it essence and supplies it with existence, fashioning bodies, generating souls in the middle of an impartible and partible essence, and constituting intellects ingenerably, i.e., without generation, and indivisibly from the first genera. And farther still, besides these things, he distributes different motions to souls and bodies, divides each of them all variously according to harmonic reasons, binds them by analogies, and converts them to himself and his own will. How, therefore, can we any longer rank such a demiurgus as this in the same order with one of these three fathers? For those things which they are said to give to the universe divisibly, he constitutes impartibly from himself. Nor does he produce some things precedeniously, and others according to accident. But by his very being he generates essence, supplies motions, and extends the divisions of mundane forms, and after the progression of other things, converts all things to himself, abiding in his own accustomed manner. In the second place, therefore, we say that the three demiurgi differ from each other because the first paternally comprehends the rest, and is the father of this whole triad. But the second is the power of the triad, and participates of the extremes according to the peculiarity of powers. And the third is the intellect of the triad, and contains the paternal and intellectual power by participation. And, in short, the first is the father of both, but the second is the power of both, and the third is the intellect of both. How, therefore, can the demiurgus of wholes be the same with one of the above-mentioned fathers? For he, as Timaeus says, is the father of all the world, and is allotted in himself a paternal power, and divine intellect, converting all things to the watchtower of himself. Again, therefore, we find that the partible peculiarities of the three demiurgi pre-exist in him impartibly and uniformly. And as the demiurgic triad participates of union with him on account of the uncircumscribed transcendency of the monad, thus also the monad antecedently and occultly comprehends in itself the triad according to the power of cause. Nor is it proper to confound these with each other, but it is requisite to exempt the monad from the triad, and to suspend the triad from the monad. And neither ought we to make the three fathers the rulers of total fabrication, nor to rank the first of them in the same order with the one demiurgus. For a coordinated entirely differs from an exempt cause, and that which produces all things according to comprehension perfectly differs from that which is similarly present to all things, and is equally distant from all things. Besides this also, multitude is everywhere suspended from its proper monad, and as the one precedes the total orders of things, so likewise each order of the gods has its progression from a monad, since also each god is allotted a union which antecedes the multitude he contains. But if the whole genus of the gods and each god proceed after the same manner, it is also necessary that each of the divided orders should have the same mode of subsistence. In the third place, we say that both Plato and the ancient theology of the Greeks assert that these three demiurgi divide the uniform kingdom of their father Saturn, and that one of these three everywhere arranges and adorns the first of wholes, another the middles, and another the extremities of wholes, and that each is allotted this order not in fabrication only, but also in the providence of partial souls. For of these, some indeed are arranged and perfected under the first, prior to generation, but others that give completion to generation are arranged under the second, and others that require purification after generation are perfected under the third. Moreover, the first demiurgus, as it is written in the Timaeus, produces the whole world. For he constitutes the circulation of the same, and arranges and adorns the circulation of the different, and all sublunary natures as far as to the earth, which he fabricated to be the guardian of night and day, being immovably fixed about the axis, which is extended through the poles of the universe. He also fills the whole parts of the world with their proper numbers, and gives generation to all of them, both to those that revolve manifestly, and to those that become manifest when they please. Again, he defines the whole period to partial souls, the measures of their descent into generation, the vicissitudes of the present life, and their restitutions to their kindred star. And he is also said to unfold to them all the laws of fate, and to point out to them the nature of the universe. Hence, he is not one of these three fathers, nor is he co-arranged with them, but is perfectly exempt from the triad. According, likewise, to the proper prerogative of his empire, he is expanded separately above each, and in common above all of them. And the operations indeed of these fathers are divided about him, and are distinguished by more partial boundaries. But his fabrication is uncircumscribed, is one whole, and is impartible. Chapter 8. Let it therefore from these things be manifest, that the demiurgic monad is exempt from the ruling fathers, and that according to one undivided cause, he generates beings eternally. But if Jupiter is according to Plato, the one and whole fabricator of the only begotten world, as we have before demonstrated, and we grant these things without being deceived, and if, as it is now said, and Socrates in the Gorgias teaches us, the first of the demiurgi that divide the kingdom of Saturn is in a similar manner called Jupiter, there will be, according to this theory, a twofold Jupiter, the one being an intellectual god prior to the three fathers, but the other being of a ruling, assimilative, and principal nature, and arranged at the summit of the three. For Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto divide, says Plato, the kingdom of their father, three leaders of wholes subsisting from one great king as it were, and producing the one fountain of the demiurgic series into one all-perfect principal triad, which Plato also, indicating, denominates the providence divided in the three a kingdom, attributing the first effective, and the uniform to the gods prior to these. If these, however, are not the only orders of Jupiter, but there is also another Jovian multitude, How this proceeds will be evident in what follows. For all these three fathers participate of the same appellation, and are after the same manner celebrated by poets inspired by Phoebus. But one is called simply Jupiter, another marine Jupiter, and another subterranean Jupiter. The leader, however, of the three possesses primarily the paternal dignity in the triad, and the appellation of the great Jupiter. For on account of the supreme union which he is allotted with the fontal Demiurgos, who is beyond the three, he also participates of the same name as the total Jupiter, without any distinction. And on this account, I think, Socrates in the Cratylus, unfolding to us the arcane and mystic discipline concerning the gods, from names, and at one time co-arranging Jupiter with Saturn, and at another with the remaining demiurgi, does not think it worthwhile to speak twice about the same things. But in the intellectual conceptions about the all-perfect Demiurgos, he also thinks fit to deliver the arcane discipline concerning the first of the three demiurgi, through the truth of names. For, in a certain respect, it was not possible for him to do otherwise, who shows that the theory in things accords with names, since also the father of this triad is inseparably united to the whole Demiurgos. But of these things enough. If you are willing, however, we will add the following observations to what has been said. For perhaps some one may apprehend that the fable in the Gorgias gives to the three sons of Saturn a progression from Saturn proximately, but not, as we have said, through the demiurgic monad as a medium. For again, the three are said to divide the kingdom of Saturn, but not of the whole demiurgus and father. That we may not, however, ignorantly wander beyond measure from the conception of Plato and the truth of things, in consequence of following fabulous fictions, we must affirm from the beginning that both the whole Demiurgos and this triad of the ruling fathers proceed from the father of the intellectual gods. But the whole Demiurgos, proceeding from a whole, impartibly participates of his father. For he abides in the allness of his power, and imitates, if it be lawful so to speak, his uniform and unmultiplied nature, by being monadic and whole, and the father of things first, middle, and last. But the three demiurgi, in a divided manner, participate of, and proceed from, their generating cause, being divided indeed from each other, but dividing his unical providence. And Saturn indeed is a god, one and numerous, establishing multitude in himself, and occultly comprehending it in appropriate boundaries. But Jupiter expresses the paternal monad, and produces the unical nature of it into the providence of wholes. And the three sons of Saturn unfold into light the multitude which is there, in the all-perfect boundary of the triad. Hence also they are said to divide the kingdom of their father, which Jupiter possessed indivisibly. Hence, if it be requisite to speak boldly, he indeed is a proceeding father, hastening to arrange and adorn, and being parturient in order to the generation of wholes. But they distribute his providence. This, however, is the same thing as to say they distribute the providence of Jupiter. For the progression to them was from each of these divinities. From Saturn, indeed, according to the from which, afu, but from Jupiter, according to the by which, ufu. For Jupiter indeed unfolds them into light, but they proceed from the Saturnian addita. If again you are willing to consider the affair according to the Parmenides of Plato, since in the Saturnian order there are both wholeness and parts, if you assume the subsistence there of that which is in another according to whole, but of that which is in itself according to parts, Jupiter indeed, who is prior to the three, proceeds from his father according to whole, but the three demiurgi according to parts. Hence Jupiter reigns, possessing in himself, as Socrates says in the Philebus, a royal intellect. But they reign in a divided manner, and are allotted the universe according to parts. Hence, therefore, the Elean guest in the Politicus celebrates these two intellectual kings, one indeed being the cause of the unapparent life to wholes, and of the other circulation, but the other being the source of the manifest order of things, and of the present period. And he attributes to Jupiter the cause of both these periods. But at one time indeed, he ascribes this cause to Jupiter as leading all things in the universe to the kingdom of Saturn, but at another as binding to himself the providence of secondary natures. For he is united to his father by intellectual bonds, of which Socrates makes mention in the Cratylus. He is likewise a whole extended to a whole, and as it were adapts himself by his own light to the light of his father, and possesses a second dominion. Hence also he is said to define the providence of his father. The Athenian guest, however, in the Laws, extending us to the one demiurgic kingdom, to the law and the total justice which are there, asserts, quote, that God, as it is said, possesses the beginning, middle, and end of all beings, and bounds all things by a circular progression according to nature in a direct path. Close quote. For, because we do not think it right to consider Plato here as speaking of the first God, or of any other of the intellectual or intelligible fathers, but of the whole demiurgus, it is sufficient for those who are moderately able to understand things of this kind, that he is said to bound all things in a direct path, and to proceed circularly according to nature. It is also sufficient that justice is said to be the attendant of this God, being the avenger of those who transgress the divine law. For the first God, and all the gods who are established above the perfective order, are exempt from this rectilinear, and also from the circular progression as Parmenides teaches us. They likewise transcend all motion, but the first that proceeds after motion is the whole and all perfect demiurgos. To this divinity, therefore, it pertains to bound wholes in a direct path, to proceed circularly, and to be followed by justice. For we say indeed that the thing which follows, follows that which is moved. Moreover, the gods who are secondary to the demiurgos have not a unical dominion over wholes, as he has, nor do they antecedently assume the beginnings, middles, and ends of all beings. But some of them indeed preside over partial natures totally, as these three fathers. But others preside over wholes partably, as those who pour upon all things the rivers of life in a divided manner, and others preside over parts partably, as the last of the demiurgi, and who are conversant with the world. The one and impartible demiurgus of wholes therefore alone comprehends in himself the beginning, middle, and end of all beings, and equally rules over all secondary natures according to one cause. But justice follows him, bounding the desert of the whole of things, and circumscribing each thing in its proper limits. And these things the Athenian guest manifests in the above-mentioned words, but Orpheus clearly refers them to the whole demiurgus, for he says that total justice follows him, now reigning over and beginning to arrange and adorn the universe. Quote, "Justice, the abundant punisher of crimes, aid and defense of all things, follows Jove." Close quote. Moreover, that Jupiter comprehends the beginnings, middles, and ends of wholes, the theologist says, in addition to these things, quote, "Jove's the beginning, and the middle's Jove, and all things flow from Jove's prolific mind." Close quote. And it appears to me that Plato, looking to all the Grecian theology, and particularly to the Orphic mystic discipline, says that God, according to the ancient assertion, possesses the beginning, middle, and end of all things, bounding the whole of things in a direct path, and proceeding circularly according to nature, and that he has justice for his attendant, through which everything that departs from the providential empire of Jupiter is converted to it, and obtains an appropriate end. Through these things, therefore, we have reminded the reader that the Athenian guest also, looking to the whole demiurgus, proclaims things of this kind to his pupils. If, however, these things are rightly determined, it is indeed entirely necessary to exempt the one demiurgus according to essence, from these three demiurgi. For if one of them indeed comprehends the beginnings of everything in the world, but another the middles, and another everywhere convolves the ends, is it not necessary that he who uniformly rules over the universe should be established above divided causes? But the Athenian guest gives to him a power generative of this triad of demiurgi. For if he comprehends the beginnings, middles, and ends of the whole of things, according to the primary cause indeed, he generates the demiurgus, who arranges and adorns first natures; but according to middle causes, the demiurgus, who gives completion to the middle boundaries of fabrication; and according to the end, the demiurgus, who adapts an appropriate production to the last of things. End of chapter 8. Chapters 9 to 11 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Athenian guest, therefore, does all but clearly say that the distribution to the three sons of Saturn, the measures of providence, and in short progression, are suspended from the great Jupiter, and that it is he who supernally defines their allotments, and uniformly comprehends all of them in himself. Moreover, with respect to the assertions that he bounds all things in a direct path, and that he proceeds circularly according to nature, the former of these manifests the progression of wholes from him. For the direct is a symbol of progression, but the latter manifests the conversion of wholes to him. For he, being intellectually converted in and to himself, convolves all things to the watchtower of himself. But if the straight and the circular first subsist in the perfective Gods, the demiurgus of wholes is filled indeed from thence, but fills the natures posterior to himself with the powers that proceed from him. And as, according to the triple cause of wholes, he constitutes the triad of demiurgi in conjunction with his father, thus also, according to these twofold powers, he generates twofold orders of Gods, one indeed which adorns a sensible nature, according to the straight which is in him, but the other which elevates all things to him, according to the circular. Moreover, because he proceeds indeed from the whole fabrication, i.e. from Rhea, but participates of the perfective triad, he connects this straight and circular with motion. For to bound according to the straight, and to proceed circularly, designate motion, the former indeed being significant of motion proceeding to all things, and adorning all things with boundaries, forms, and reasons, but the latter of motion convolving to itself, and calling upward all things to itself. Again, therefore, Plato, placing in the one demiurgus the cause of the triad, exempts him who abides as it were in himself from production according to parts, but attributes to the triad a division according to the demiurgus. For Timaeus also, by placing in him a paternal cause, a generative power, and a royal intellect, theologizes the same things about him as the Athenian guest. The paternal indeed is everywhere principal, but power belongs to the middle, and intellect closes the end of the triad. For power, according to the oracle, is with them, i.e. with father and intellect, but intellect is from him, i.e. from the father. Hence, of the natures which have proceeded, one is the father of the whole triad, but another the intellect of it. And one indeed is allotted the beginning of total fabrication, but another gives completion to the middle of the generation of wholes, and another bounds the end of it. Nor must we here omit to observe the accuracy of Plato, but survey how the Athenian guest magnificently celebrates the extremities of the three demiurgi by more singular names, calling one the beginning, and the other the end, but that which is between the extremes, even in causes, he manifests through multitude. For he denominates it middles, since power also, as being coordinate with the infinite, or rather being a certain infinity, is the cause of multitude and division to wholes. Hence also of the three demiurgi, one indeed is the cause to mundane natures of a stable collocation, but another of generation proceeding to all things, and another of the circulation of things to the principle of their progression. Let us, however, return whence we digressed to the discussion concerning the first demiurgus, in which it was said that Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto divide the kingdom of their father. For prior to these, the demiurgus received the kingdom of his father in an undivided and uniform manner. For both the demiurgic monad and the triad were thence allotted their progression from the beginning, and their dominion over secondary natures, but the former impartibly, and the latter partably, and the former monadically, but the latter triadically. That you may not therefore think that these three proceed after the same manner from the Father, as the one king who is prior to the three, Socrates in the Gorgias, in the form of a fable, says that they divide the kingdom of the Father, and on this account require secondary laws and a subordinate order, and which is adapted to parts. For the law under Saturn, and the law of Jupiter, who recently possesses the kingdom of his father, appear to be by no means adapted to the providence of those powers who produce a partial and various form of life. And do you not see how Socrates gives to total Jupiter and to Saturn an exempt transcendency, and connects one law with both kingdoms? But to the three demiurgi that divide the kingdom, he definitely assigns, as it were, another polity, and more various laws commensurate to the subjects of their providential care. For he says that Pluto and the curators were present, inquiring of Jupiter respecting the second legislation, but that he placed over partible lives other judges and laws adapted to these lives. Again, therefore, Jupiter, who definitely assigns things of this kind, and who generates the three judges, is not the same with the Jupiter who is prior to the three demiurgi. For the latter was together with his father according to a prior law, and the simplicity of a divine life. But the former, together with Pluto, leads into order and bound the variety of partial natures, and is the leader of secondary laws. The divine law, therefore, is, with the intellectual kings, Saturn and Jupiter, and also justice, the avenger of those who transgress the divine law, as the Athenian guest says. But other more various laws are with the three sons of Saturn, and also judges, coordinate to such like laws, as it is written in the Gorgias. And there indeed, id est, with the intellectual kings, all things are impartibly and unitedly. But here, id est, with the three sons of Saturn, all things subsist in a divided and partible manner, and the things which are there being primary, the law indeed is more Saturnian. But justice follows the great Jupiter, and the laws indeed pertaining to secondary natures confer perfection under the first of the sons of Saturn. But the judges give completion to the empire of the third of these sons, and Pluto participates from the second Jupiter of the separation of the laws, in the same manner as the total Jupiter receives from Saturn the one law, which is to be the co-administrator with him in the total fabrication of things. In short, the Jupiter, who is co-arranged with Neptune and Pluto, is the summit of the ruling triad, but the Jupiter who is co-arranged with Saturn and the mistress Rhea is the third of the intellectual triad. Hence also Socrates in the Cratylus at one time ascends from Jupiter to Saturn, and conjoins the two kingdoms, but at another time he proceeds from Jupiter to Neptune and Pluto, and unfolds this one ruling triad, just as in the Gorgias he weaves together the Saturnian and Jovian order, when he says that there is one and the same law in both. He co-arranges therefore the second and more partial Jupiter with Pluto, according to the apparent correction of the prior law, and the distribution of the second laws. And thus much may suffice concerning these particulars. Footnote to Chapter 10. The following observations were written in the margin of the manuscript copy of this work of Proclus by some scholiast or commentator. Quote, "For end and that which is perfected, and the possession of beginning, middles, and end, first subsist in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods. And on this account, figure also there presents itself to the view. This triad, therefore, in the whole assimilative series, is analogous to intelligibles and intellectuals, as having from them the beginning, middles, and end. For the Demiurgus produced this triad according to the similitude of the perfective triad, and connected the straight and the circular with motion. For to bound in a direct path, and to proceed circularly, are definitive of motion, as was said by Proclus in the chapter prior to this. And as this triad has these properties from intelligibles and intellectuals, thus also the whole series of assimilative Gods possess them from this triad. Hence, this triad of partial demiurgi is analogous to the intelligible and intellectual fathers, i.e., to the perfective power." Close quote. Chapter 10. It now remains that we should begin to speak about these three fathers, following the mystic narrations of Plato, since all of them are suspended from the demiurgic monad, and present themselves to our view as the second in rank after it. These three leaders, therefore, of wholes and rulers are emitted indeed from the intellectual fathers, and are divided according to them, but they are unfolded into light in all the partible orders of the Gods. For among the rulers they are allotted the first order, and are analogous to the intelligible and intellectual fathers in the whole assimilative series, and having made a second progression in the liberated Gods, they rule over the universe. Together also with the mundane Gods, they give completion to the apparent order of things being allotted in one way an essence in the heavens, but in another way distributing the total parts in the sublunary region, but everywhere energizing paternally and demiurgically, expanding the one fabrication and adapting it to parts. With respect, however, to the allotment and distribution of them, in the first place, if you please, it is according to the whole universe, the first of them producing essences, the second lives and generations, and the third administering formal divisions, and the first indeed establishing in the one demiurgus all things that thence proceed, but the second calling all things into progression, and the third converting all things to itself. In the second place, the allotment and division of them are according to the parts of the universe, for the first of them adorns the inerratic sphere and the circulation of it, but the second governs the planetary region, and perfects the multiform, efficacious, and prolific motions in it, and the last administers the sublunary region, and intellectually perfects the terrestrial world. Again, in the third place, we may survey, in that which is generated, these three demiurgic progressions, since Timaeus also here makes mention of the offspring of Saturn. Jupiter, therefore, administers the summit of generated natures, and governs the spheres of fire and air. But Neptune all variously moves the middle and very mutable elements, and is the inspective guardian of every moist essence which is beheld in air and water. And Pluto providentially attends to the earth, and to everything in the earth. Hence also he is called terrestrial Jupiter. In the fourth place, therefore, in the whole of generation, Jupiter indeed is allotted the summits and the parts which are raised above others, in which also are the allotments of happy souls, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, because they then live under Jupiter beyond generation. But Neptune is allotted cavities and cavernous places, with which generation, motion, and the incursion of concussions are conversant. Hence they call this god the earth shaker. And Pluto is allotted the places under the earth, various streams, Tartarus itself, and in short, the places in which souls are judged and punished. Whence also of souls themselves they say that such of them as have not yet proceeded into generation, but abide in the intelligible, are Jovian, but that such as are conversant with generation are arranged under Neptune, and that such as are purified and punished after generation, and wander under the earth according to a journey of 1,000 years, or which are again converted and led back to their principle, are perfected under Pluto. In the fifth place, therefore, we must say that the allotments of these divinities are divided according to the centres of the universe, and Jupiter indeed has the eastern centre, as being allotted an order analogous to fire, but Neptune the middle centre, which pertains to vivification, and according to which especially generation enjoys celestial natures, and Pluto the western centre, since we say that the west is coordinate to earth, as being nocturnal, and the cause of the unapparent. For shadow is from earth, and earth is the privation of light from west to east. In short, according to every division of the world, we admit that the first and most leading parts are Jovian, but we say that the middle parts pertain to the kingdom of Neptune, and we consider the last parts as belonging to the empire of Pluto. Chapter 11. Through these things, therefore, the triad of the ruling fathers has been celebrated by us. Let us, however, survey another order in this progression, prolific and vivific, and which is delivered by Plato in a divinely inspired manner. For the proximate decrements and generations from all the intellectual fathers are unfolded into light in the assimilative gods. For here the partible progressions exist of things which there subsist uniformly, since it is lawful for progeny, which everywhere are allotted an order inferior to their causes, to give multitude to the monads, and to multiply the stable hypostases of them, and to render the energies of the simplicity, which is in first natures, more composite. As therefore, from the paternal monad, Saturn, a triad subsists of ruling demiurgi, thus also from the vivific fountain, Rhea, which is allotted the middle centre in the intellectual gods, the vivific order of the assimilative gods is emitted. And here also there is a triad connectedly contained by one monad, since the paternal triad also subsists according to one perfect intellect, and was, as we have said, monadic. After the same manner, therefore, the triad, which is the supplier of life, is monadic, being indeed full of prolific power, and full of undefiled perfection. It likewise participates of the whole vivification, and, through the rivers of life, fills all secondary natures with generative goods, and produces the vivific light into the unenvying and exuberant participation of subordinate essences. And it converts indeed all things to itself, but is present to all things, and imparts to them its own appropriate powers. It likewise pervades from on high as far as to the last parts of the world, but everywhere preserves the union of itself, unmingled with its participants. And it embosoms indeed the generative, perfect, and beneficent light of the demiurgic monad, but weaves together with the third father, Pluto, the order of life, and co-arranges the boundaries of wholes in a becoming manner. In short, it extends itself from the middle to all the genera of rulers, both the first and the last, and together with them indeed it perfects all secondary natures, and co-arranges that which is generative with the demiurgos. In addition to these things also, it illuminates all things with an analogous power, and connects the undefiled with the convertive peculiarity. For stable power pertains indeed to the demiurgic genera, but undefiled purity to the elevating genera. Plato, therefore, in the same manner as Orpheus, calls this triad by one name, but in a certain respect he also indicates the multitude of the powers it contains. For all the theology of the Greeks denominates the second vivification choric, it est, virginal, and conjoins it with the whole vivific fountain. Plato also says that it has its hypostasis from this fountain, and energizes together with it. For effects are never divulsed from the providence of their causes, but wanderings indeed and investigations belong to the powers that energize providentially, just as participations according to periods pertain to the subjects of providential energy. The divine cause, however, of a partible life, id est Proserpine, conjoins herself from eternity with the whole vivific fountain, id est with Ceres, which theologists call the mother of the ruling goddess. And Plato everywhere conjoins Proserpine with Ceres, and he pre-establishes indeed the latter as a generative cause, but he celebrates the former as being filled from the latter, and filling secondary natures. Since, however, the choric order is twofold, one indeed shining forth above the world, where it is also co-arranged with Jupiter, and constitutes with him the one demiurgus of partible natures, id est Bacchus, but the other, and which is secondary, shining forth in the world, where also it is said to be ravished by Pluto, and to animate the extremities of the universe, which are under the administration of Pluto. This being the case, Plato perfectly unfolds to us both these, at one time indeed conjoining Proserpine with Ceres, but at another with Pluto, and evincing that she is the wife of this god. For the rumour of theologists who delivered to us the most holy mysteries in Eleusis says that above indeed Proserpine abides in the dwellings of her mother, which her mother had fabricated in inaccessible places, exempt from the universe, but that beneath she governs terrestrial concerns in conjunction with Pluto, rules over the recesses of the earth, extends life to the extremities of the universe, and imparts soul to things which are of themselves inanimate and dead. Where also you may wonder that Proserpine associates with Jupiter indeed and Pluto, the former, as fables say, violating, but the latter ravishing the goddess, but is not connected with Neptune. For he alone of the sons of Saturn is not conjoined with Proserpine. The reason, however, of this is that Neptune, possessing the middle centre in the triad, is allotted a vivific dignity and power, and is characterized according to this. From himself, therefore, he has the vivific cause, animates the whole of his proper allotment, and fills it with middle life from his own peculiarity. For Pluto, indeed, is the supplier of wisdom and intellect to souls according to Socrates in the Quartiles. But Jupiter is the cause of existence to beings, as the father of the triad. Proserpine, therefore, being co-arranged with the extremes, and prior to the world, with Jupiter indeed paternally, but in the world with Pluto, according to the beneficent will of the father. In the former case she is said to be violated by Jupiter, but in the latter to be ravished by Pluto, in order that the first and last of fabrications may participate of vivification. For, as the whole fountain of life, Rhea, being conjoined with the whole, according to one impartible cause, illuminates all things with life, thus also Proserpine, weaving in conjunction with the leaders of the universe things first, middle, and last, illuminates them with the vivification of herself. Moreover, we may know from Plato, through these signs, the union of the whole triad, since, denominating it Chori, it est a virgin, or Proserpine, he celebrates it with Ceres. But again, we must survey where it is that he indicates the division of the triad. For there are three monads in it, and one of them is arranged as being the highest according to hyparxis, but another is arranged according to the power which is definitive of life, and another according to vivific intellect. And theologists indeed are accustomed to call the first of these choric, it est, virginal Diana, but the second Proserpine, and the third choric Minerva. I speak, however, of the authors of the Grecian theology, since among the barbarians, it est the Chaldeans, the same things are manifested through other names. For they indeed call the first monad Hecate, but the middle monad soul, and the third virtue. Since therefore these things are made known to us after this manner by the names of the Greeks, Plato indeed indicates the order of choric Minerva by denominating Minerva mistress, celebrating her as Chori, asserting that she is the cause of the whole of virtue, and calling her the lover of wisdom, and the lover of war, and also Ethanoe, as being intelligence in manners. For all these names sufficiently represent to us her intellectual and ruling nature, and that power of her which promptly supplies the whole of virtue. But in the same dialogue he indicates the order of Proserpine, celebrating her as Pherepata, and employing this name, which is likewise used by all other theologists. These things he manifests in the Quartiles, where he unfolds the truth concealed in the name of Pherepata, and in the same dialogue he indicates the order of Diana by calling her skillful in virtue. For it is evident that the whole triad, being united to itself, the first monad of the triad unically comprehends the third is converted to the first, and the middle has a power extending to both. There are, therefore, these three vivific monads, videre licet, Diana, Proserpine, and our mistress, Minerva. And the first of these indeed is the summit of the whole triad, and which also converts to herself the third. But the second is a power vivific of wholes, and the third is a divine and undefiled intellect, comprehending in one, in a ruling manner, total virtues. Timaeus, therefore, manifests this, calling the third monad Minerva philosophic, as being full of intellectual knowledge and true wisdom, but philopolemic, as the cause of undefiled power, and the inspective guardian of the whole of fortitude. And again, the Athenian guest calls her Chori, as being a virgin, and as purifying from all conversion to externals. If, however, you are willing, we will survey the triad of Chori, from what is said in the Cratylus concerning Pherapata. She is called therefore wisdom, and is said to come into contact with that which is generated and borne along. She also produces fear in those that hear her name, and excites astonishment in the multitude. With respect to the appellation of wisdom, therefore, it is evident that it is a sign of the characteristic property of Minerva, and the summit of virtue. For if in us all the sciences are the first of the virtues, how is it possible that wisdom should not be rightly denominated the first effective cause of all the virtues? And if philosophy pertains to her so far as she is wisdom, and immaterial intelligence, but not because she is indigent of wisdom, for no one of the gods, says Diotima, philosophizes. On this account, therefore, she is not indigent of wisdom, and the intellectual good of the ruling order entirely pertains to her. But to come into contact with that which is borne along, and with generation, will in a particular manner be adapted to soul. For it is soul that knows everything which is generated, and continually communicates with it. She likewise, in a certain respect, comes entirely into contact with that which is borne along. Moreover, the incommensurability of Pherapata with multitude, and the terror and astonishment which she excites, are indicative of the power in her which is exempt from all things, which is unapparent to the many and unknown. For the barbarians also, i.e. the Chaldeans, call the goddess who is the leader of this triad dire and terrible. Hence Plato does not more clearly indicate these things to us about this mighty goddess than the barbarians, but he announces names adapted to the theology concerning her. To the Chori, therefore, that is beneath, and that associates with Pluto, all the above mentioned particulars are inherent according to participation, and as some one might say, according to similitude to the total Chori. But they are inherent in the ruling Chori, according to the first hypostasis, and in reality these three goddesses are consubsistent. As likewise the whole vivific deity comprehends in herself the fountains of virtue and soul, which the Demiurgus also imparts to the world, causing it to subsist perfectly. Thus too, this deity, Chori, possessing the primary cause of all the partible forms of life, possesses likewise the principle of souls and of the virtues, and on this account the ascent to partial souls, such as ours, is through similitude, and virtue is a similitude to the gods. Hence also the form of each of these, I mean of virtue and soul, presubsist in the assimilative gods, since likewise the immortality of souls is inferred by Socrates from their similitude to divinity. If therefore they are allotted immortality essentially, it is indeed necessary that the cause which assimilates them to divinity should primarily be in the gods, for they are assimilated to their fountain, but they participate of similitude from the assimilative causes. Hence in these, the cause of such an immortality of souls as this shines forth. On this account also, Socrates, arguing from similitude, says it is fit that souls should govern and despotically rule over bodies, since they are allotted the power of governing and despotically ruling from the same cause from which they derive their similitude to divinity. The one cause itself, therefore, of all the partible forms of life pre-exists in the assimilative rulers. But one whole and impartible virtue exists prior to all the virtues which afford a similitude to a divine nature, and neither is the essential similitude of souls, nor the similitude of virtue, derived from any other source than that of these rulers and principles. Since, however, there are, as we have said, triple monads in chori, and one indeed establishes all things in itself, but another leads all things into generation, for it belongs to soul to generate, and another converts all things to itself, for this is the illustrious work of virtue. And since all things are perfectly prearranged in chori, this being the case, the monad which associates with Pluto participates indeed in a certain respect of the extremes, but is particularly allotted its progression according to the middle. Hence also it is called Proserpine, because it comes into contact, as we have observed, with generation and things which are borne along. For the unmingled and the virginal were adapted to the extremes, but mixture and a contact with generated natures are adapted to the middle, which rejoices in progressions and multiplications. This ravishment, therefore, of chori is indeed perfectly established in Proserpine, but she also imparts herself and the vivification proceeding from herself to the last of things. Hence, likewise, Socrates in the Cratylus co-arranges Proserpine with Pluto, but everywhere ranks total chori with Ceres, and comprehends her in the name of chori. The power, however, which proceeds from her to the realms beneath, he comprehends in the name of Proserpine, for the psychical nature is in this power essentially, but the remaining things are in it, as we have said, according to representation, and not primarily. And thus much concerning the vivific triad, since Plato has delivered to us but few auxiliaries about it, from which, as from firestones rubbed against each other, it is possible to enkindle the light of truth. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 to 13 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. In the third place, let us discuss the elevating among the ruling gods, and the triad which converts all things to their principle. For, since there are three intellectual monads, as we have said, which are prearranged in the gods prior to these, three triads of the ruling gods proceed conformably to those monads. The paternal triad, indeed, conformably to the first intellectual monad, whence also they are called the sons of Saturn, and are said to have divided the kingdom of their father. But the vivific triad conformably to the middle monad, whence also we are accustomed to co-arrange chori with Ceres, as with a precedaneous cause, and the convertive triad, conformably to the third monad. Hence, likewise, we establish the peculiar cause of this triad in the Demiurgos, for all the triads of the ruling gods are suspended from the demiurgic monad, and the progression to all of them is from this. One of them, however, he constitutes in conjunction with his father, another in conjunction with the vivific goddess, and another from the fountain in himself. For in the all-perfect Demiurgos there are many fountains, which exist prior to all the second and third generations. For there the fountain of ideas subsists, according to which he adorns the universe, fashions the several particulars in it with forms and reasons, and arranges and leads them into bound and morphe. For the fountain of souls likewise, and the fountain of all the intellectual gods which proceed from him are there. For he possesses a royal soul, and a royal intellect according to the power of cause, as Socrates says in the Philebus. For there also the fontal sun subsists. Hence Timaeus, after the generation of the seven bodies, and their position into total circulations, says that the Demiurgos enkindled that light which we now call the sun in the second of the revolutions from the earth, as affording an hypostasis to the sun from his own essence. For that which enkindles the whole sun produces it, and constitutes that which is enkindled. The Demiurgos, therefore, possessing and comprehending in himself the solar fountain, generates likewise in conjunction with the principles and rulers of wholes, solar powers, and the triad of solar gods, through which all things are elevated, perfected, and filled with intellectual goods, from one monad indeed, participating unpolluted light and intelligible harmony, but from the remaining two, efficacious power, acme and demiurgic perfection. How, therefore, does Plato deliver to us these divine orders, and where does he indicate concerning them? Here then he comprehends the whole triad through one name, in the same manner as he does the triad prior to it. And as there he manifests the whole genus of the vivific principles by the name of chori, so likewise in these he denominates the whole triad apolloniacal. But he indicates the multitude in this triad by the many powers of this god. In the first place, therefore, let us survey how Plato, in the same manner as Orpheus, considers the sun to be in a certain respect the same as Apollo, and how he venerates the communion of these gods. For Orpheus clearly says that the sun is the same with Apollo, and asserts this, as I may say, through the whole of his poetry. But the Athenian guest indicates this through the union of these divinities, constructing a common temple to Apollo and the sun, and at one time making mention of both, but at another of one only, in consequence of their subsisting according to one union. But he says as follows, quote, "Every year after the conversions of the sun from summer to winter, it is requisite that the whole city should assemble in the temple common to the sun and Apollo, consecrating 3 of the citizens to the god." In these words, therefore, speaking in common about both these divinities, that it is fit there should be a temple of Apollo and the sun, into which it is necessary the whole city should assemble, after the summer solstice, he discourses in what follows about both, as if they were one, adding that 3 of the citizens should be consecrated to the god, thus recurring from the division to the union of both. But elsewhere he latently indicates the communion of them with each other. And again, in what follows, at one time he says that the citizens consecrated to the god should offer common first fruits to the sun and Apollo, but at another to the sun alone, in consequence of Apollo being in the sun. According to Plato, therefore, there is a kindred conjunction of these divinities, a communion of powers, and an ineffable union. Socrates also, in the Cratylus, proposing to discover the essence of Apollo from his appellation, ascends to the simplicity of his hyparxis, to his power of unfolding truth into light, and to his intellect, which is the cause of knowledge, thus sufficiently indicating to us the unmultiplied, simple, and uniform nature of the God. But in the sixth book of the Republic, arranging the sun analogous to the good, and sensible light to the light proceeding from the good, to the intelligible, and calling the light which is present to the intelligible from the good, truth, connecting likewise intellect and the intelligible with each other, he evidently collects together these two series, I mean the Apolloniacal and the solar. For each of these is analogous to the good. But sensible light and intellectual truth are analogous to superessential light, and these three lights are successive to each other, videre licet the divine, the intellectual, and sensible light, the last indeed pervading to sensibles from the visible sun, but the second extending from Apollo to intellectuals, and the first from the good to intelligibles. Again, therefore, these gods are demonstrated to be connascent with each other according to their analogy to the good, but together with union they have also a separation adapted to them. Hence, by poets inspired by Phoebus, the different generative causes and fountains of them are celebrated, from which, being allotted their hypostasis, they are separated from each other. But they are likewise celebrated by these poets as mutually connascent and united, and are praised by the appellations of each other. For the sun vehemently rejoices to be celebrated in hymns as Apollo, and Apollo, when he is invoked as the sun, benevolently causes the light of truth to shine forth. If therefore the hyparxes of these divinities are united to and subsist together with each other, but many powers of Apollo are delivered to us by Plato himself, and are happily allotted an appropriate theory, it is certainly proper to collect from these by a reasoning process the solar progressions. But I say these things looking to Socrates in the Cratylus, and his conceptions through images which are there delivered of the Apolloniacal powers. For the name of this God, being one, unfolds all his powers to the lovers of the contemplation of truth. This, therefore, is a very illustrious indication of the Apolloniacal peculiarity, videre licet, to collect multitude into one, to comprehend number in unity, to produce many things from one, and through intellectual simplicity to convolve to himself all the variety of secondary natures, and by one hyparxis to unite in one multiform essences and powers. This, Socrates says, happens to the name Apollo, it being sufficient to signify in one the various and different powers of the God, so that receiving his last image, and the most obscure representation from him, it is assimilated to his unific and collective hyparxis, and contributes to our recollection of the Apolloniacal peculiarity. This one name, therefore, possesses occultly many indications of the powers of the God, and by this simplicity indeed, which is exempt from multitude, the truth which the God through prophecy unfolds to secondary natures is presented to our view. For the simple is the same with the true, but by the representation in his name of dissolution and liberation, the purifying and undefiled nature of the God is signified, and also his power, which is the savior of wholes. By his emission of eros, his power is indicated, which is subversive of everything inordinate, confused, and incommensurate, through a cause which is the source of the ejaculation of eros. And by his revolution, the harmonious motion of wholes, and the symphony which coalesces in itself and binds all things are indicated. Referring, therefore, these four powers of the God to forms adapted to the powers, we may thus accommodate them to the solar monads. Hence, the first of these monads is enunciative of truth and the intellectual light which subsists occultly in the gods themselves. But the second is subversive of everything confused and exterminative of all disorder. And the third renders all things commensurate and friendly to each other through harmonic reasons. An undefiled, however, and most pure cause presides over these monads, illuminating all things with perfection, and a subsistence according to nature, and expelling the contraries to these. Of the solar triad, therefore, the first monad indeed unfolds intellectual light and announces it to all secondary natures, fills all things with total truth, and elevates them to the intellect of the gods. And this, we say, is the employment of the prophetic power of Apollo, videre licet, to lead forth into light the truth comprehended in divine natures, and to perfect that which is unknown to secondary natures. But the second and third monads emit efficacious and demiurgic acme, in order to the production of wholes, and perfect energy, according to which they adorn indeed everything sensible, but exterminate the inordinate and indefinite from the universe. And one of these monads is analogous to the production in wholes, through music, and to the harmonious providence of things that are moved. But another is analogous to the power which is subversive of all disorder, and of the confusion and tumult which are contrary to form, and to the arrangement of wholes. And the remaining monad, which supplies all things with an envying and exuberant communication of what is beautiful, which extends the beneficial, and imparts true blessedness, closes indeed the solar principles, but guards its triple progression. In a similar manner also it illuminates ascending natures with the perfect and intellectual measure of a happy life, presiding in the sun analogous to the purifying and Poionian powers of the king Apollo. From what is written likewise in the Republic concerning the sun, we may be able to collect the same things by a reasoning process, for Socrates there gives to it a transcendency exempt from everything generated, and says that it is established above things which are borne along in a sensible nature, just as the good is perfectly exempt from intelligibles. He likewise says that the sun generates sense, that which is sensible, and generated natures, just as the good produces essence and true being, and is antecedently the cause of intellect and intelligibles. If therefore this sensible world is generated, and generation, as Timaeus says, and a divine generated nature, as it is asserted in the Republic, but the sun is beyond generation, as Socrates affirms, and in short is allotted an essence different from sensibles, it is perfectly evident that it is allotted a supermundane order in the world, and exhibits an unbegotten transcendency in generated natures, and an intellectual dignity in sensibles. Hence Timaeus also delivers a twofold progression of the sun from the demiurgos, one indeed being co-arranged with the other planets, but the other exempt, supernatural and unknown. For the Demiurgos, when producing the 7 bodies of the planets, and placing them in their proper circulations, at the same time constitutes the sun with the other planets, arranging the moon, the first from the earth, but the sun in the second circulation, and after these he enkindles a light in the solar sphere, similar to none of the others. Nor does he receive this light from the subject matter, but himself produces and generates it from himself, and extends, as it were, from certain addita to mundane natures a symbol of intellectual essences, and unfolds to the universe that which is arcane in the gods that are above the world. Hence also the sun, when he first appeared, astonished the mundane gods, and all of them were desirous to dance round him, and to be filled with his light. This world likewise is beautiful and solar form. As we have said, therefore, from the fabrication of the universe in the Timaeus, the sun is demonstrated to possess this order beyond sensibles, and to be allotted in essence above everything which is generated. But everything in the world receives from him perfection and essence. Hence also Socrates in the Republic calls the sun the offspring of the good, the Demiurgos of a generated nature, and the author of all mundane light. These things therefore we must likewise understand analogously about the ruling order of the god, for they are thence communicated to this visible sun, and on this account here also the sun is allotted an exempt transcendency with respect to the gods in the world, because he possesses a presidineous hypostasis among the leaders and rulers of wholes. Farther still, in those gods likewise, the first effective cause of light subsists, generating those supermundane and intellectual rays through which souls and all the more excellent genera obtain an elevating progression. With these gods also there is the demiurgic duad, which produces both simple and composite natures, those that are of a more ruling, and those that are of an inferior order. And in short, this demiurgic duad governs the twofold coordinations of the world. Hence those who are wise in divine concerns call this primary cause of light and the demiurgic duad hands, as being efficacious, motive, and fabricative of wholes. But they establish them to be twofold, the one indeed being dexter, but the other sinister, which things also Timaeus admits to be primarily in the celestial periods, and says that this division is derived from the first demiurgos. If therefore the demiurgic monad constituted the solar order prior to the world, why is it wonderful that in that order he should establish this division according to the right and left? For Socrates also calls the motive powers of the Parsi hands, and says that the eldest of the three moves the universe with both her hands, so that we must not refuse to transfer the name of hands to divine concerns. Moreover, will not likewise the last of the solar principles, according to Plato, be that from which the interpreters of divine concerns say a happy life and unpolluted fruits are derived to wholes, since he calls the sun the offspring of the good, and this essentially pertains to it? For it is evident that as the good extends felicity to all beings, thus also the sun extends to mundane natures measures of felicity adapted to each, and gives completion to this through similitudes and a tendency to the whole demiurgos. Hence also, I think, felicity is said to consist in an assimilation to divinity, and felicity pertains to all the gods in the world according to the one ruling cause of them. For thence perfection and blessedness flow upon all things. Chapter 13. And thus much, following Plato, we have collected by a reasoning process concerning these particulars. We shall add, however, to what has been said, the theory pertaining to the unpolluted gods among the ruling divinities. For Plato also gives us an opportunity of mentioning these, since it is necessary that the rulers and leaders of wholes should subsist analogous to the intellectual kings, though they make their progression in conjunction with division and a separation into parts. For, as they imitate the paternal, generative, and convertive powers of the intellectual kings, thus also it is necessary that they should receive the immutable monads in themselves according to the ruling peculiarity, and establish over their own progressions secondary causes of a guardian characteristic. And the mystic tradition indeed of Orpheus makes mention of these more clearly. But Plato, being persuaded by the mysteries, and by what is performed in them, indicates concerning these unpolluted gods. And in the laws, indeed, he reminds us of the inflation of the pipe by the Corybantes, which represses every inordinate and tumultuous motion. But in the Euthydemus, he makes mention of the collocation on a throne, which is performed in the Corybantic mysteries, just as in other dialogues he makes mention of the Curetic order, speaking of the armed sports of the Curetes. For they are said to surround and to dance round the Demiurgus of wholes, when he was unfolded into light from Rhea. In the intellectual gods, therefore, the first Curetic order is allotted its hypostasis, but the order of the Corybantes, which precedes Cory, id est Proserpine, and guards her on all sides, as the Theology says, is analogous to the Curetes in the intellectual order. If, however, you are willing to speak according to Platonic custom, because these divinities preside over purity and preserve the Curetic order undefiled, and also preserve immutability in their generations and stability in their progressions into the worlds, on this account they were called Corybantes. For ta koron is everywhere significant of purity, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, since also you may say that our mistress, Cory, was no otherwise denominated than from purity and an unpolluted life. But in consequence of her alliance to this order, she produces twofold guardian triads, one indeed in conjunction with her father, but the other herself by and from herself, imitating in this respect the whole vivific goddess, for she constitutes the first Curetes. Everywhere, therefore, the guardian and undefiled order is thus denominated by the Grecian theology. Above, however, it is more simple and impartible, but beneath, among the ruling gods, it presents itself to the view with division and variety. Hence, the Corybantes require the Minerval monad, and in a particular manner they are in want of the third Minerval monad, which unites their progression, sustains their armed motion, and in short converts them to their proper principles. Moreover, this number, the triad, is adapted to these guardian powers, as being perfect and uniformly comprehending the beginning, middle, and end of secondary natures. For everything which guards hastens on all sides to comprehend that which is guarded. The triad also preserves the essences, powers, and energies of secondary natures, firm and unmoved. In the intellectual gods, indeed, the three unpolluted monads were divided about the three fathers, but here the triad is said to guard Kori on all sides, since she also has pre-established triple monads in herself, as we before observed. All these monads, therefore, are preserved immutable through the guardianship of the unpolluted gods, both in abiding and proceeding. And what else besides this guardian genus of gods is fit to be co-arranged with prolific powers? For this co-arrangement is necessary in order that these guardian deities may sustain all the progressions of these powers, and the multiplications in their generations, and may manifestly render their motions immutably established in themselves. And on this account indeed the gods fill all things with themselves, and generate all things, and do not depart from anything, either of first or last natures. But by being in themselves, they are present to all things, and filling themselves, they fill all secondary natures. And neither does their inflexibility remain unprolific, nor does their fecundity receive anything from subordinate natures, but prolific abundance and immutable power are in them connascently conjoined. These things have been briefly asserted concerning the undefiled deity, who is co-arranged with the ruling gods, both by Plato and the Grecian theologists. End of chapter 13. Chapters 14 to 16 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Again, resuming the same subject, let us discuss in common such things as Parmenides delivers to us concerning the whole order of gods that are called assimilative rulers and leaders. For it is necessary, as we have before observed, to refer the whole divided theory respecting the gods to the common and one mystic doctrine of Parmenides. For there we shall find the connection of the divine orders, and their common powers delivered to us by Plato in a continued series. The same and the different, therefore, define for us the peculiarity of the demiurgic order, and according to these, we have unfolded, in what has been before said, the paternal and prolific cause of the demiurgos, his unpolluted fountain, and the separative power in him, conformably to which he divides his own kingdom from that of Saturn. Since, however, the whole order of the assimilative gods is suspended from the demiurgic monad, subsists about, is converted to, and perfected by it, it is indeed necessary to refer the signs of this order to the demiurgic signs, and to give to the former a well-ordered generation, proceeding in measures from the latter. For thus the coherence of the divine genera with each other will become more apparent, and the evolution into light of secondary from more ancient natures will, through these very things, become perfectly known to us. What, therefore, are the peculiarities of this order, which is celebrated as of a ruling and leading nature by others, but is demonstrated by arguments to be of an assimilative nature? Everything, then, which is assimilative, imparts the communication of similitude, and of communion with paradigms to all the beings that are assimilated by it. Together with the similar, however, it produces and commingles the dissimilar, since in the images of the similar, the genus of similitude is not naturally adapted to be present, separate from its contrary. If, therefore, this order of gods assimilates sensibles to intellectuals, and produces all things posterior to itself according to an imitation of causes, it is indeed the first effective cause of similitude to natures posterior to itself. But if it is the cause of this, it is also of the dissimilitude which is coordinate with similitude. For it is necessary that all things which participate of the similar should also participate of the dissimilar. And this order of gods indeed imparts the similar in a greater degree than the dissimilar to the progeny that are more proximate to their principles. But it constitutes the essence of things that proceed farther from their principles according to dissimilitude rather than similitude. For in short, similitude will have in itself an hypostasis analogous to the paternal causes, and to the causes which convert to principles. But the hypostasis of dissimilitude is analogous to prolific causes, and to those that preside over multitude and division. For similitude indeed proceeds analogous to intelligible bound, but dissimilitude to intelligible infinity. Hence the former is collective, but the latter separative of progressions. Since, however, every divine nature begins its own energy from itself, and though its energy is directed to secondary natures, and it imparts its own peculiarity to things subordinate, yet it establishes and defines itself according to that energy prior to other things. This being the case, that which supplies other things with the participation of the similar and the dissimilar from itself will entirely possess in itself this similitude and dissimilitude. It is also mingled from both these, though here similitude is emitted in a greater degree, and there dissimilitude. For generative are united to paternal causes, and unpolluted causes to those that hasten to proceed to everything. Twofold coordinations likewise of the divine genera are connected with each other, energized together with and subsist in each other. For the genus of the ruling gods is similar and dissimilar to itself and to other things. But being similar and dissimilar to itself, it conjoins itself to, and separates itself from its principles, preserving the proper boundaries of progression. That, however, which is similar and dissimilar to other things, converts and congregates other things to itself, and separates them from itself. Such, therefore, are the peculiarities of these gods. But that the similar and the dissimilar proceed from the demiurgic monad, and the signs which there pre-exist into this order, Parmenides sufficiently demonstrates to us. For the demiurgic same and different are the antecedently existing causes, as he says, of the similitude and dissimilitude in this order. Since, however, though this order of gods is the summit of the partible genera, and of genera which energize partably, yet it has a total transcendency with respect to them in order that being in continuity with the total orders of the gods, its progression may not be separately allotted its generation from divided causes, but that each of the opposites, as it were, may proceed from the whole demiurgos. For the similar is from same and different, and the dissimilar receives its hypostasis from both these. and thus each participates of the whole demiurgic monad. And this is an indication of total hyparxis, videre licet, to refer each of the parts that are, as it were, different to the whole. Sameness, therefore, and difference generate similitude, but the one indeed paternally, and the other in an unpolluted manner, and the one generatively, but the other separatively. And again, each constitutes dissimilitude in a manner appropriate to itself. And thus the genera of the assimilative gods are varied, subsisting as paternal, generative, and collective of wholes. For they are allotted their evolution into light, doubled according to pre-existent causes, and the demiurgic duad energizing through each of the causes that are pre-established in him, makes a progression from each into secondary natures. The whole conclusions likewise are dyadic, or pertaining to the duad, but they are comprehended by the demiurgic tetrad in pre-arranged boundaries, and the multitude of the assimilative progressions is convolved to union by the simplicity of the intellectual genera. Each also of the progressions has indeed one progression supernatural and unknown to the multitude, but the other apparent and known to all. I mean, for instance, that the similar, so far as it is constituted by difference, has a progression from thence difficult to be known, but that so far as it proceeds from sameness, it exhibits a manifest reason of cause. After the same manner, dissimilitude has difference for the manifest principle of its proper hyparxis, but sameness for its principle difficult to be known. Hence also Parmenides, beginning from things unknown to the multitude, and which are alone apparent to science and intellect, ends in things which are known to all men and are effable. For in the gods themselves, the ineffable precedes the effable, and the latent and unknown mode of their hypostasis precedes that which is known according to progression. And thus much concerning these gods from the Parmenides of Plato. Chapter 15. Making, however, another beginning, let us discuss the orders that follow successively. Since the partial orders of the gods, therefore, are divided in a threefold manner, according to the all-perfect measure of the triad, proceeding supernally from the first intelligibles as far as to the last of things, measuring and defining all things as the oracles say, the ruling gods, indeed, are allotted the first and highest rank among the partial orders, making their progression proximately after the intellectual order, elevating secondary natures, and conjoining them with the demiurgos of wholes, unfolding all impartible and united intellectual goods to things subordinate, and connecting and containing exemptly their essence and perfection. But the gods, who give completion to the sensible world, are allotted the last order, and close the end of the divine progression. These divide the universe, and obtain perpetual allotments and receptacles in it, and through these weave one and the best polity of the world. Between these mundane gods, however, who are our rulers and saviors, and the supermundane leaders, those gods subsist who preside over the separable and at the same time inseparable order of sensibles, and define according to this their proper progression, being at one and the same time exempt from the gods in the universe, and co-arranged with them. And they are expanded, indeed, above the allotment which is adequate to the divided parts of the world, and supernally ascend into many numbers of the mundane gods, but they make a progression subordinate to the government which extends to all things and to wholes. For in short, being the media between the supermundane and mundane gods, they in a certain respect communicate with both, and have an indissoluble communion with both, being mundane and at the same time supermundane according to order. And above indeed, they are united by the ruling leaders, but beneath they are produced into multitude by the junior gods, as Timaeus says. For they ride on the mundane gods, and are in an undefiled manner established on their summits. But they are suspended from the supermundane gods, and subsist about them. They are also more united than the former, but are more multiplied than the latter. And they divide indeed the whole monads of the supermundane gods into perfect numbers, but they collect the multitudes and the numbers of the mundane gods into united bounds, converting these gods to their exempt principles, but calling forth the gods that are above the world into the generation and providential care of sensible natures, and immutably preserving in themselves the middle form of empire. For the middle bonds give completion to all the genera of the gods. Thus, in intelligibles, between the intelligible and occult order, and the paradigmatic triad, and all perfect multitude, the intelligible centre subsists, being parturient indeed with multitude and the first forms, but vanquished by the uniform comprehension of the first order. Again, in intelligibles and intellectuals, the connective genus, extending from the middle to all the extremes, conjoins and binds all their essences, powers, and providential energies. After the same manner, therefore, in these orders also, videre licet in the kings exempt from, and in those that are co-arranged with the universe, those gods that emit in themselves uniformly the peculiarities of both these kings, afford a communication to them with each other. Whence also it belongs to them to transport first to second natures, to convert second to first natures, to unite both by an indissoluble connection, and to guard the whole order in the world. The immutable, therefore, the inflexible, the indissoluble in providential energies, dominion over wholes, the administration of many partible allotments of the gods at once, and the elevating to supermundane perfection, many of their progressions and orders pertain to these gods. Hence, we are accustomed to celebrate this genus of gods as liberated, in consequence of being freed from all division according to parts; as supercelestial, in consequence of proximately establishing itself above the gods in the heavens; as undefiled, in consequence of not verging to subordinate natures, nor dissolving its exempt transcendency by a providential attention to the world; as elevating, in consequence of extending the mundane gods to the intellectual and intelligible place of survey; and as perfect, in consequence of illuminating all the celestials with the measures of perfection. Since therefore this order is in continuity with the assimilative rulers, but is arranged prior to the mundane gods, it is indeed proper to evince that the theology pertaining to it is suspended from the doctrine concerning the ruling gods, and at the same time affords from itself the principles of the conceptions about the sensible gods. Chapter 16. The intelligible king, therefore, of all intellectuals, luminously emitting from himself the first causes, and which measure wholes according to the all-perfect triad in himself, defines all wholes as far as to the last of things, and triples the progressions of the gods from himself, so as to generate indeed three orders, but refer each of them to one monad and an intelligible transcendency. On this account he constitutes three collective, three connective, and three perfective causes of all intellectuals, extending the triadic light to all things, and imparting by illumination the perfect in the progressions of its proper offspring to the beginnings, middles, and ends of all separated natures. But again, the Demiurgus and Father, imitating his father and grandfather, to the latter of whom he extends his total intelligence, being the same in intellectuals as he is in intelligibles, and terminating the genus of the intellectual fathers in the same manner as his grandfather closes the paternal profundity of intelligibles, produces from himself three orders of gods. And as the total progressions were divided from his grandfather triadically, so the partial progressions are perfected on account of him according to the triad. Hence, there are also three orders from the Demiurgus, but they proceed according to the end adapted to each. And one of them, indeed, is supermundane alone. Another is mundane, and another is in a certain respect the middle of both. They are likewise allotted the triple, proximately from the paternal cause. But each derives the peculiarity of hyparxis from definite principles, and a diminution proceeding according to measures. For they have neither an hypostasis of equal dignity, as mathematical monads have in the triad, nor a disorderly difference of dignity, but they receive the difference of a subordinate essence and arrangement in their generation from the first causes. And thus the ruling gods indeed are allotted the highest order in the partial progressions, and the exempt cause of the proceeding natures. But the liberated gods are allotted the second order, being arranged indeed under the ruling, but riding on the mundane gods. And the mundane gods are allotted the third order, being elevated through the liberated, but united by the ruling, to the intellectual gods. In what manner, however, the gods in the world and all the mundane genera participate of the ruling gods, we have already shown. But each of the mundane genera enjoy the energy of the liberated governors of the universe, according to a measure adapted to each, and especially such as are able to follow the powers of these gods. For in the gods themselves we may perceive a twofold energy, the one indeed being co-arranged with the subjects of their providential care, but the other being exempt and separate. According therefore to the first of these energies, the mundane gods govern sensibles, and convolve and convert them to themselves. But according to the other, they follow the liberated gods, and together with them are elevated to an intelligible nature. And on this account, the Elian guest makes the periods of the whole world and of each of the gods in it to be twofold. For he says that the sun and each of the heavenly bodies subsist according to both these circulations, videre licet, the intellectual and the mundane. Or, if you are willing so to speak, according to the power which is motive of secondary natures, and the power which ascends in conjunction with the liberated gods. Moreover, he says that our souls and all the natures that have a life separate from bodies, at one time live according to that elevating progression, and at another according to the mundane. And now, indeed, we proceed from youth to old age, since we have departed from a flourishing and undefiled life, and are born to earth and generation. But then, on the contrary, we proceed from old age to youth, on which account we were led round to a flourishing, intellectual, and liberated form of energy. Hence also the corporeal formed nature with which we are connected was gradually obliterated, and whatever causes us to tend downward and renders us inseparable from the universe. But an incorporeal and immaterial nature shone forth and was filled with the gods who are the leaders of a life of this kind. If also you are willing, we may collect the same thing by a reasoning process from what is written in the Phaedrus. Socrates therefore says in that dialogue that the soul, which is perfect and winged, revolves on high, and governs the whole world, and that this will be the case with our soul when it arrives at the summit of a happy life. But this is in a much greater degree present with the genera superior to us, and with the gods themselves. For our souls obtain this end, and this true blessedness through the gods. For whence do you think, and from what other causes, is a disencumbered energy, and which has dominion over wholes, imparted to us, and to the genera in the world more excellent than us, but from the liberated gods? For each of the mundane gods obtains the administration of its allotment, and of the proper series over which it rules, and which it constitutes about itself according to the will of the Father. For the Demiurgus arranges under the several mundane gods the herds of demons, and partial souls, as Timaeus says. But to energize through the whole world is a supernatural good, and the peculiarity of the exempt government of the supercelestial gods. Hence, from these this good is imparted to the mundane gods, and to our souls. Or how can that which is partial extend its proper energy to the whole? And how, departing from its own divided peculiarity, can it change its life? For that which directs its energy to the universe withdraws itself from an energy which is arranged in a part. We must not therefore say that this divine good is by any means present to mundane natures, from any other source than these gods who establish their kingdom proximately above the world. As therefore the progression to all things through similitude, and the conversion according to similitude to causes are imparted from the assimilative rulers to the celestial gods, to the more excellent genera, and to us, thus also that which is liberated from partial natures, which is disencumbered and which tends spontaneously to many energies, is an impression derived from the liberated rulers. And thus much concerning the providence of these rulers, which pervades to all things, and the goods which they impart to subordinate natures. But we shall add to what has been before said the peculiarity of their essence, according to which they are allotted this order. End of chapter 16. Chapters 17 to 19 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Footnote. The Greek scholiast observes on this part of the text of Proclus as follows, quote, "By the intellectual, Proclus means the ruling gods, but by an immaterial and separate intellect, the whole Demiurgus, and by essence he means a partial hypostasis, such as that of soul, of a demon, and of the intellect which is coordinate to partial souls." Close quote. End footnote. From the intellectual gods, therefore, i.e., from the assimilative rulers, an immaterial and divine intellect is suspended. But a separate and total intellect is an intellect of this kind. Hence also these gods are called intellectual. For according to their hyparxes, they are beyond essence and multitude, but according to the participations of them, which receive the illumination of a progression of this kind, they are called assimilative. For, because they have intellectual hypostases and perfect powers, since intellect is the last of their participants, and the intellectual peculiarity defines their whole essence, hence they are allotted this appellation. Of the mundane gods, indeed, an intellectual nature participates primarily, an undefiled soul also participates of them, and that portion of the world together with which they render the whole world an intellectual and divine animal, emitting the splendor of themselves as far as to bodies, and imparting to these a vestige of their own peculiarity. It is necessary, therefore, that the orders which are between both these should rejoice in certain additions, by which they are more multitudinous than the intellectual gods, and in progressions into participants, but that they should be more singular and simple than the mundane gods. For the diminutions of the divine essences multiply the receptacles that are suspended from them. Hence, together with the intellectual peculiarity, these gods assume the psychical power, in order that by the incorporeal nature they may have the supermundane property, but by the psychical they may be more manifold than the intellectual gods. For again, considering the affair in another way, since soul presents itself to the view, and the one fountain of whole souls, in pure intellectuals, and constitutes all things in conjunction with the demiurgos, is it not necessary that the supermundane gods should participate of the psychical peculiarity? For the gods that are divided about the world are not filled with the unical soul without a medium, but through other more total media which do not proceed out of the monad, i.e., out of Juno or the crater, and possess an eternal life. From thence, therefore, that is, from the crater of souls, the presence of soul is derived to the ruling and liberated gods. For the demiurgus Jupiter also, as Socrates says in the Philebus, possessing in himself a royal soul and a royal intellect, according to the reason of cause, and generating according to the whole of himself those gods that are of a ruling characteristic among the supermundane and mundane divinities, entirely likewise imparts the intellectual and the psychical peculiarity. But the supermundane gods, indeed, being primarily unfolded into light, participate more of an intellectual essence. Hence also the psychical peculiarity is in them occultly. But the gods who are allotted the middle order cause the psychical peculiarity indeed to shine forth, yet subsisting with a more abundant separation than in the supermundane gods. The mundane gods, however, perfectly unfold the psychical peculiarity into light, since intellect also was indeed occultly in the first intellectuals, but exhibits a forerunning light in the middle, and shines forth in the last intellectuals. And the supermundane gods, indeed, being perfectly supermundane, derive the power of soul from the intellectual crater, or the royal soul in the demiurgos, but they pre-establish in themselves another monad of the divided psychical genera. The liberated, however, now communicating in essence with the mundane gods, have the psychical peculiarity from a twofold source, i.e., from the fountain of total animations, and from the assimilative principle. And in the last place, the mundane gods receive the illuminations of all the divinities prior to them. Hence also they rule over the universe, imitating the liberated gods, adorn sublunary natures with forms, and assimilate them to intellectual paradigms, imitating the ruling gods. They likewise pour forth the whole of the life which is inseparable from body, from the one fountain of souls, establishing it as an image of the life which is separate from a corporeal nature, and conjoin themselves to this fountain. In short, all the genera being mingled by the demiurgos in the fountain of souls, in order to the generation of the different ranks of souls, some of these ranks have one thing, but others a different thing at hand, and in some indeed the essential has dominion over the remaining genera, in others sameness, and in others difference. But those souls that are connascent with the assimilative gods have their whole hypostasis according to essence. Hence they are near to an intellectual hyparxis, and are allotted in the genera of souls an intelligible and occult transcendency. But those that are co-arranged with the liberated gods characterize their proper progression according to sameness. Hence also they are consubsistent with the gods that bind together and congregate the supermundane and mundane gods. And those souls that are co-divided with the mundane gods define the essence of themselves according to difference, and on this account also, the demiurgos, in constituting the soul of the universe, is said to co-adapt difference to other souls by force. Moreover, the separation into parts in these, the union through harmony, and the energy according to time, are affected through the illuminations of difference. But in the souls above these, essence and sameness subsist, with which there are eternal life and a union of powers. And thus much concerning these particulars. From what has been said, however, we may collect by a reasoning process that intellect, essence, and intellectual life are suspended from the liberated gods. In them also, soul and the nature of the supercelestial souls shine with a forerunning light, for they are established above the celestial gods, who ride in bodies, just as the celestial gods are exempt from the sublunary divinities, and from those who are allotted the government of matter. If, however, the genus of the liberated gods is of this kind, they are very properly said to belong to the partial orders, in the same manner as the gods prior to them. But they indeed are more total, because the psychical peculiarity was in them occultly. But the liberated gods have that which is partial in providential energies, more apparent, because the psychical power also in these is more manifest, just as the mundane gods, who now preside over partial allotments, perfectly unfold into light the psychical essence. The whole, however, and impartible genera of the gods shine forth as far as to the intellectual hypostasis, for intellect, according to its own nature, is impartible. The liberated leaders, therefore, being such as we have shown them to be, let us survey the multiform orders of them adapted to this order. Some of them, therefore, we call transporters, and these are such as unfold to secondary natures the progressions of the assimilative genera. But others are elevators, who draw upward the mundane orders to a separate energy. Others are colligators, who administer equally the communion of the extremes. Others are undefiled, and these are such as entirely obliterate matter, and impart by illumination the disencumbered to the providential energies of secondary natures. Others are perfective, and these are such as are the suppliers of perfection to mundane natures, and others are prolific, who multiply the progressions of subordinate essences. For, according to these, and far more numerous powers, incomprehensible by our conceptions, they preside over the Gods in the world, and give completion to the divine genera which subsist between the Gods that are exempt, and those that are co-arranged with the parts of the universe. Moreover, we must assign to them energies in symphony with their powers, videre licet, such energies as are disencumbered, everywhere apparent, amputating everything material, and corporeal formed, emitting an idea undefiled, without contact and incorporeal, and converting all secondary natures to themselves, and extending them to intellectual light. And, farther still, we must ascribe to them energies that unfold the exempt principles of the universe, and also energies more excellent than these, which draw upward to the intellectual Gods, and others still more elevated which conjoin themselves with the intellectual Gods, and exhibit an essence uncolored, unfigured, and without contact. Again, according to another mode, we must admit that some of their energies operate about the secondary Gods, and are collectors of their divine unities to a union prior to the world. But others operate about the mundane intellects, and extend the intellections of them from coordinate intelligibles to such as are first, and exempt from the universe. Others again are elevators of souls to the one fountain of them, and some of their energies indeed are the leaders of divine souls themselves, but others preside over the genera that are more excellent than us, and others convolve the multitude of intelligible souls to an undefiled life. For, being, as it were, certain leaders of herds, they ascend supernally into all the natures in the world, and, as demon Gods, they proximately rule over Gods, and are the leaders of the progression to the intelligible, to some in one, and to others in a different way according to the order which is adapted to the elevated natures. For everything mundane participates of the liberated Gods, but the participation is different. For it is either according to the divine, demoniacal, and partible, or according to the uniform, intellectual, and psychical. For all things, as I may say, are allotted a separate life, a disencumbered energy, a supernatural providence, and a common prefecture from this order of Gods. Let the common definition, therefore, of the liberated Gods be such as this. Chapter 18. In the next place, it follows that we should unfold the theory of Plato first, that which may be obtained in other dialogues, and afterwards the all-perfect doctrine concerning these Gods, which is to be found in the Parmenides. In the Phaedrus, therefore, Socrates, energizing enthusiastically and expanding his intellect to the whole connection of the divine orders, and not only mystically surveying the mundane progressions of them, but also their indescribable and blessed visions, and discursive energies above the world, divides indeed in a threefold manner all the separate hypostases in the world from the subjects of their government. And he calls the first of these hypostases divine, but the middle demoniacal, and he gives completion to the last from our souls. He also suspends partial souls such as ours from demons. Hence he denominates them co-attendants, and extends them through demons as media to the divine empire. But he suspends the demoniacal orders from the mundane Gods, for demons are the attendants of these. He refers, however, these whole divine principalities, the demoniacal herds and choirs of partial souls to the liberated order, and he says that the triadic army of mundane souls is elevated under this order to the intellectual and intelligible gods, together at the same time with their first causes. Here, therefore, he defines according to the measure of the dodecad, i.e. the number 12, all the liberated gods, though the multitude of them is incomprehensible and not to be numbered by human conceptions, and though none of those theologists that have written anything concerning them have been able to define their whole number in the same manner as they have the ruling multitude, i.e. the multitude of supermundane gods, or the multitude of the intellectual or intelligible gods. Plato, however, apprehended that the number of the dodecad is adapted to the liberated gods, as being all perfect, composed from the first numbers, and completed from things perfect, and he comprehends in this measure all the progressions of these gods. For he refers all the genera and peculiarities of them to this dodecad, and defines them according to it. But again, dividing the dodecad into 2 monads and 1 decad, he suspends all mundane natures from the 2 monads, but delivers to us each of these energizing on the monad posterior to itself, according to its own hyparxis. And one of these monads indeed he calls Jovian, but he denominates the other Vesta. He likewise makes mention of other more partial principalities, and which give completion to the aforesaid decad, such as those of Apollo, Mars, and Venus. And he suspends indeed the prophetic form of life from the Apolloniacal principality, but the amatory from the principality of Venus, and the divisive from that of Mars. For hence the most total and first genera of lives are derived, just as when he introduces into the world souls recently fashioned, he says that some preside over one, and others over another form of life. And it appears to me that as Timaeus makes the division of souls at one time supermundane, but at another mundane, for he distributes souls equal in number to the stars, and disseminates one into the moon, another into the earth, and another into the other instruments of time. After the same manner also Socrates prearranges 2-fold rulers and leaders of them, proximately indeed the mundane gods, but in a still higher rank than these, the liberated gods. As we have said, however, the 12 gods convolve every mundane genus, whether it be divine or demoniacal, to the vision of intelligibles, and perfect their separate energy. They likewise comprehend in themselves all the supercelestial genera, so that whether there be a paternal genus of the liberated gods, or a vivific, or an undefiled and guardian genus, they are comprehended in this number. For this number must not be surveyed as if it was such as 12 is in units, for number in the gods is not of this kind, but it must be beheld in the peculiarity of hyparxis. For as the duad in the gods presides over prolific power, and the triad over the first perfection, thus also the dodecad in the gods is a symbol of all perfect progression. For since these gods close the end of the powers that are unapparent and exempt from the world, and ride on the celestial gods according to each of these, the dodecad pertains to them, videre licet, it belongs to them as terminating the all-perfect in the progression of the supermundane, and as presiding over the celestial gods. For they impart to the latter a distribution from themselves into the dodecad, and especially guard them in this number. The ruling dodecad, therefore, was all perfectly supermundane, But the celestial is evidently mundane only, and the dodecad of the liberated rulers contains the communion of the extremes, and binds the order posterior to that which is prior to itself. And on this account indeed the liberated Gods are perfective of the mundane Gods, and lead them upward. But they are proximately suspended from the ruling Gods, are emitted from them, and administer the indissoluble connection of both, i. e. of the supermundane and mundane Gods. Chapter 19. That we may not however present the reader with our conceptions, but may unfold to the utmost of our power the theory of Plato to the lovers of the contemplation of truth, let us consider by ourselves where those leaders must be arranged, which Socrates celebrates in the Phaedrus, and with whom it is fit to connumerate, and with what orders of Gods it is proper to co-arrange the great ruler of those leaders, who drives a winged chariot. For it is necessary either to give to him an intellectual, or an assimilative, or a liberated, or a mundane order. For these are the decrements accompanying the progression of the great God Jupiter. If, however, he is the intellectual Jupiter, whom we have denominated the demiurgus of the universe, and have made Plato bear testimony to our assertion, how is he the leader of the above-mentioned dodecad, and how is he divided oppositely to the principality of Vesta? For the demiurgic monad closes indeed the intellectual breadth, but is exempt from all other numbers, and uncoordinated with all the monads of other numbers. For it neither was nor is lawful for effects to have an hypostasis opposed in division to their causes. It is not therefore proper to make 12 leaders of wholes, but to make the number of causes to be 1, as Timaeus says. Moreover, Jupiter, the demiurgus, is exempt from the universe, as being himself the author of the apparent order of things. But the first of the 12 leaders is said by Socrates to drive a winged chariot in the heavens. How, therefore, can he who is connected with the world, and who approximates to the Gods in the heavens, be considered as the same with him who is exempt from all mundane natures, and who abides, as Timaeus says, in his own accustomed manner? Farther still, this Jupiter indeed presides over a philosophic life, and souls that follow him perpetually lead this life. But another God presides over the prophetic, amatory, and poetic life. The demiurgus of wholes, however, contains in himself the paradigms of all lives, and as he uniformly comprehends the essence of souls, after the same manner also he comprehends all the different mutations of their lives. He is not therefore divisibly the cause of the lives in the soul, but pre-establishes according to one demiurgic cause all the periods of souls, all the variety, and all the measures of life. And as the mundane sun is not the cause of some things, but the demiurgus of others, but of whatever the sun is the author, the demiurgus is in a greater degree the fabricator and presidineous cause. Thus also in the lives of souls it is not proper to refer the cause to the demiurgus in a divided manner. For the demiurgic monad presides as the impartible, common, and one cause of all lives, but the divisions according to lives, and the different paradigms of mundane natures pertain to the Gods posterior to him. If, however, some one should think that we ought to abandon this hypothesis, but that we should assert this Jupiter and the other leaders to be mundane, where must we arrange the Gods that follow him? For Socrates says, that the army of Gods and demons, divided into 11 parts, follows Jupiter. For there are more comprehensive and partial orders of Gods in the universe than these, and some of them have the relation of leaders, but others of followers. The magnitude, however, of the principality celebrated by Socrates does not manifest to us a transcendency co-arranged with, but exempt from mundane natures. For in incorporeal causes, the great imparts a peculiarity of this kind to those to whom it is present. And as love, being not simply called a demon by Diotima, but a great demon, is demonstrated to be expanded above all demons, and is a god, but is not arranged in the genus of demons. Thus also Jupiter, being celebrated as the great leader, not as the mundane leader of mundane natures, but as exempt from, and transcending the mundane order, is allotted this appellation. But if Jupiter is exempt from the gods in the world, it is necessary that the other leaders also should have an essence antecedent to those that follow Jupiter. For all of them are allotted a ruling dignity. But if the other leaders are arranged as mundane, and Jupiter alone is a leader beyond these, again we must transfer the whole principality from the dodecad to the Jovian monad. It is necessary, however, to attribute a ruling power to all of them, and to preserve to Jupiter the principal authority among them. It remains therefore that a principality such as this of the gods must either be that of the assimilative gods, or of those that are allotted a liberated dominion in the universe, as we say it must. If, however, we should admit it to belong to the assimilative orders, it will be the leader of a demiurgic triad, but not of the dodecad which is now celebrated. The Jupiter, therefore, who is among the assimilative gods, and whom we have before unfolded, is the first of the sons of Saturn. For these sons, as Socrates says in the Gorgias, divide the whole kingdom of Saturn. And the first of them indeed is the author of first, the second of middle, and the third of last natures. The division, therefore, of mundane natures being threefold, the first of the sons of Saturn may be called the leader of the triadic division, and the multitude proximately suspended from him will be the first of the triadic division in the universe. But the leader of the 12 gods presides over an army distributed into 11 parts. Hence the one defines his proper dominion in the thirds of wholes, but the other in the 12ths. And according to the power of comprehension, one of them defines his principality conformably to the triad, but the other according to the endecad, or the number 11. By no means, therefore, is each of these allotted the same order. The demiurgos, therefore, and saviour, Jupiter, is uncoarranged with all these. But the assimilative Jupiter is the leader of the division of wholes into a triad. And the mundane Jupiter is among the number of leaders that follow, and not of those that are exempt. The Jupiter, however, who is celebrated by Socrates in the Phaedrus, is co-arranged with the other leaders, and presides over those that are disposed in an orderly manner according to 11 parts, and not over those that receive a tripartite division. And he is also exempt from all mundane natures, on account of the magnitude of his ruling transcendency. Hence he is different from all the above mentioned orders, and exhibits in no one of them the peculiarity which is now presented to our view. It remains, therefore, that we should connumerate him with the liberated gods, in order that he may be proximate to the mundane gods, and on this account he is said to be in the heavens, and to be exempt from the mundane divinities. On this account, likewise, he is celebrated as great, for frequently media present themselves to our view from the extremes being surveyed according to mixture. Since, therefore, Jupiter is said to drive a winged chariot in the heavens, and is denominated great, he is in a certain respect co-arranged with the celestial gods, and is exempt from them. But he who is at one and the same time co-arranged with the gods in the universe, among whom the celestial Jupiter is allotted the highest dignity, and is exempt from them, ranks among the liberated Gods, if in what has been before said we have rightly determined. Hence, of the Gods, some are exempt from the universe, but others give completion to it, and others are at one and the same time allotted a co-arranged and an exempt transcendency. This great leader in the heavens, therefore, Jupiter, is liberated and supercelestial, and the whole dodecad shines forth in this order of Gods. For there is one all-perfect and divine number, to which the 12 leaders give completion, so that it is necessary the whole number should be placed in this order of Gods. But we must not call in a divided manner some of the leading and ruling Gods mundane, and others supermundane. But if the first of them is supermundane, the rest also will after the same manner establish themselves above the Gods in the world. Each also is the leader of an appropriate multitude, and is surrounded with a great number of Gods and demons. But partial souls rank among the last of their followers, for they are co-divided with demons, and divine natures, and participate of the liberated principality of the Gods, as far as they are able. For as Socrates says, quote, "That which is willing and able always follows the Gods." Close quote. Through these things, therefore, we have reminded the reader that the 12 leaders of wholes celebrated by Socrates in the Phaedrus belong to the liberated Gods. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the next place, let us show whence they derive the whole of this number. It is necessary, therefore, that they should have their hypostasis from the Gods prior to them, since the progression to the assimilative Gods was from the intellectual fathers, and to the intellectual fathers supernally from the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, just as to these the progression was from the first intelligibles. For since the order of the assimilative rulers is prior to that of the liberated Gods, as is also the triad of the intellectual kings, or rather the demiurgic monad establishing in itself the all-perfect measure of the division of wholes into the triad. This being the case, we must survey the causes of the generation of the liberated Gods according to both these, videre licet, according to the demiurgic measure, and the genera of the assimilative Gods. For the different orders of them are imparted from these two. Moreover, if we remember what has been before observed, we gave a fourfold division to the middle progressions of the assimilative Gods, and we said that some of them are paternal, others prolific, others of an elevating, and others of a guardian nature. Since, therefore, the demiurgic monad divides progressions into first, middle, and last, in the same manner as the intelligible father prior to it, but the Gods posterior to this monad emit the rivers of themselves tetratically to secondary natures. This being the case, the dodecad of liberated Gods presents itself to our view, above indeed proceeding according to the triad, but beneath being quadruply multiplied. Hence, of the genera which give completion to it, some indeed are allotted the demiurgic and paternal triadically, others the generative and vivific triadically, others the elevating peculiarity triadically, and others after the same manner the undefiled and guardian characteristic. For all their peculiarities are derived from the multitude of the assimilative gods, but the division of them into first, middle, and last proceeds from the demiurgic cause. And thus much concerning the number of the liberated gods, whence and how it is generated. Chapter 21. Since, therefore, as we have before observed, there are 12 leaders of all the mundane gods, of all demons, and farther still, of such partial souls as are able to be extended to the intelligible, again, in this dodecad, the mighty Jupiter and Vesta are allotted the more ruling order. But the principality of the rest is co-arranged with these, and has a secondary dignity. And Jupiter indeed, being neither the intellect of the universe, as some say he is, nor the intellect in the sun, nor in short any one of the mundane intellects or souls, but being expanded above all these, and pre-existing among the liberated gods, elevates the choir of gods, and of the genera superior to us that follow him, and imparts paternal goodness to the multitude converted to him. But he is the leader of all the other numbers that terminate under the 12 gods. Again, however, Vesta indeed governs an appropriate multitude, but she neither has the order of the first soul, nor is that which is called the earth in the universe, but prior to these, she is allotted a ruling power among the supercelestial gods. She imparts, however, her own peculiarity to the numbers of the other leaders, in the same manner as Jupiter. For the leaders that are suspended from the decad participate also of these two monads. Jupiter, however, being indeed the cause of motion, is the leader to all things of a progression to the intelligible. But Vesta illuminates all things with stable and inflexible power, though Jupiter, also abiding in himself, is thus elevated to the intelligible place of survey, and Vesta, on account of an inflexible and undefiled permanency in herself, is conjoined to the first causes. The omission, however, of a different peculiarity affords the difference of dominion. For since there are twofold conversions in the gods, for all things are converted to themselves and to their principles, each form of conversion indeed was impartibly in King Saturn. For according to Parmenides, he is demonstrated to be in himself and in another, and the latter indeed pertains to a conversion to a more excellent nature, but the former implies a conversion to himself. In the secondary, however, and more partial gods, both these forms shine forth in a divided manner, and Vesta indeed imparts to the mundane gods an undefiled establishment in themselves, but Jupiter imparts to them an elevating motion to first natures, for Vesta belongs to the undefiled, but Jupiter to the paternal series. But they are divided by a subsistence in self, and a subsistence in another, as we have before observed. It must be said, therefore, that everything stable and immutable, and which possesses an invariable sameness of subsistence, arrives to all mundane natures from the supercelestial Vesta, and that on this account all the poles are immovable, and the axes about which the circulations of the spheres convolve themselves. It must also be said that the wholenesses of the circulations are firmly established, that the earth abides immovably in the middle, and that the centres have an unshakable permanency from this supercelestial Vesta. Again, therefore, it must be admitted that all motions, separate energies, and the conversions of secondary to first natures are derived to wholes from Jupiter. For the intellectual orders are not only united to coordinate intelligibles, but also to such as are exempt on account of the elevating progression of Jupiter. And divine souls, following the mighty Jupiter, are extended as far as to the first causes. The attendants of these also are collected together with the gods in consequence of being suspended from the paternal government of Jupiter. But again, with respect to all the remaining leaders, each presides over his proper series and imparts from himself his peculiarity to the whole multitude suspended from him. And one of them indeed imparts as far as to the last of things an unfolding, another a prolific, and another an immutable peculiarity, being themselves allotted a supercelestial order, and drawing upward a numerous army of partible gods. Hence Socrates also at one and the same time denominates them rulers, says that they have an arrangement, and that their energy is directed to secondary natures according to the order in which they are placed. Each, however, of the other ruling gods who are ranked in the number of the 12 is a leader according to the order in which he is arranged. The ruling and leading peculiarity, therefore, alone pertains to the supermundane gods. But to be arranged, and that which is arranged itself by itself, pertain to the mundane gods. For these are they who participate of order, and who are allotted order according to participation. Both these peculiarities, however, pertain to the liberated gods. For they are rulers and leaders, as being in continuity with the ruling supermundane gods, and they are arranged and participate of order, as being proximate to the mundane gods. But being the middle of both, they connect the whole progressions of them according to one intellectual bond. Farther still, as presiding indeed over the ruling order in the heavens, they come into contact with the mundane gods, and as being in themselves and extended to the intelligible, they are allotted a transcendency separate from the universe, and exempt from their participants. Thus much therefore may suffice concerning the first division of these gods. Since, however, we have before observed that their progression is tetradic and triadic, we shall concisely define the peculiarities of the arranged triads. Chapter 22. These, therefore, being arranged according to triads, as we have said, of the demiurgic triad indeed, Jupiter is allotted the highest order, supernally from intellect, governing souls and bodies, and as Socrates says, taking care of all things. But Neptune here also gives completion to the middle of the demiurgic triad, and especially governs the psychical order. For this god is the cause of motion and of all generation. But soul is the first of generated natures, and is essentially motion. And Vulcan inspires the nature of bodies, and fabricates all the mundane seats of the gods. Again, of the guardian and immutable triad, the first indeed is Vesta, because she preserves the very being of things, and an undefiled essence. For Socrates in the Crotylus gives to her the highest order, as connectedly containing the summits of wholes. But Minerva preserves middle lives inflexible through intellection and a self-energizing life, sustaining them from the incursions of matter. And Mars illuminates corporeal formed natures with power, and an infrangible strength, as Socrates says in the Crotylus. Hence he is perfected by Minerva, and participates of a more intellectual inspiration, as the poetry of Orpheus says, and of a life separate from generated natures. Moreover, of the vivific triad, Ceres is the chief, entirely generating all mundane life, videre licet, the intellectual, the psychical, and that which is inseparable from body. But Juno contains the middle of the triad, and imparts the generation of soul. For the intellectual goddess emits from herself all the progressions of the other psychical genera, and Diana is allotted to the end of the triad, moving all natural reasons into energy, and perfecting the imperfection of matter. Hence, theologists and Socrates in the Theaetetus call her Lochia, or the power that presides over births, as being the inspective guardian of psychical progression and generation. Of the remaining triad, therefore, the anagogic or elevating, Hermes indeed is the supplier of philosophy, and through this elevates souls, and by the dialectic powers sends upward both total and partial souls to the good itself. But Venus is the first effective cause of the amatory inspiration which pervades through wholes, and familiarizes to the beautiful the lives that are elevated by her. And Apollo perfects and converts all things through music, convolving, as Socrates says, in the Cratylus, and through harmony and rhythm, attracting to intellectual truth and the light which is there. We say, however, in common respecting all of them, that establishing themselves above the mundane gods, they contain all the choir of the liberated gods. And souls indeed are suspended from them, but intellectual souls, and such as are, as it were, powers generative of souls. Hence Socrates also gives to them chariots, for Jupiter is said to drive a winged chariot, and the other gods after the same manner as Jupiter use secondary vehicles. But what else can we say these are than supermundane souls, on which they ride, and which are intellectual indeed, but the sources of partability and division, from which mundane souls are allotted their hypostasis, a more abundant separation, and a greater number of parts appearing in them in consequence of their being adapted to be bound through analogy. In the liberated gods, therefore, the psychical peculiarity unites itself to intellect. Hence also Jupiter is said to drive a winged chariot, without division, in consequence of this chariot being intellectual, and not departing from an immaterial and divine intellect. But in the mundane gods, divisions of horses and charioteers are delivered. For Socrates says in the Phaedrus, quote, "All the horses therefore, and chariots of the gods are good, and consist of such things as are good." Close quote. Hence an energy, according to time, first shines forth in the mundane gods, where there is a more abundant separation of powers. But in the liberated gods, time is always with eternity, and partability with union. For they are the principles of souls, and the causes of mundane natures, and are, as it were, intellectual seeds abiding in the intellectual comprehensions of themselves. And thus much concerning these things. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 and 24 of Book 6 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. I wish, however, to show from other writings of Plato what the peculiarity is which he exhibits to us of the liberated order. In the Republic, therefore, teaching us the order of the universe which pervades through the mundane wholes, supernally from the inerratic sphere, and which governs the elections of human life that are different at different times, this life also varying the measure of justice adapted to it. He refers the first effective cause of this order to a monad and triad exempt from the mundane wholes, and to the monad indeed he gives the power of dominion, extending the authority of it to all heaven, its empire being at one and the same time impartibly present to all things, governing all things indivisibly, and according to one energy, and moving wholes by the lowest powers of itself, giving also to the triad a progression from the monad. He distributes from it into the universe a partible energy and production. For that which is simple and united in exempt providence is adduced into multitude through secondary inspection. Thus, therefore, the one cause of multitude possesses a greater authority, but the distributed cause appears to be more proximate to its effects. For all the variety of powers in the world, the infinity of motions, and the multiform difference of reasons, i.e. of productive principles, are convolved under the triad of the Fates. But again, this triad is extended to the one monad which is prior to the three Fates, and which Socrates denominates necessity, not as ruling over wholes by violence, nor as obliterating the self-motive nature of our life, nor as deprived of intellect and the most excellent knowledge, but as comprehending all things intellectually, and introducing bound to things indefinite, and order to things inordinate. And farther still, he thus denominates it as causing all things to be obedient to itself, and extending them to good, as subjecting them to demiurgic sacred laws, as guarding all things within the world, and as comprehending all things in the universe in a circle, and leaving nothing deprived of the justice pertaining to it, nor suffering it, besides this, to fly from the divine law. Since, therefore, we give a twofold division to the causes of the order of the world, and we admit one of the causes to be monadic, but the other triadic, and we acknowledge that the monad is productive of the triad, being persuaded by Plato, and since we have shown that the triad is the offspring of the monad, let us see in what order it is possible to arrange each of these. For, wishing to learn this, we have undertaken the present discussion concerning them. The monad, therefore, which, as we have said, Socrates calls necessity, is perfectly exempt from mundane natures, and by the last of her powers imparts motion to all heaven, neither being converted to it, nor energizing about it, but imparting an orderly circulation to the world, by her very essence, and by being firmly established. For Socrates says that the spindle is moved on the knees of necessity, but that she herself, having royally established herself on a throne near to the universe, governs the heavens in a silent path. But the triad is now in a certain respect co-arranged with the circulations of the heavens, convolves them with hands, and energizes about them, and no longer causes them to revolve by its very being alone, in the same manner as the monad. For the triad is the cause of the order and circulations of the universe, by producing and performing a certain thing, though in this also there is a different energy. For Lachesis, indeed, moves with both her hands, but each of the remaining parcae with one hand only. This, however, we shall again discuss. But it is obvious to every one that of this production which subsists according to the monad, and the triad proceeding from it, it must be granted that the monad is established in a more ancient order of gods, but the triad in an inferior order. We say therefore that necessity, who is called the mother of the parcae, first subsists in the intellectual gods, analogous to the intelligible and intellectual monad of adrastia, and that thence, being unfolded into light in the ruling orders, she generates this triad of the parcae, for that which is total in providence, energy, and the convolution of wholes, by the very being itself of that which convolves them, are indications of intellectual transcendency. To extend likewise impartibly production to all things is co-equalized with demiurgic dominion, and this goddess appears to me to illuminate all the progeny of the demiurgus with an ineffable guard. As likewise he is the generator of wholes impartibly, thus to necessity guards inflexibly all things in herself, and comprehends them monadically, preserving indissoluble the order which proceeds from the demiurgus into the world. Necessity, therefore, being allotted such an authority and kingdom in wholes, the triad of the parcae rules over the universe in a liberated manner. For it comes into contact with the heavens, and for a time relinquishes the contact, as Socrates says. And through contact indeed, it is co-arranged with the bodies that are moved, and is connascent with them, but through irretention of energies it is without contact, is separate from the things governed, and is exempt from them. Being, however, at one and the same time allotted both these peculiarities, it exists in the liberated gods. For to touch and not to touch, to move and not to move, as the fable relates, are not according to a part in the gods, but are coexistent and subsist with each other at once. For divine natures do not change their energies according to time, nor like partial souls do they at one time energize separately, and at another providentially attend to secondary natures, but abiding in themselves, they are everywhere present, and being present to all things, they do not depart from the watchtower of themselves. At one and the same time, therefore, the being without contact, and the coming into contact with the celestial periods are present with the parcae, and they also comprehend that which is exempt and liberated from sensibles, according to one peculiarity, and that which is co-arranged with and allied to them, and on this account they possess a liberated order with reference to the whole heaven. If, however, there is also a mundane triad of the parcae, and a providence proximate to the subjects of their government, it is not wonderful. For of Jupiter and Juno, Apollo and Minerva, there are common progressions and co-arrangements after the super-celestial allotment, and together with the mundane gods. For powers, which give completion to the last order of the gods, approximate to the universe from all the liberated gods. But Socrates, celebrating the liberated and supermundane kingdoms of the parcae, has represented them to us as touching and not touching the whole circulations, dividing the limitation of their peculiarities by mutation according to time. For to relinquish the contact for a time affords a representation of a temporal mutation of energies. This, however, pertains to the concealment which is adapted to divine fables. For fables introducing generations of things unbegotten, compositions of things simple, and distributions of things impartible, obumbrate under many veils the truth of things. If, however, as fables call the transition from cause to existence, generation, denominate the causal comprehension of composite in simple natures, composition itself, and say that the division of secondary about first natures is the distribution of the latter into parts. Thus also, if we do not apprehend according to time, the alternately coming into contact with, and being separated from things that are moved, conformably to the apparent meaning of the fable, but according to the different peculiarities of the parcae, and an hypostasis mingled from the extremes, we shall be most near to the conception of Plato. Here, therefore, let us terminate this, which does not require much discussion at present. But let us consider the order of the parcae by itself. For of these, some think that lachesis should be arranged as the first, but others as the last of the three. And of the remaining two, some give a prior arrangement to Atropos, and place her in the order of a monad, but others to Clotho. Since, however, Plato in the Laws clearly says that lachesis is the first, Clotho the second, and Atropos the third, I think that what is said in the Republic should be referred to this definite order in them, and that we should not make any innovation by following the mutable opinions of interpreters. Socrates therefore says that lachesis sings the past, but Clotho the present, and Atropos the future. Here also, in a similar manner, using an order of division conformably to their energies. And to lachesis, indeed, he gives predominance and a uniform dominion over the rest. But he gives to Clotho a dominion subordinate to that of lachesis, but more comprehensive than the kingdom of Atropos. And to Atropos he attributes the third kingdom, which is comprehended by both the others and is arranged under them. The multitude, therefore, are ignorant that Socrates uses the parts of time as symbols of the comprehension according to cause. For the past was once the future, and the present, but the future is not yet the past, but has the whole of its essence in existing in some after time. We must assume, therefore, the triple causes analogous to these three parts of time, and say that the cause which is the most perfect, and the most comprehensive of the others, sings the past as the cause of the others, and the source of their energy. For the past is comprehensive of the future and the present, but the second cause is the present, which partly comprehends and is partly comprehended. For this prior to its being the present was the future. And the third cause, and which is comprehended by both the others, is the future. For this requires the present and the past, the one unfolding it, but the other bounding its progression. Lachesis, therefore, is the first effective cause, comprehending the other causes in herself, but each of the remaining parcae is comprehended by her. And Clotho indeed is allotted a superior, but Atropos an inferior order. And on this account, lachesis indeed moves with both her hands, as giving completion in a greater and more total manner to those things which are affected by them more partially. But Clotho turns the spindle with her right, and Atropos with her left hand, so far as the former indeed is the primary leader of the energies, but the latter follows and governs all things in conjunction with the former. For in mortal animals the right hand is the principle of motion, and in wholes the motion to the right is comprehensive of the motion to the left hand. On this account, therefore, the triad of the Fates, in the Laws and in the Republic, is divided by Plato according to the same order into first, middle, and last. And not only in the before mentioned passages, but also at the end of the fable, in which he leads the soul to the mortal place and to a polity, the work of generation under the daemon allotted to it as a ruler. Supernally from the heavens and the summit of the universe, he arranges souls under lachesis as the first, under Clotho as the second, and under Atropos as the third. And after these, when they become perfectly situated under the throne of necessity, he leads them to the plain of oblivion, and the river of negligence. It is necessary, therefore, either to disturb the descent of souls, and subvert the continuity of remission, which the prefecture of the governing demon affords to souls, or to assign to Lachesis a rank more elevated than that of the other Parcae, but to give to Clotho the second, and to Atropos after the same manner the third rank. For the progression into generation, beginning from more perfect natures, and subsiding according to a tendency to an earthly nature, originates indeed from Lachesis, but ends in Atropos. Further still, the lots and the paradigms of lives are extended to souls from the knees of Lachesis, through the prophet as a medium. And as the fable before said that the whole spindle is turned on the knees of necessity, thus also it suspends the providence about partial souls from the knees of Lachesis, who moves the universe perpetually with her hands, as with more elevated powers, but in her knees possesses subordinately the causes of the psychical periods. Hence the prophet, in a remarkable manner, celebrates this daughter of the goddess. Quote, "This is the speech of the virgin Lachesis, the daughter of necessity." Close quote. But again, Clotho is said to weave things consequent to the elections made by souls, and to distribute to each of them an appropriate destiny. And after her, Atropos imparts to the webs the immutable and the definite, giving completion to the end of the canons of the Fates, and to the order which extends from the universe to us. If therefore Lachesis energizes in souls prior to their election, and after their choice is made, defines all the periods of them in the realms of generation by the most beautiful boundaries, but the other Parcae, after the election made by souls, allot them what is convenient, and connect their lives with the order of the universe, does it not appear that Lachesis precedes Clotho and Atropos, and that they follow her, and together with her give completion to their appropriate providence? Lachesis, therefore, appears to possess the second dignity of a mother with respect to the other Parcae, and to be a certain monad co-arranged with them, just as necessity in an exempt manner comprehends the powers of all of them. But the other Parcae are proximately indeed perfected under Lachesis, but still higher than her under necessity. Such, therefore, is the order of them according to the narration of Plato. The symbols, however, which the fable attributes to them, magnificently celebrate their kingdoms, for their walking on the celestial circles signifies their exempt and separate dominion, but their sitting on thrones, and not on the circles themselves, as the sirens do, indicates that the receptacles which are primarily illuminated by them are established above the celestial bodies. For a throne is the vehicle and receptacle of those that are seated on it, and all the participants of the participable gods are placed under them like vehicles, and the participable gods are eternally established in, ride on, and energize through them. But the Fates, being seated at equal distances from each other, manifest the orderly separation of them, their remission proceeding according to analogy, and the distribution supernally derived to them from their mother. For from thence, that which is arranged in progression, and that which is according to desert in energies, are imparted to the Fates. Moreover, the having a crown on their hands signifies that their summits are surrounded with a divine light, and that they are adorned by prolific and undefiled causes, through which also they fill the heavens with generative power and immutable purity. But their being invested with white garments evinces that all their externally emitted reasons, and the lives which they propose to themselves, are intellectual and luciform and full of divine splendor. And the garments indeed appear to indicate the essences which participate of the Fates, but the thrones, the receptacles in the first firmaments. For with us also garments are proximately connected with our bodies, but vehicles are apprehended to be more remote from us. This, however, is assumed from another theology, from which we are instructed in the orders that are above the inerratic sphere. But the assertion that one of the Fates sings the past, another the present, and the third the future, evinces that all their externally proceeding energies are elegant and intellectual, and full of harmony. For the Fates perfect the songs of the sirens, and the very orderly and elegant motions of the heavens, and fill all things with their hymns, calling forth indeed the production of their mother into the universe, through intellectual hymns, but converting all things to themselves through the harmonious motion of wholes. All these particulars, however, sufficiently demonstrate to us the perfect, undefiled, and supercelestial order of the Fates. Chapter 24. It remains therefore for us to adduce the Parmenides as a witness of the doctrine concerning these gods. For Plato in that dialogue most clearly delivers the one peculiarity of them. For after the progression of the assimilative orders, in which the similar and dissimilar shine forth to the view from intellectual sameness and difference, at one time indeed according to analogy, but at another according to a generation which is different from that of the other orders, and difficult to be surveyed, he demonstrates that the one touches and does not touch, both itself and other things. For all the divine genera after the demiurgic monad double their energies. For they are naturally adapted to energize both towards themselves and other things posterior to themselves, rejoicing in progressions, being subservient to the providence of secondary natures, through the will of their Father, and calling forth his supernatural, impartible, and all-perfect production, and communicating the streams of it to secondary natures. Does not therefore this contact and division with things subordinate represent to us the liberated peculiarity? For to touch is an indication of alliance with us, and of a co-arranged providence. But again, not to touch is an indication of a transcendency exempt and separate from mundane natures. In what has been before said, therefore, we have demonstrated that a thing of this kind pertains to the genus of the liberated gods, who at one and the same time come into contact with celestial natures, and are expanded above them, and proceed to all things with an unrestrained energy, and free from all habitude. On this account also we have placed the Fates in the supercelestial order. For Socrates says that they touch the celestial circulations, and in the Quartiles he asserts that the mundane Chori, or Proserpine, who associates with Pluto and administers the whole of generation, comes into contact with a mutable essence, and that through this contact she is called Pherepata. Farther still, in the Phaedo, teaching us what the mode of the cathartic life of souls is, he says, quote, that the soul, when it does not associate with the body, comes into contact with true being, close quote. Through all these particulars, therefore, he indicates that contact is the work of an inseparable providence, and of a co-arranged administration, but that the negation of contact is the business of a prefecture, separate, unrestrained, and exempt from the subjects of government. The one, therefore, which touches and does not touch other things is conjoined with other things and established above them. Hence, at one and the same time it is allotted the power of things established above the world, and of mundane natures. For being in the middle of both, it comprehends in one the divided peculiarities of the extremes, and moreover it touches, and does not touch itself prior to other things, because there are in it multitude, a separation of wholeness, and the parts of wholeness, and a union collective of all the multitude. For if it has proceeded from its principles, and if it energizes partably, it is various and multiform. For every progression diminishes indeed the powers of the proceeding natures, but increases the multitude which is in them. And if it has not entirely proceeded, the uniform nature of its essence shines forth to the view, at one and the same time, with the multitude it contains. This genus of gods, therefore, is co-arranged with the mundane gods, and transcends the subjects of its government. It is also liberated, being separated from things which are perfectly divided. Hence, if it is one and multitude, producing indeed into secondary natures the many rivers of the fountains, but surpassing partible allotments, it will at one and the same time touch and not touch itself. On account of its separate union indeed, it is not in want of contact, but on account of its progression into multitude it touches itself. For it comprehends many things in itself, and touches itself so far as it is in itself, says Parmenides. In short, so far as it is without contact it is separate, but so far as it proceeds from itself and is again established in itself, it touches itself. And so far indeed as it is in other things, it comes into contact with other things, but so far as it is uncoarranged with others, and so far as it has not a coordinate number in them, it is separated from them. At one and the same time, therefore, this genus of gods is uniform and multiplied, and is uniformly varied. It also abides and proceeds, and is participated by more imperfect natures, and is imparticipable, existing prior to them. All these particulars, however, are the elements of the supercelestial order, presenting to our view an hypostasis mingled from perfectly divided peculiarities. And thus much concerning the essence and hyparxis of these gods, which Parmenides exhibits to us in the above citation. It is necessary, however, to assume from the things placed before us the causes of the generation of these gods. Since it is demonstrated, therefore, that these divinities are according to union itself beyond all partible separation and contact, they will have their progression from the one. For union is thence derived to all things from the first unity, which is exempt from all multitude and all division. But in consequence of their having pre-assumed the power of touching themselves according to a subsistence in self, they derive their existence from the unpolluted gods. For the subsistence in self, in the first of the intellectual fathers, was the symbol of a cause inflexible, and which immutably sustains multitude from secondary natures. If, therefore, this one touches itself on account of a subsistence in self, it establishes multitude in the one, and contains parts in wholeness on account of undefiled power in progression. And in the intellectual fathers indeed, a subsistence in self primarily shines forth to the view, and comprehends contact causally, as was demonstrated to us through the first hypothesis. But in the liberated gods, a subsistence in self is according to participation. Contact, however, is in this one according to essence, and is consubsistent with the multitude it contains. Farther still, the One, being in other things, touches other things, but not being co-arranged with them according to any common number, it is separated from them. By this, therefore, Parmenides appears indeed to form his reasoning from a subsistence in another, since that the One touches itself was before demonstrated through a subsistence in itself. It is, however, wonderful that a subsistence in another is, in the first progression, superior to a subsistence in self, but in the participation of the liberated gods is subordinate to a subsistence in self. For we say that for a thing to come into contact and be co-arranged with other things, is in every respect more imperfect than for it to convert multitude to itself. We must therefore say that the liberated gods have their progression from the demiurgic and the assimilative order. Hence Parmenides does not say that the One is in another thing, but in other things. But other things are primarily suspended from the demiurgic monad, but secondarily from the assimilative gods. The liberated gods, therefore, from thence, receive their subsistence in others. For the demiurgic One, being same and different, imparts to them sameness and union exemptly, but the assimilative One illuminates them with a separate similitude. But the One of the liberated gods subsists now with others so far as it is co-arranged with them, and proximately presides over them. Again, however, because it differs from the mundane unities, it is allotted the whole of its appropriate number exempt from others, and thus other things participating of no number, which is common with this One, cannot proximately participate of it. Hence the progression to the liberated gods is from the first causes, and from causes that are arranged near to them, for their progression is from the One. Since, as the One is exempt from intelligibles, thus also the liberated gods are exempt from sensibles, and their progression is likewise from the undefiled order, for they have not the disencumbered from any other source than that of immutable power and the demiurgic cause. Being likewise generated from the assimilative gods, they receive a communion with other things, and from themselves they are established above others, for they establish their appropriate number above the subsistence of other things. And thus much concerning these gods may be assumed from the Parmenides. But we have elsewhere accurately explained the several particulars relating to them, and there is no occasion to write the same things in the present treatise as we have there written. End of chapter 24 and end of book 6. Chapters 1 and 2 of book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The mundane gods, or those divinities who give completion to the sensible world, are assigned the last order of deific progression, as we are informed by Proclus in the preceding book. They also divide the universe, and obtain perpetual allotments and receptacles in it, and through these weave one and the best polity of the universe. Each of the mundane genera likewise enjoy the energy of the liberated governors of the universe, according to a measure adapted to each, and especially such as are able to follow the powers of these gods. For in the gods themselves we may perceive a twofold energy, the one indeed being co-arranged with the subjects of their providential care, but the other being exempt and separate. According, therefore, to the first of these energies, the mundane gods govern sensibles, and convolve and convert them to themselves. But according to the other, they follow the liberated gods, and together with them are elevated to an intelligible nature. The mundane gods also perfectly unfold the psychical peculiarity into light, and receive the illuminations of all the divinities prior to them. Hence, too, they rule over the universe, imitating the liberated gods, adorn sublunary natures with forms, and assimilate them to intellectual paradigms, imitating the ruling gods. They likewise pour forth the whole of the life which is inseparable from body, from the one fountain of souls, establishing it as an image of the life which is separate from a corporeal nature, and unite themselves to this fountain. Again, the world is said by Plato in the Timaeus to be the image of the eternal, it is of the intelligible gods, for it is filled from them with deity, and the progressions into it of the mundane gods are, as it were, certain rivers and illuminations of the intelligible gods. These progressions also the world receives, not only according to the celestial part of it, but according to the whole of itself. For in the air, the earth and sea, there are advents of terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial gods. Hence the world is throughout filled with deity, and on this account is according to the whole of itself the image of the intelligible gods. Not that it receives indeed these gods themselves, for images do not receive the exempt essences of the total gods, but illuminations poured from thence on the secondary orders to the reception of which they are commensurate. Farther still, of the mundane gods, some are the causes of the existence of the world, others animate it, others again harmonize it, thus composed of different natures, and others lastly guard and preserve it when harmonically arranged. And since these orders are four, and each consists of things first, middle, and last, it is necessary that the disposers of these should be 12. Hence Jupiter, Neptune, and Vulcan fabricate the world. Ceres, Juno, and Diana animate it. Mercury, Venus, and Apollo harmonize it. And lastly, Vesta, Minerva, and Mars preside over it with a guardian power. But the truth of this may be seen in statues as in enigmas. For Apollo harmonizes the lyre, Pallas is invested with arms, and Venus is naked, since harmony generates beauty, and beauty is not concealed in objects of sensible inspection. Since, however, these gods primarily possess the world, it is necessary to consider the other mundane gods as subsisting in these, as Bacchus in Jupiter, Asclepius in Apollo, and the Graces in Venus. We may likewise behold the spheres with which they are connected, videre licet Vesta with earth, Neptune with water, Juno with air, and Vulcan with fire. But the 6 superior gods we denominate from general custom, for Apollo and Diana are assumed for the sun and moon, but the orb of Saturn is attributed to Ceres, ether to Pallas, and heaven is common to them all. And thus much concerning the mundane gods in general, the sources of their progression, their orders, powers, and spheres. Chapter 2. The division, however, of the mundane gods is into the celestial and sublunary, and of the celestial, the divinity of the ineratic sphere has the relation of a monad to the divinities of the planets. But the triad under this monad consists of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, of which the first is the cause of connected comprehension, the second of symmetry, and the third of division and separation. And again, with respect to the sublunary deities, the moon ranks as a monad, being the cause of all generation and corruption. But the triad under it consists of the divinities who preside over the elements of air, water, and earth. Between these are the planets that revolve with an equal velocity, and of these the sun indeed unfolds truth into light, Venus beauty, and Mercury the symmetry of reasons or productive principles, conformably to the analogy of the three monads mentioned by Plato in the Philebus, as subsisting in the vestibule of the good. It may also be said that the moon is the cause of nature to the mortal genera, being the visible image of the fontal nature existing in the goddess Rhea. But the sun is the fabricator of all the senses, because he is the author of seeing and of being seen. Mercury is the cause of the motions of the fantasy, for the sun gives subsistence to the essence of the fantasy, so far as it is the same with sense. But Venus is the cause of the appetites of that irrational part of the soul, which is called desire, and Mars of those irascible motions which are conformable to nature. Jupiter also is the common cause of all vital, and Saturn of all gnostic powers. For all the irrational forms may be divided into these. The causes, therefore, of these are antecedently comprehended in the celestial gods, and in the spheres with which they are connected. The allotments also of the mundane gods are conformable to the divisions of the universe. But the universe is divided by demiurgic numbers, viz. By the duad, triad, tetrad, pentad, hebdomad, and dodecad. For after the one fabrication of things by the demiurgus, the division of the universe into two parts, heaven and generation, or the sublunary region, gives subsistence to twofold allotments, the celestial and the sublunary. After this, the triad divides the universe, to which Homer alludes when he says that Neptune is allotted the hoary deep, Jupiter the extended heavens, and Pluto the subterranean darkness. But after the triple distribution, the tetradic follows, which gives a fourfold arrangement to the elements in the universe, as the Pythagoreans say, viz. The celestial and the ethereal above the earth, and under the earth. The universe also receives a division into 5 parts, for the world is one and quintuple, and is appropriately divided by celestial, imperial, aerial, aquatic, and terrestrial figures, and presiding gods. After this follows its division into 7 parts, for the heptad, beginning supernally from the ineratic sphere, pervades through all the elements, and in the last place is the division of the universe by the dodecad, viz. Into the sphere of the fixed stars, the spheres of the 7 planets, and the spheres of the 4 elements. Moreover, the allotment of angels and demons is co-suspended from the divine allotments, but has a more various distribution. For one divine allotment comprehends in itself many angelic, and a still greater number of demoniacal allotments, since every angel rules over many demons, and every angelic allotment is surrounded with numerous demoniacal allotments. For what a monad is in the gods, that a tribe is among demons. Here therefore, instead of the triad, we must assume 3 compositions, and instead of the tetrad or dodecad, 4 or 12 choirs following their respective leaders, and thus we shall always preserve the higher allotments. For, as in essences, powers, and energies, progressions generate multitude. Thus also, in allotments, such as are first have a precedency in power, but are diminished in multitude as being nearer to the one Father of the universe, and the whole and one Providence which extends to all things. But secondary allotments have a diminution of power, but an increase of multitude. And thus much concerning allotments in general. Since, however, according to a division of the universe into 2 parts, we have distributed allotments into the celestial and sublunary, there can be no doubt what the former are, and whether they possess an invariable sameness of subsistence. But the sublunary allotments are deservedly a subject of admiration, whether they are said to be perpetual or not. For since all things in generation are continually changing and flowing, how can the allotments of the providential rulers of them be said to be perpetual? For things in generation are not perpetual. But if their allotments are not perpetual, how is it possible to suppose that divine government can subsist differently at different times? For an allotment is neither a certain separate energy of the gods, so that sublunary natures changing, we might say that it is exempt and remains immutable, nor is it that which is governed alone, so that no absurdity would follow from admitting that an allotment is in a flowing condition, and is conversant with all various mutations. But it is a providential inspection, and unrestrained government of divinity over sublunary concerns. Such being the doubts with which this subject is attended, the following appears to be the only solution of the difficulty. We must say then that it is not proper to consider all the natures that are in generation and generation itself as alone consisting of things mutable and flowing, but that there is also something immutable in these, and which is naturally adapted to remain perpetually the same. For the interval, which receives and comprehends in itself all the parts of the world, and which has an arrangement through all bodies, is immovable, lest being moved it should require another place, and thus should proceed from one receptacle to another ad infinitum. The ethereal vehicles also of divine souls, with which they are circularly invested, and which imitate the lives in the heavens, have a perpetual essence, and are eternally suspended from these divine souls themselves, being full of prolific powers, and performing a circular motion according to a certain secondary revolution of the celestial orbs. And in the third place, the wholeness, olates, of the elements has a permanent subsistence, though the parts are all variously corrupted. For it is necessary that every form in the universe should be never failing, in order that the universe may be perfect, and that being generated from an immovable cause, it may be immovable in its essence. But every wholeness is a form, or rather it is that which it is said to be through the participation of one all-perfect form. And here we may see the orderly progression of the nature of bodies. For the interval of the universe is immovable according to every kind of motion. But the vehicles of divine souls alone receive a mutation according to place. For such a motion as this is most remote from essential mutation, and the wholeness of the elements admits in its parts the other motions of bodies. but the whole remains perfectly immutable. The celestial allotments also, which proximately divide the interval of the universe, co-distribute likewise the heavens themselves. But those in the sublunary region are primarily indeed allotted the parts which are in the interval of the universe, but afterwards they make a distribution according to the definite vehicles of souls. And in the third place, they remain perpetually the same according to the total parts of generation. The allotments of the gods, therefore, do not change, nor do they subsist differently at different times, for they have not their subsistence proximately in that which may be changed. How, therefore, do the illuminations of the gods accede to these? How are the dissolutions of sacred rites affected? And how is the same place at different times under the influence of different spirits? May it not be said that since the gods have perpetual allotments and divide the earth according to divine numbers, similarly to the sections of the heavens, the parts of the earth also are illuminated so far as they participate of aptitude. But the circulation of the heavenly bodies through the figures which they possess produce this aptitude, divine illumination at the same time imparting a power more excellent than the nature which is present to these parts of the earth. This aptitude is also effected by nature herself as a whole, inserting divine impressions in each of the illuminated parts, through which they spontaneously participate of the gods. For as these parts depend on the gods, nature inserts in such of them as are different images of the divinities. Times, too, cooperate in producing this aptitude, according to which other things also are governed. The proper temperature of the air, and in short, everything by which we are surrounded, contributes to the increase and diminution of this aptitude. When, therefore, conformably to a concurrence of these many causes, an aptitude to the participation of the gods is ingenerated in some one of the natures which are disposed to be changed, then a certain divinity is unfolded into light which prior to this was concealed through the inaptitude of the recipients, possessing indeed his appropriate allotment eternally, and always extending the participation of himself, similarly to illuminations from the sun, but not being always participated by sublunary natures, in consequence of their inaptitude to such participation. For, as with respect to partial souls, such as ours, which at different times embrace different lives, some of them indeed choose lives accommodated to their appropriate gods, but others foreign lives, through oblivion of the divinities to whom they belong. Thus also, with respect to sacred places, some are adapted to the power which there receives its allotment, but others are suspended from a different order, and on this account, as the Athenian guest in Plato says, some places are more fortunate, but others more unfortunate. The divine Iamblichus, however, doubts how the gods are said to be allotted certain places according to definite times, as by Plato in the Timaeus, Minerva is said to have been first allotted the guardianship of Athens, and afterwards of Sais. For if their allotment commenced from a certain time, it will also at a certain time cease. For everything which is measured by time is of this kind, and farther still, was the place which at a certain time they are allotted, without a presiding deity prior to this allotment? Or was it under the government of other gods? For if it was without a presiding deity, how is it to be admitted that a certain part of the universe was once entirely destitute of divinity? How can any place remain without the guardianship of superior beings? And if any place is sufficient to the preservation of itself, how does it afterwards become the allotment of some one of the gods? But if it should be said that it is afterwards under the government of another god, of whom it becomes the allotment, this also is absurd. For the second god does not divulse the government and allotment of the former, nor do the gods alternately occupy the places of each other, nor demons change their allotments. Such being the doubts on this subject, he solves them by saying that the allotments of the gods remain perpetually unchanged, but that the participants of them at one time indeed enjoy the beneficent influence of the presiding powers, but at another are deprived of it. He adds that these are the mutations measured by time, which sacred institutes frequently call the birthday of the gods. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 to 5 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. In the next place, it is necessary to observe of the mundane gods that they do not obtain the rank which they hold in the universe from any habitude or arrangement towards bodies. For they are all of them essentially liberated from body, unrestrained in their energies, and have no proximity or alliance to a corporeal nature. For bodies are ministrant to them, and are subservient to the generation of mutable essences. Hence, they are not in bodies, but rule over them externally, so that they are not changed together with them. Farther still, they impart from themselves to bodies every good which they are capable of receiving, but do not in return receive anything from bodies, and consequently they do not receive certain peculiarities from them. For if indeed they had a subsistence like the habits of bodies, or like material forms, or were corporeal after any other manner, it might perhaps be possible for them to be transmuted together with the differences of bodies. But if they antecedently subsist separate from bodies, and are essentially unmingled with them, what reasonable distinction can they derive from a corporeal nature? To which may be added, that such an hypothesis makes bodies to be better than the divine genera, if they afford a seat to more excellent causes, and essentially insert in them characteristic peculiarities. He, therefore, who co-arranges the allotments and distributions of the governors with the governed, will evidently ascribe authority and dominion to better natures. For because the presiding powers possess such peculiarities, on this account they choose such an allotment, and give it essentially a specific distinction. But the allotment itself is not assimilated to the nature of the recipient. With respect indeed to partial souls, such as ours, it is requisite to admit that such as is the life which it emitted before it was inserted in a human body, such also will be the organic body with which it is connected, and such will be the nature consequent to it, and which receives from the soul a more perfect life. But with respect to the natures superior to man, and which have dominion as wholes, it must be admitted that inferior are produced in more excellent natures, bodies in incorporeal essences, and fabrications in the fabricators of them, and that being circularly comprehended in them, they are governed according to invariable rectitude, The circulations, therefore, of the celestial orbs are primarily inserted in the celestial circulations of the ethereal soul, in which they are perpetually inherent; and the souls of the spheres being extended to the intellect, which they participate, are perfectly comprehended by, and are primarily generated in it. Intellect also, both that which is partial and that which is universal, are comprehended in the more excellent genera. Since, therefore, secondary natures are always converted to such as are first, and superior natures, as paradigms, are the leaders of those that are subordinate, both essence and form are derived from more excellent beings to those of an inferior rank, and the latter are primarily produced in the former, so as to derive from them order and measure, and the properties by which they are characterized; while, on the contrary, such properties do not flow from subordinate natures to such as have a precedency and a greater dignity of essence. In short, neither are the Gods held in subjection by certain parts of the world, nor are terrestrial natures destitute of their all-preserving influence; but superior powers, at the same time that they comprehend all things in themselves, are not comprehended by anything; and terrestrial natures, having their very being in the plenitudes of the Gods, when they become adapted to divine participation, immediately prior to their own proper essence, manifestly possess the Gods, which latently presubsisted in it. Farther still, divinity, whether it is allotted certain portions of the universe, such as the heavens or the earth, or sacred cities and regions, or certain groves and sacred statues, illuminates all these externally, videre licet, without any alliance to the things themselves, in the same manner as the sun externally enlightens all things with its rays, except that in the latter instance the illuminating cause is locally, but in the former is impassively, unextendedly, and in short incorporeally external. As, therefore, the solar light comprehends in itself the illuminated objects, thus also the power of the Gods externally comprehends its participants; and as light is present with the air, without being essentially mingled with it, which is evident from no light remaining in the air, when once the illuminating source has departed, though heat is present with it when that which heated is entirely withdrawn; thus also the light of the Gods illuminates in a separate manner, and being firmly established in itself, pervades totally through all things. Indeed, this visible light of the sun is one, continued, and is everywhere the same whole, so that it is not possible for any part of it to be separated and cut off from the rest, nor to enclose it on all sides, nor divulse it from its source. After the same manner, therefore, the whole world being partible, is divided about the one impartible light of the Gods; but this light is one and everywhere the same whole, and is impartibly present to all the natures that are able to partake of it. It likewise fills all things through an all-perfect power, and bounds in itself wholes by a certain infinite causal transcendency, is everywhere united to itself, and conjoins the terminations with the beginnings of things. But all heaven, and the world imitating this light, is circularly convolved, is united to itself, conducts the elements in their circular motion, causes all things to be in and tend to each other, and ends to have juxtaposition with their principles, and produces one connection and consent of wholes with wholes. He therefore who surveys this visible image of the Gods, the world, thus united in itself, will be ashamed to have a different opinion of the Gods, the causes of it, and to introduce in them divisions, obstructions, and corporeal circumscriptions. For if there is no ratio, no habitude of symmetry, no communion of essence, no connection, either according to power or energy, between the adorning cause and adorned effect, if this be the case, in the former there is neither a certain extension according to interval, nor any local comprehension, or any partible interception, nor any other similar innate equalization in the manner in which the Gods are present. For in things which are of a kindred nature, either according to essence or power, or which are in a certain respect similar in species, or homogeneous, a certain mutual comprehension or retention may be perceived. But what coercion or transition through the universe, or partible circumscription, or local comprehension, or anything else of the like kind, can there be in natures perfectly exempt from the whole of things? For the participants indeed of the divinities are such, that some of them participate ethereally, others aerially, and others aquatically of a divine nature. And this the ancients perceiving employed in their divine operations, adaptations, and invocations, conformably to a division of this kind. And thus much concerning the distribution of the Gods in the world. Chapter 4. If, however, the mundane as well as the supermundane Gods are incorporeal, it may be asked how the visible celestial orbs can be Gods. To this we reply that the celestial Gods are not comprehended by bodies, but that they contain bodies in their divine lives and energies, that they are not converted to body, but that the body which is suspended from their essence is converted to a divine cause, and that body is no impediment to their intellectual and incorporeal perfection, and is not the cause of any molestation to them by its intervention. Hence it does not require an abundant care and attention, but spontaneously and after a certain manner self-motively follows the divinities with which it is connected, not being in want of any manuduction, but by its elevation to the one of the Gods, is also itself uniformly raised by itself. Indeed, a celestial body is allied in the most eminent degree to the incorporeal essence of the Gods. For as the latter is characterized by unity, so the former is simple. As that is impartible, this is indivisible, and as that is immutable, this after a similar manner is unchanged in quality. If also it is admitted that the energies of the Gods are uniform, this body likewise has one circulation. Besides this, it imitates the sameness of the Gods by its perpetual and invariable motion according to and towards the same things, conformably to one reason and order. It likewise imitates the divine life of the Gods by the life which is connascent with the ethereal bodies. Hence neither is a celestial body so constituted as if composed of contrary and different natures, as is the case with our bodies. Nor does the soul of the celestial Gods so coalesce with the body suspended from it, as to form one animal from the two. But the animals of these divinities are perfectly similar and united to the Gods from whom they depend, and are throughout whole, uniform, and free from all composition. For more excellent natures always subsisting with invariable sameness in themselves, but inferior being suspended from the dominion of superior beings, yet so as never to draw down this dominion to themselves. Wholes, likewise, being collected into one order and one perfection, and after a certain manner, all things in the celestial gods being incorporeal and throughout divine, because the divine form universally predominates in them. This being the case, one total essence in the nature of these divinities everywhere prevails, and thus the visible celestial orbs are all of them gods, and are, after a certain manner, incorporeal. If, therefore, these divinities, as being incorporeal, intellectual, and united, ride as it were in the celestial spheres, they have their origin in the intelligible world, and there, intellectually perceiving the divine forms of themselves, they govern the whole of heaven according to one infinite energy. And if being present to the heavens in a separate manner, they lead its perpetual circulations by their will alone, they are themselves unmingled with a sensible nature, and are consubsistent with the intelligible gods. Indeed, the celestial orbs, those visible statues as it were of the gods, are generated from and subsist about the intelligible gods, and being thus generated, are established in them, and have the image elevated to them, which from them also receives its perfection. The divine intellectual forms also, which are present to the visible bodies of the gods, have a subsistence prior to them in a separate manner. But the unmingled and supercelestial intelligible paradigms of them abide in themselves, containing all things simultaneously in one, according to the eternal transcendency of their nature. Hence, there is one common indivisible bond of them according to intellectual energies. There is also the same bond between them according to the common participations of forms, since there is nothing to intercept them, nor any intervening medium. Indeed, an immaterial and incorporeal essence, being neither separated by places, nor subjects, nor defined by any divisible circumscriptions of parts, immediately coalesces in sameness, and the elevation of wholes to the One. And the universal dominion of the One collects the communion of the mundane gods with the divinities that presubsist in the intelligible world. Farther still, the intellectual conversion of secondary to first natures, and the gift of the same essence and power from the primary to the secondary gods, connects their congress into an indissoluble one. In things of different essences indeed, such as soul and body, and in things of different species, such as material forms, and those natures which in any other way are separated from each other, the connascent union is adventitious, being derived from supernal causes, and lost in certain definite periods of time. But the higher we ascend to the sameness of first causes, both according to form and according to essence, and the more we raise ourselves from parts to wholes, by so much the more shall we discover and survey that union which is eternal, precedaneous, and more principal, and which contains about and in itself difference and multitude. Since, however, the order of all the gods consists in union, and the first and second genera of them, and the multitude which germinates about them coexist in unity, since also everything in them is characterized by the One, hence the beginning, middle, and end of their essence consubsists according to the One. It is not proper, therefore, to inquire whence unity extends to all things in them, for their very being, whatever it may be, consists in the One. And secondary genera indeed remain with invariable sameness in the One of the first genera, but the latter impart from themselves union to the former, while all of them possess in each other the communion of an indissoluble connection. From this cause, therefore, the perfectly incorporeal Gods are united to the sensible Gods who are connected with bodies. For the visible Gods themselves are external to bodies, and on this account are in the intelligible world. And the intelligible Gods, on account of their infinite union, comprehend in themselves the apparent divinities, while in the meantime both these are established according to a common union and one energy. In a similar manner, this likewise is the illustrious prerogative of a deific cause, and orderly distribution, that the same union of all things pervades from on high as far as to the end of the divine order. And thus much concerning the contact of the sensible with the intelligible Gods. Chapter 5. What has been above delivered concerning the mundane Gods is perfectly conformable to the doctrine of Plato as delivered by him in the Timaeus, in the speech of the Demiurgus to the junior Gods. For it is there said, quote, "When therefore all such Gods as visibly revolve, and all such as become apparent when they please, were generated, he who fabricated this universe thus addressed them: Gods of Gods, of whom I am the Demiurgus and father. Whatever is generated by me is indissoluble, such being my will in its fabrication. Indeed, everything which is bound is indissoluble. But to be willing to dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed is the property of an evil nature. Hence, so far as you are generated, you are not immortal, nor in every respect indissoluble, yet you shall never be dissolved, nor become subject to the fatality of death. My will being a much greater and more excellent bond than the vital connectives with which you were bound at the commencement of your generation. Learn now, therefore, what I say to you, indicating my desire. 3 genera of mortals yet remain to be produced. Without the generation of these, therefore, the universe will be imperfect, for it will not contain every kind of animal in its spacious extent. But it ought to contain them, that it may be sufficiently perfect. Yet, if these are generated and participate of life through me, they will become equal to the Gods. That mortal natures therefore may subsist, and that the universe may be truly all, convert yourselves according to your nature to the fabrication of animals, imitating the power which I employed in your generation. And whatever among these is of such a nature as to deserve the same appellation with immortals, which is called divine, obtains sovereignty in them, and willingly pursues justice and reverences you. Of this I myself will deliver the seed and beginning. It is your business to accomplish the rest, to weave together the mortal and immortal nature, by this means fabricating and generating animals, causing them to increase by supplying them with nutriment, and receiving them back again when dissolved by corruption. Close quote. As the commentary of Proclus on this speech most admirably unfolds its recondite meaning, and is at the same time replete with the most interesting information respecting the mundane Gods, I shall give the following extracts from it, in which the most magnificent exuberance of diction is combined with the greatest fecundity and scientific accuracy of conception. Quote, "The scope of this speech," says Proclus, "is to insert demiurgic power and providence in the mundane genera of gods, to lead them forth to the generation of the remaining kinds of animals, and to place them over mortals, analogously to the Father of wholes over the one orderly distribution of the universe. For it is necessary that some things should be primarily generated by the demiurgic monad, and others through other media. The demiurgos, indeed, producing all things from himself, at once and eternally, but the things produced in order, and first proceeding from him, producing together with him the natures posterior to themselves. Thus, for instance, the celestial produce sublunary gods, and these generate mortal animals, the demiurgos at the same time fabricating these in conjunction with the celestial and sublunary divinities. For, in speaking, he understands all things, and by understanding all things, he also makes the mortal genera of animals, these requiring another proximate generating cause, so far as they are mortal, and through this receiving a progression into being. But the character of the words is enthusiastic, shining with intellectual intuitions, pure and venerable, as being perfected by the Father of the gods, differing from and transcending human conceptions, delicate and at the same time terrific, full of grace and beauty, at once concise and perfectly accurate. Plato, therefore, particularly studies these things in the imitations of divine speeches, as he also evinces in the Republic, when he represents the Muses speaking sublimely, and the prophet ascending to a lofty seat. He also adorns both these speeches with conciseness and venerableness, employing the accurate powers of colons, directly shadowing forth divine intellections through such a form of words. But in the words before us, he omits no transcendency, either of the grand and robust in the sentences, and the names adapted to these devices, or of magnitude in the conceptions and the figures which give completion to this idea. Besides this also, much distinction and purity, the unfolding of truth, and the illustrious prerogatives of beauty, are mingled with the idea of magnitude, this being especially adapted to the subject things, to the speaker, and to the hearers. For the objects of this speech are the perfection of the universe, an assimilation to all perfect animal, i.e. to its paradigm, and the generation of all mortal animals, the maker of all things, at the same time presubsisting and adorning all things through exempt transcendency, but the secondary fabricators adding what was wanting to the formation of the universe. All, therefore, being great and divine, as well the persons as the things, and shining with beauty and a distinction from each other, Plato has employed words adapted to the form of the speech. Quote, "Homer also, when energizing enthusiastically, represents Jupiter speaking, converting to himself the twofold coordinations of gods, becoming himself as it were the center of all the divine genera in the world, and making all things obedient to his intellection. But at one time he conjoins the multitude of gods with himself without a medium, and at another through Themis as the medium." Quote, "But Jove to Themis gives command to call the gods to council." Close quote. Quote, "This goddess pervading everywhere collects the divine number, and converts it to the demiurgic monad. For the gods are both separate from mundane affairs and eternally provide for all things, being at the same time exempt from them through the highest transcendency, and extending their providence everywhere. For their unmingled nature is not without providential energy, nor is their providence mingled with matter. Through transcendency of power, they are not filled with the subjects of their government, and through beneficent will, they make all things similar to themselves, in permanently abiding, proceeding, and in being separated from all things, being similarly present to all things. Since, therefore, the gods that govern the world, and the demons, the attendants of these, receive after this manner unmingled purity and providential administration from their Father, at one time he converts them to himself without a medium, and illuminates them with a separate, unmingled, and pure form of life. Whence also, I think, he orders them to be separated from all things, to remain exempt in Olympus, and neither convert themselves to Greeks nor barbarians, which is just the same as to say that they must transcend the twofold orders of mundane natures, and abide immutably in undefiled intellection. But at another time he converts them to a providential attention to secondary natures, through Themis, and calls upon them to direct the mundane battle, and excites different gods to different works. These divinities, therefore, especially require the assistance of Themis, who contains in herself the divine laws, according to which providence is intimately connected with wholes. Homer, therefore, divinely delivers twofold speeches, accompanying the twofold energies of Jupiter. But Plato, through this one speech, comprehends those twofold modes of discourse. For the demiurgos renders the gods unmingled with secondary natures, and causes them to provide for, and give existence to mortals. But he orders them to fabricate in imitation of himself. And in an injunction of this kind, both these are comprehended, videre licet, the unmingled through the imitation of the Father, for he is separate, being exempt from mundane wholes, but providential energy through the command to fabricate, nourish, and increase mortal natures. Or rather, we may survey both in each. For in imitating the demiurgos, they provide for secondary natures, as he does for the immortals, and in fabricating they are separate from the things fabricated. For every demiurgic cause is exempt from the things generated by it, but that which is mingled with and filled from them is imbecile and inefficacious, and is unable to adorn and fabricate them. And thus much in common respecting the whole of the speech. Quote, "Let us then, in the first place, consider what we are to understand by gods of gods," and what power it possesses. For that this invocation is collective and convertive of multitude to its monad, that it calls upwards the natures which have proceeded to the one fabrication of them, and inserts a boundary and divine measure in them, is clear to those who are not entirely unacquainted with such like discourses. But how those that are allotted to the world by their Father are called gods of gods, and according to what conception, cannot easily be indicated to the many. For there is an unfolding of one divine intelligence in these names. Proclus then proceeds to relate the explanations given by others of these words, which having rejected as erroneous, he very properly, in my opinion, adopts the following, which is that of his preceptor, the great Syrianus. All the mundane gods are not simply gods, but they are wholly gods which participate. For there is in them that which is separate, unapparent and supermundane, and also that which is the apparent image of them, and has an orderly establishment in the world, and that indeed which is unapparent in them is primarily a god, this being undistributed and one, but this vehicle which is suspended from their unapparent essence is secondarily a god. For if, with respect to us, man is twofold, one inward according to the soul, the other apparent, which we see, much more must both these be asserted of the mundane gods, since divinity also is twofold, one unapparent and the other apparent. This being the case, we must say that, "gods of gods," is addressed to all the mundane divinities, in whom there is a connection of unapparent with apparent gods, for they are gods that participate. In short, since twofold orders are produced by the demiurgos, some being supermundane and others mundane, and some being without and others with participation of body, if the demiurgos now addressed the supermundane orders, he would have alone said to them, "gods," for they are without participation, i.e., without the participation of body, are separate and unapparent. But since the speech is to the mundane gods, he calls them gods of gods, as being participated by other apparent divinities. In these also demons are comprehended, for they also are gods as to their order with respect to the gods, whose peculiarity they indivisibly participate. Thus also Plato in the Phaedrus, when he calls the 12 gods the leaders of demons, at the same time denominates all the attendants of the divinities gods, adding, "and this is the life of the gods." All these therefore are gods of gods, as possessing the apparent connected with the unapparent, and the mundane with the supermundane. End of chapter 5. Chapters 6 and 7 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. And thus much concerning the whole conception of the speech. It is necessary, however, since we have said the words are demiurgic or fabricative, that they should be received in a manner adapted to demiurgic providence. But if these words are intellectual conceptions, and the intellectual conceptions themselves are productions, what shall we say the demiurgos effects in the multitude of mundane gods by the first words of his speech? Is it not evident we must say that this energy of his is deific? For this one divine intellectual conception, which is the first and most simple proceeding from the demiurgos, deifies all the recipients of it, and makes them demiurgic gods, participated gods, and gods unapparent, and at the same time apparent. For this, as has been said, is the meaning of "gods of gods." For the term gods is not alone adapted to them, since they are not alone unapparent, nor the word gods twice enunciated, as if some one should say gods and gods. For every bond of this kind is artificial, and foreign from divine union. It is also necessary to observe that every mundane god has an animal suspended from him, according to which he is denominated mundane. He has likewise a divine soul, which rules over its depending vehicle, and an immaterial and separate intellect, according to which he is united to the intelligible, in order that he may imitate the world in which all these are contained. And by the animal suspended from him, he is indeed a part of the sensible universe, but by intellect he belongs to an intelligible essence, and by soul he conjoins the impartible life which is in him with the life that is divisible about body. Such a composition, however, being triple in each mundane god, neither does Plato here deliver the demiurgus speaking to intellects, for intellects subsist in unproceeding union with the divine intellect, and are entirely unbegotten. But soul is the first of generated natures, and a little after the demiurgus addresses these, when he says, quote, "Since ye are generated," close quote. Nor does he represent the demiurgus as speaking only to the animals which are suspended from the souls of these gods, for they pertain to corporeal natures, and are not adapted to enjoy the one demiurgic intelligence without a medium. Nor yet does he represent him as speaking to souls by themselves, for they are entirely immortal, but the gods whom he now addresses are said by him not to be in every respect immortal. If therefore it be requisite for me to say what appears to me to be the truth, the words of the demiurgus are addressed to the composite from soul and animal, videre licet, to the animal which is divine, and partakes of a soul. For intellect does not know the demiurgic will through reason, but through intelligence, or in other words through intellectual vision, nor through conversion, but through a union with that intellect which ranks as a whole, as being itself intellect, and as it were of the same colour with it. But soul, as being reason, and not intellect itself, requires appropriately to its essence the energy of reason, and a rational conversion to the intelligible. To these, therefore, as being essentially rational, and as being essentialized in reasons, the demiurgic speech proceeds, and it is adapted to them in a twofold respect. First, as being participated by bodies, for they are gods of those gods, and secondly, as participating of intellects, for they are gods of, videre licet, derived from, intellects, which are also gods. And they participate of intellects, and are participable by bodies. Hence the assertions that they are generated, and that they are not entirely immortal, and everything else in the speech, are appropriately adapted to them, so far as they have a certain coordination and connection with mundane natures, and so far as they are participated by them. But the mandates, quote, "learn and generate," close quote, and everything else of this kind, which is more divine than generated natures, are adapted to them as intellectual essences. Let us, in the next place, attend to the meaning of the words, quote, "of whom I am the demiurgus and father. Whatever is generated by me is indissoluble, such being my will in its fabrication," close quote. Plato then appears to give a triple division to the energy of the one demiurgus in his production of the junior gods, videre licet, a division into the deific, into that which imparts connection, and into that which supplies a similitude to animal itself. For the address of the demiurgus evinces those to be gods that proceed from him, but the assertions respecting the indissoluble and dissoluble, by defining the measure of a medium between these, impart a distribution and connection commensurate to the order of the mundane gods, and the words, calling on them to the fabrication of mortal natures, cause them to be the sources of perfection to the universe, and the fabricators of secondary animals, conformably to the imitation of the paradigm. But through these three energies, the Demiurgus elevates his offspring to all the intelligible gods, and establishes them in the intelligible triads. In the one being indeed, or the summit of these triads, through the first of these energies, for that is primarily deified, in which the One is deity, but being is the first participant of it. For the One itself is alone deity without habitude to anything, and is not participable. But the one being, in which there is the first participation, is God of God, and being is deity as the summit of all things, but the one of it is deity as proceeding from the One itself, which is primarily God. But through the second of these energies, the Demiurgus establishes his offspring in the second of the intelligible triads, i.e. in eternity itself. For eternity is the cause of this indissoluble permanency to everything which continues perpetually undissolved. Hence, all mundane natures are bound according to the demiurgic will, and have something of the indissoluble through the participation of him. The natures which are primarily indissoluble being different from these, and those that are truly immortal subsisting for his sake. And he establishes them in all perfect animal, or the third of the intelligible triads, through the third of these energies. For to this the vivific assimilates the mundane gods, and inserts in them the paradigms of animals which they generate. And this indeed will be one scope of generation, the converting and perfecting the proceeding multitude of the gods. But after the one there will be a triple design, which establishes them in the three intelligible orders. This second demiurgic intelligence, therefore, after the first, which is deific, illuminates the mundane gods with a firm establishment, an immutable power, and an eternal essence, through which the whole world and all the divine allotments subsist always the same, participating through the Father of an immutable nature and undecaying power. For everything which is generated from an immovable cause is indissoluble and immutable, but all the progeny of a movable cause are movable. Hence, among mundane natures, such as proceed from the demiurgic cause alone, in consequence of being generated according to an invariable sameness, are permanent, and are exempt from every mutable and variable essence. But such as proceed both from this cause, and from other movable principles, are indeed immutable, so far as they proceed from the demiurgus, but mutable so far as they proceed from the latter. For those natures which the demiurgus alone generates, these he fabricates immutable and indissoluble, both according to their own nature and according to his power and will. For he imparts to them a guardian and preserving power, and he connects their essence in a manner transcendent and exempt. For all things are preserved in a twofold respect from the power which he contains, and from his providential goodness, which is truly able and willing to preserve everything which may be lawfully perpetually saved. The most divine of visible natures, therefore, are, as we have said, from their own nature indissoluble, but they are likewise so from the demiurgic power which pervades through all things and eternally connects them. For this power is the guard and the divine law, which connectedly contains all things. But a still greater and more principal cause than these is the demiurgic will which employs this power in its productions. For what is superior to goodness, Or what bond is more perfect than this, which imparts by illumination union, connects an eternal essence, and is the bound and measure of all things, to which also the Demiurgus now refers the cause of immutable power, saying, quote, "Such being my will in its fabrication," close quote. For he established his own will as a guard over his own proper works, as that which gives union, connection, and measure to the whole of things. Who the Demiurgus, however, is, and who Father is, has been unfolded by us before, and will be now also concisely shown. There are then these four: Father alone, Maker alone, Father and Maker, Maker and Father. And Father indeed is ether, or bound, being the first procession from the One. Father and Maker is the divinity who subsists according to the intelligible paradigm at the extremity of the intelligible order, and whom Orpheus says the blessed gods call Phanes Protagonus. But Maker and Father is Jupiter, who is now called by himself the Demiurgus, but whom the Orphic writers would call the Father of works. And Maker alone is the cause of partible fabrication, as the same writers would say. To Father alone, therefore, all intelligible, intellectual, supermundane and mundane natures are in subjection. To Father and Maker, all intellectual, supermundane and mundane natures are subordinate. To Maker and Father, who is an intellectual deity, supermundane and mundane natures are subservient. But to Maker alone, mundane natures alone are in subjection. And all these particulars we learn from the narration of Orpheus, for according to each peculiarity of the four, there is a subject multitude of gods. Chapter 7. In the next place, the Demiurgus says, quote, "Everything, therefore, which is bound is dissoluble. But to be willing to dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed is the province of an evil nature." Close quote. It is requisite then to consider how the dissoluble and indissoluble are asserted of the gods, and to conjoin proper modes of solution with appropriate bonds. For everything is not bound after a similar manner, nor is that which is bound in one way dissolved in different ways. But that which is in a certain respect bound has also its dissolution according to this mode. That which is in every respect bound is likewise in every respect dissolved, and that which is bound by itself is also by itself dissolved. But that which is bound by something different from itself has also on that its dissolution depending. That likewise which is bound in time is also dissolved according to time, but that which is allotted a perpetual bond must also be said to be perpetually dissolved. For in short, dissolution is conjoined with every bond, for a bond is not union without multitude, since the One does not require a bond, nor is it an assemblage of many and different things, no longer preserving their characteristic peculiarities. For a thing of this kind is confusion, and that which results from them is one thing, consisting of things corrupted together, but does not become bound. For it is necessary that things that are bound should remain as they are, but not be bound when corrupted. Hence a bond then alone takes place when there are many things, and which are preserved, having one power connective and collective of them, whether this power be corporeal or incorporeal. If this however be the case, things that are bound are united through the bond and separated, because each preserves its own proper nature. Everywhere, therefore, as we have said, a bond has also dissolution connected with it. Bonds, however, and their dissolutions differ in subsisting in a certain respect, and simply from themselves, and from others according to time, and perpetually. For in these their differences consist. We must not therefore wonder if the same thing is both dissoluble and indissoluble, and if it is in a certain respect indissoluble, and in a certain respect dissoluble. So that the works of the Father, if they are indeed indissoluble, are so as not to be dissolved according to time. But they are dissoluble as having together, with a bond, a separation of the simple things of which they consist, according to the definite causes of things that are bound, existing in him that binds. For as that which is self-subsistent is said to be so in a twofold respect, one as supplying all things from itself alone, but another as subsisting indeed from itself, and also from another which is the cause of it, thus also the indissoluble is so from another and from itself, just as that which is moved is twofold and subsists in a similar manner. To these two modes, however, two modes of dissolution are also opposed. Videre licet, that which is dissoluble from another and from itself is opposed to that which is indissoluble from another and from itself. And this indeed is dissoluble in itself as consisting of things that are separate. But in consequence of having in something else prior to itself the causes of its subsistence, by this cause, and according to this mode alone, it becomes dissoluble. Again, that which is simply dissoluble in a twofold respect, and which contains in itself the cause of its dissolution, and also receives it from another, is opposed to that which is simply indissoluble in a twofold respect, from itself and from another. These therefore are four in number. Videre licet, that which is simply indissoluble from another and from itself. And again, that which is indissoluble after a certain manner in a twofold respect. That which is dissoluble after a certain manner in a twofold respect, and that which is dissoluble simply from itself and from another. Of these four, however, the first pertains to intelligibles, for they are indissoluble, as being entirely simple, and receiving no composition or dissolution whatever. But the fourth belongs to mortal natures, which are dissoluble from themselves and from others, as consisting of many things, and being composed by their causes in such a way as to be at a certain time dissolved. And the middles pertain to the mundane gods, for the second and the third of these four concur with them. For after a certain manner, these as being the works of the Father are indissoluble, and they are saved from themselves, and through his will. And again, they are in a certain respect dissoluble, because they are bound by him, and he contains the productive principle of those simple natures from which they are composed. Everything, therefore, which is bound is dissoluble. And this is also the case with the works of the Father. For these are all bodies, the composition of animals, and the number of participated souls. But intellects, which ride as it were in souls, as in a vehicle, cannot be called the works of the Father, for they were not generated, but were unfolded into light in an unbegotten manner, as if fashioned within the addita of his essence, and not proceeding out of them. For there are no paradigms of these, but of middle and last natures, since soul is the first of images, but the wholes, such as animals, the participants of soul and intellect, and generated natures derive their subsistence from intellectual paradigms, of which animal itself is the comprehending cause. Bodies, therefore, are bound through analogy, for this is the most beautiful bond of them. But animals are bound with animated bonds, and souls which contain something of a partible nature are bound by media, viz. By geometrical, arithmetical, and harmonical ratios, for Plato calls these and all the productive principles of which the soul consists, bonds. Hence the indissoluble in the mundane gods subsists according to nature, for each of them is generated indissoluble, such being the works of the Father through the power which he contains. They are also indissoluble from the demiurgic will, since they are of a composite nature and possess the indissoluble with a bond. But there is likewise in a certain respect a dissolution of them, so far as they consist of things of a simple nature, of which the Father contains in himself the definite causes. At one and the same time, therefore, they are indissoluble and dissoluble. They are not, however, so indissoluble as the intelligible, for that is indissoluble through transcendency of simplicity, but these are at the same time indissoluble and dissoluble, as consisting of simple natures, and as being perpetually bound. For all the natures that are bound, being dissoluble, such as are perpetual, possessing through the whole of time beauty from the intelligible, divine union, and demiurgic harmony, are indissoluble. But mortal natures are dissoluble alone, because they are connected with the deformity and inaptitude of matter, and the former indeed are beautifully harmonized through the union inserted in them by their harmonizing cause. But this is not the case with the latter, on account of the multitude of causes which no longer insert in them a similar union. For their union is dissipated through the multitude which is mingled in their composition, so that they are very properly allotted a remitted harmony. Hence, everything which is bound is dissoluble, but one thing is thus dissoluble and indissoluble, and another is dissoluble only, just as the intelligible is alone indissoluble. Why, therefore, is that which is primarily bound at one and the same time dissoluble and indissoluble? Because it is beautifully harmonized and is well composed. For from being well composed, it obtains union, since goodness is unific. But from the intelligible it obtains the beautifully, for from thence beauty is derived. And from fabricating power it obtains harmony, for this is the cause of the Muses, and is the source of harmonical arrangement to mundane natures. Hence we again have the three causes, the final through the well, the paradigmatic through the beautifully, and the demiurgic through the harmonized. But it is necessary that a composition of this kind, harmonized by the one fabricating power, filled with divine beauty, and obtaining a boniform union, should be indissoluble. For the demiurgo says that to dissolve it is the province of an evil nature. Moreover, prior to this, Plato had said that the universe is indissoluble, except by him by whom it was bound. If, however, it is entirely impossible for the universe to be dissolved by any other, but the Father alone is able to dissolve it, and it is impossible for him to effect this, for it is the province of an evil nature, it is impossible for the universe to be dissolved. For either he must dissolve it, or some other. But if some other, who is it that is able to offer violence to the demiurgos? For it is impossible that a dissolution of it should be effected except by him that bound it. But if he dissolves it, how, being good, can he dissolve that which is beautifully harmonized and well composed? For that which is subversive of these is productive of evil, just as that which is subversive of evil is allotted a beneficent nature. Hence, There is an equal necessity that the demiurgos should be depraved, if it be lawful so to speak, or that this world should be dissolved. Videre licet, each of these is equally impossible. Such, therefore, is the necessity which Plato assigns to the incorruptibility of the universe. Hence that Plato gives the indissoluble to the composition of the mundane gods, he clearly manifests when he orders them to bind mortal natures not with those indissoluble bonds with which they are connected. For if the connective bonds of these gods are indissoluble, they themselves must be essentially indissoluble. Here, however, he says that they are not in every respect indissoluble. It is evident, therefore, from both these assertions that they are indissoluble, and at the same time dissoluble, and that they are not in every respect indissoluble in consequence of their being appropriately bound. But if these things are true, there is every necessity that the dissolution of them should be very different from that which we call corruption. For that which is dissoluble after such a manner as the corruptible, not being indissoluble, is so far from being not in every respect indissoluble, that it is in every respect dissoluble. Hence it is not proper to say that the mundane gods are of themselves corruptible, but remain incorruptible through the will of the Father. But we ought to say that they are in their own nature incorruptible. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 10 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. In the next place, let us attend to the meaning of the following part of the speech of the demiurgos to the mundane gods, as beautifully unfolded by Proclus. Quote, "Hence, so far as you are generated, you are not immortal, nor in every respect indissoluble. Yet you shall never be dissolved, nor become subject to the fatality of death. My will being a much greater and more excellent bond than the vital connectives with which you were bound at the commencement of your generation." Close quote. Since all the mundane gods to whom these words are addressed consist of divine souls, and animals suspended from them, or in other words, since they are participated souls, and since the demiurgos denominates them indissoluble and at the same time dissoluble, in the way above explained, he now wishes to collect in one point of view, and into one truth, all that he had said separately about them. For at one and the same time he takes away from them the immortal and the indissoluble, and again confers these on them through a subversion of their opposites. For media are allotted this nature, not receiving the nature of the extremes, and appearing to comprehend the whole of both. Just as if some one should call the soul impartible, and at the same time partible, as consisting of both, and neither impartible nor partible, as being different from the extremes. For see how a middle of this kind may be surveyed in the mundane gods. That is principally and primarily called immortal, which supplies itself with immortality, since that also is primarily being, which is being from itself, intellect, which is intellect from itself, and one, which is from itself one. For everywhere that which primarily possesses anything is such from itself, since if it were not so from itself, but from another, that other would be primarily either intellect or life, or the one, or something else. And either this would be primarily so, or if there is nothing primarily, the ascent will be to infinity. Thus, therefore, that is truly immortal which is immortal from itself, and which imparts to itself immortality. But that which is neither vital according to the whole of itself, nor self-subsistent, nor possesses immortality from itself, is not primarily immortal. Hence, as that which is secondarily being is not being, so that which is secondarily immortal is not immortal. Yet it is not mortal, for this is entirely a defection or departure from the immortal, neither possessing a connascent life nor infinite power. For these three are in a successive order: that which possesses from itself infinite life, that which receives infinite life from another, and that which neither from itself nor another exhibits the infinity of life. And the first indeed is immortal, the second is not immortal, the third is mortal. And the mean is adapted to the mundane gods, for they neither have the immortal from themselves, so far as they derive it from that which is truly and primarily immortal, and so far as bodies are suspended from them, nor have they a finite life, but they are filled indeed from the eternal gods, and produce mortal natures. For the second fabrication is connected with the first, proceeds about it, is governed by it, and refers to it the production of the mortal genera. Again, with respect to the indissoluble, that which is principally and primarily so is simple and free from all composition. For where there is no composition, what representation can there be of dissolution? But that is secondarily indissoluble which is indissoluble with a bond, which is at the same time dissoluble in consequence of proceeding from divided causes. For it is not simply dissoluble, but dissoluble by its cause. For that which is bound prior to all time is alone bound according to cause, but that which is alone causally bound is alone causally dissolved. And the third from that which is properly indissoluble is that which was indissoluble for a certain time, because the first indeed is properly indissoluble in conjunction with simplicity, but the second is subordinately so, together with composition, and the third, falling off from both, is in its own nature dissoluble. Neither, therefore, are the mundane gods entirely indissoluble, for this pertains to the most simple natures, nor are they dissoluble according to time, for the composition of them proceeds from the demiurgic union. As therefore, in the cause, union precedes things of a simple nature, after the same manner here also a bond precedes dissolution, for it is more excellent and the resemblance of a more divine power. And this is seen in souls, for there were bonds and media in them, as has been before observed in the generation of the soul. It is also seen in bodies, for analogy is a bond, and likewise in animals, for being bound with animated bonds, they became animals. Hence, the immortal and the indissoluble do not entirely pertain to the mundane gods, yet at the same time they do pertain to them, and because they are not in every respect present with them, nor in such a manner as in intelligibles, immortality must be taken from them. For in the banquet also, Plato does not think fit to call love immortal, yet he does not denominate it mortal, but asserts it to be something between both these. For there is a great extent of the mortal and immortal, and they are bound together by many media. It appears likewise, with respect to the immortal, that one kind of it is common to all the beings that differ from a mortal nature, and which consists in not being deprived of the life which it possesses. According to this sense of the word, Plato says that the demiurgos is the cause of immortal natures, but the junior gods of such as are mortal. But another kind of the immortal is the peculiarity of intelligibles, being eternally so, and another belongs to the mundane gods, which is an immortality perpetually rising into existence, and having its subsistence in always becoming to be. Hence it may be said that the immortal and mortal are oppositely divided without a medium, if the common signification of the immortal is assumed, and that they are not opposed to each other without a medium, if that which is primarily immortal is considered, and this is that which is always immortal. For the medium between this and the mortal is that which is always becoming to be immortal, but that which is properly immortal possesses the whole of its life in eternity. That, however, which has its life evolved through the whole of time, and has not always one and the same indivisible life, this possesses an immortality coextended with the flux of generation, but is not immortal according to the stability of being. And again, the medium between the immortality of the mundane gods and that of partial souls is that which has a life always rising into existence, and which ascends and descends in intellectual energy, so as to be nearer to mortal natures, leaving indeed a more excellent intellection, but transferring itself into one that is subordinate, and again recurring to its pristine condition without oblivion. And of these, the former indeed is the peculiarity of the mundane gods, but the latter of demons, the attendants on these gods. But if the nature which remains is filled with oblivion in descending, becomes most proximate to mortals, entirely destroys the true life which it contains, and alone possesses the essential life, such an immortality as this belongs to partial souls. Hence the Demiurgos in his speech calls the immortality in these homonymous to that of the immortals. If, however, there is any nature after these which casts aside its essential life, this is alone mortal. Hence the primarily immortal and the mortal are the extremes, but the immortality of the mundane gods and that of partial souls are the sub-extremes, and the immortality which is truly the medium between these is that of demons. Hence too, demons are in reality entirely of a middle nature. Chapter 9. After this, the Demiurgos sublimely addresses the mundane gods in the following words, quote, "Learn now, therefore, what I say to you, indicating my desire." Close quote. The first address to the mundane gods, says Proclus, was deific of, or deified the auditors, for it evinced all of them to be gods, and to be participated by the bodies in which they ride. For these very bodies also are gods, as being the statues as it were of gods, since Plato likewise calls the earth the first and most ancient of the gods within the heavens. But these deified bodies are participants of the gods truly so called, from which they are suspended, and which are prior to generation. For these bodies have, as we have observed, generation. But the second, addressed to the mundane gods, inserted in them an eternal power through the participation of an indissoluble connection. And the present words fill them with divine and demiurgic conceptions, proceeding supernally from intelligible animal, the paradigm of the universe. For the being instructed in the fabrication of animals, so far as it is mathesis, or learning, is adapted to soul. But these words fill the multitude of gods with the demiurgic intelligence of all the forms that are contained in intelligible animal. And through the word now, indeed, the eternal is after a manner indicated, through the word what, the united and convolved, through I say, that which proceeds into multitude and is disseminated about the many gods, and through indication, a plenitude derived from intelligible and unapparent causes is signified. For we only indicate in things unapparent to the multitude, but through all the words together it is evident that the demiurgos establishes himself analogous to intelligible intellect, and fills the mundane number of gods with intellectual conceptions. Farther still, these words convert this multitude to the one demiurgic intelligence, and prior to a providential attention to secondary natures, illuminate it with unmingled purity and stable intellection. For as the demiurgus makes by energizing intellectually, and generates from inward, externally proceeding energy, thus also he wishes the mundane gods first to learn and understand the will of their Father, and thus afterwards to imitate his power. In the next place, the demiurgus says, quote, "Three genera of mortals yet remain to be produced. Without the generation of these, therefore, the universe will be imperfect, for it will not contain every kind of animal in its spacious extent. But it ought to contain them, that it may be sufficiently perfect. Yet if these are generated and participate of life through me, they will become equal to the gods." Close quote. On these words, Proclus observes, "The most total, first and most divine of ideas not only give subsistence to such mundane natures as are perpetual, in an exempt manner, but likewise to all mortal natures according to one united cause. For the idea of winged natures, which is there, is the paradigm of all winged animals whatever; the idea of the aquatic, of all aquatic; and the idea of the pedestrial, of all pedestrial animals. But the progressions of intelligibles into the intellectual orders become the sources of division to united ideas, produce into multitude total causes, and unfold the definite principles of multiform natures. For there is no longer in intelligibles one intellectual cause of all aerial animals, since there is not a separate intellection of perpetual animals of this kind, nor one intellectual cause of aquatic, nor in a similar manner of terrestrial animals, but the power of difference in the intellectual order minutely distributes the whole into parts, and monads into numbers. Hence the causes of divine animals, according to which the demiurgus gives subsistence to the orders of gods and demons that produce generation, exist in him separate from the causes of mortal natures, according to which he calls on the junior gods to generate mortal animals. For the demiurgus precedes the generative energy of these gods, and makes by merely saying that a thing is to be made. For the words of the Father are demiurgic intellections, and his intellections are creations. But approximate making is adapted to the multitude of gods. And again, you see how the order of effective and generative causes is unfolded into light. For the choir of mundane gods produces indeed mortal animals, but in conjunction with motion and mutation. And the demiurgus also produces them, but by speaking, videre licet by intellection. For he speaks indeed, intellectually perceiving, and immovably and intellectually. Animal itself also produces them, for it contains the one cause of all winged, of all aquatic, and of all terrestrial animals. But it produces them with silence, by its very essence and intelligibly. For the demiurgic speech receives indeed the paternal silence, but the intellectual production, the intelligible cause, and the generation which subsists according to energizing, the providence according to existence. Motion also receives the demiurgic words, but the orderly distribution which is mingled with a sensible nature receives the intellectual energy. For the fabrications which exist at the extremity of things require a producing cause of this kind. Everything therefore which is mutable, which is changed in quality, which is generated and corruptible, is generated from a cause immovable indeed according to essence, but moved according to energy. For the motion which is there separated from essence, here produces an essence which is moved. Hence, because that which makes both according to essence and according to energy, both which are as it were woven together, mutation of essence thence derives its progression. Mortal natures therefore require movable causes, and those that are very mutable, many such causes. For it is impossible that they should remain only begotten, since the mortal genera would not have an existence. It is necessary, however, that the mortal nature should exist, in the first place, in order that everything may have a subsistence which is capable of being generated, videre licet, both perpetual beings and those which at a certain time cease to exist. For beyond these is that which in no respect whatever is. In the next place, this is necessary in order that divine natures and being may not be the last of things, since that which is generative of anything is more excellent and more divine than the thing which it generates. And in the third place, it is necessary in order that the world may not be imperfect, not comprehending everything, the causes of which are contained in animal itself. For the ideas which are there are the causes of everything, whether divine or mortal. Hence Orpheus says that the vivific cause of partible natures, while she remained on high, weaving the order of celestials, was a nymph, as being undefiled, and in consequence of this connected with Jupiter, and abiding in her appropriate manners, but that proceeding from her proper habitation, she left her webs unfinished, was ravished, having been ravished was married, and being married generated, in order that she might animate things which have an adventitious life. For the unfinished state of her webs indicates, I think, that the universe is imperfect or unfinished as far as to perpetual animals. Hence Plato says that the one demiurgus calls on the many demiurgi to weave together the mortal and immortal natures, after a manner reminding us that the addition of the mortal genera is the perfection of the textorial life of the universe, and also exciting our recollection of the divine Orphic fable, and affording us interpretive causes of the unfinished webs of Proserpine. The divine number, therefore, has its proper boundary and end, and is perfect. But it is also necessary that the mortal nature should exist and have an appropriate limit, and this triply, aerially, aquatically, and terrestrially. For celestially is impossible, because the summit and the first genus of every order is undefiled and perpetual, in consequence of being assimilated to the cause which is prior to it. As therefore the first of intellectuals is intelligible, and the first of angels is a God, thus also the first of sensibles is perpetual and divine. When, however, the demiurgus says, quote, "Yet if these are generated and participate of life through me, they will become equal to the gods." He confirms what has been before asserted, that everything which is produced by an immovable cause is unbegotten and immutable, but that everything which is produced indeed by an immovable cause, yet through the medium of a cause that is moved, is partly unbegotten and partly mutable. For from the immovable cause indeed it receives unity, but from the movable cause multitude. And from the former it derives being and form, but from the latter individuality and a flowing existence, through which the form or species is preserved, but the individual is destroyed. Chapter 10. After this, the Demiurgus says, "that mortal natures therefore may subsist, and that the universe may be truly all. Convert yourselves according to nature to the fabrication of animals, imitating the power which I employed in your generation." A twofold scope of fabrication, says Proclus, is here delivered, one indeed providential, but the other assimilative, the one being more proximate, but the other more total. For to fabricate, for the sake of giving subsistence to mortal natures, indicates providence and the perfection of power. For all superplenitude of power is prolific of other things subordinate to itself. But to fabricate, for the sake of giving completion to the universe, indicates an energy according to assimilative power, in order that this universe may be rendered similar to all perfect animal, in consequence of being adorned with all the numbers of divine and mortal animals. For if all things were immortal, the most divine of sensible natures would be unprolific, and if the universe was not filled with all the forms of life, it would not be perfect, nor sufficiently similar to all perfect animal. That neither of these defects therefore might happen, the first Demiurgus excites the second fabrication supernally from his own exalted place of survey. He also pours on the mundane gods vivific and demiurgic power, through which they generate from themselves secondary essences, fill them with life, and give them a specific distinction. For the peculiarity of vivific deity is to vivify, but of demiurgic deity to be productive of form. The expression therefore, "convert yourselves," is of an exciting nature, and is similar to the mandate of Jupiter to the gods in Homer. "Haste, to the Greek and Trojan hosts descend." For as that calls them to the war of generation, so this in Plato excites them to the fabrication of mortals, which they effect through motion. And this indeed is accomplished by all the mundane gods, but especially by the governors of the world, or the planets, and in the most eminent degree by the sovereign sun. For the Demiurgus gave him dominion over wholes, fabricated him as a guardian, and ordered him, as Orpheus says, "o'er all to rule." The words likewise, "according to nature," bound their fabrication according to measure and the good, and besides this, spread under them all physical production as an instrument to their energies. This, therefore, which is subservient to their will, they move and govern. And in the third place, these words define their subsistence as media. For it pertains to the middle to fabricate the extremes according to nature. For things which sometimes have an existence are suspended from those that are perpetual according to time, and the latter are suspended from eternal entities. And primary natures indeed are generative of media, but these are productive of such beings as are last in the series of things. The word "yourselves" also, which denotes manual operation, excites the divine lives themselves to fabrication. Nor ought we to wonder whence demiurgic power is derived to divine souls, this being the peculiarity of the superessential gods. For as Orpheus, placing an intellectual essence in Jupiter, renders it demiurgic, thus also Plato, producing words from the Father, evinces that the souls which rank as wholes are divine and demiurgic. Nor must we doubt why of mundane natures some are immortal but others mortal, since all of them are generated according to intelligible causes. For some of them proceed from one, but others from another proximate producing cause. And it is necessary to look to these, and not to paradigms alone. Nor must we investigate ideas of Socrates, Plato, or of anything that ranks as a particular. For the Demiurgus divides mortal animals according to genera, and stops at total intellections, and through these comprehends everything of a partial nature. For as the Demiurgus makes that which is material immaterially, and that which is generated ingenerably, thus also he produces mortal natures immortally. For he makes these indeed, but through the junior gods, since prior to their making he made by intellection alone. Nor must we deny that mortal natures subsist also divinely, and not mortally only. For the things which the Demiurgus now extends in his speech are hypostases, or subsisting natures about the junior or mundane gods, which the heavens primarily receive, and according to which the gods fabricate the mortal genera. For the monads of every mortal formed life proceed into the heavens from the intelligible forms, but from these monads which are divine, all the multitude of material animals is generated. For if we adopt these conceptions, we shall accord with Plato, and shall not wander from the nature of things. Again, when the Demiurgus says, "imitating the power which I employed about your generation," we must understand by this that an assimilation to the one exempt fabrication of things, and a conversion to it, is the highest end of the second fabrication. For it is necessary that self-motive should follow immovable natures, and such as are very mutable, such as are always moved, and that there should be perpetually a series of secondary beings assimilated to those that are prior to them. Since, however, there was a divine will and a divine power in the Demiurgus, he unfolds his will to the mundane gods through learning, and through this perfects their demiurgic will. But he unfolds his power to them through this imitation, according to which he orders them to imitate the power of the one Demiurgus, conformably to which they were generated by him. For by saying that which he wills, he imparts to them will, and by saying that which he is able to effect, he supplies them with power. And in the last place he demonstrates them to be secondary fabricators, imitators of their Father. Whether therefore there is a mundane power, or an efficacious energy of demons, or a fortitude and supernatural strength of heroes, to all this the Demiurgus gives subsistence, and imparts it to those that give completion to the whole of the second fabrication. For the first power is in him, and the monad of demiurgic powers. Since, however, he is also intellect and Father, all things will be in him, videre licet, Father, the power of the Father, and the paternal intellect. Hence Plato was not ignorant of this division, and on this account the Demiurgus, as being Father, calls power his power. This also he manifests by adding, quote, "which I employed about your generation," close quote. For the Father is the cause of this in conjunction with power, just as Father here in conjunction with the female is the cause of the propagation of the human species. For power is of a feminine characteristic. End of chapter 10. Chapters 11 to 13 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. And thus much for the development of such particulars in the speech of the Demiurgos as relate to the junior or mundane gods. Others, however, no less important respecting the fabrication of these gods, remain to be collected from another part of the Timaeus, and which, accompanied with the admirable elucidations of Proclus, are as follow. After the Demiurgos had instructed souls in all that was necessary to their well-being, and had disseminated some of them into the earth, others into the moon, and others into the remaining different instruments of time, Plato adds, quote, "But after this semination he delivered to the junior gods the province of fabricating mortal bodies, and generating whatever else remained necessary to the human soul, and gave them dominion over everything consequent to their fabrications." Close quote. Who the junior gods are, says Proclus, must now be shown. For that the mundane gods are thus denominated is evident, but it seems they are thus called by Plato either from a comparison with the more ancient dignity of the unapparent, i.e. the intellectual fabrication, and with the transcendency of the power in it, and the perfection of intellectual vision. For that which is more intellectual is with the gods more ancient. Quote, "But Jove was born the first, and more he knows," close quote, says Homer. Or they are thus denominated, because they always make generation to be new, and when it becomes old and imbecile, through its subject nature, again recall it to a subsistence according to nature by their motions, sending into it effluxions of all various productive principles and powers, and thus render it perpetually new. Or they are thus called because, having intellectual essences suspended from them, they eternally energize with the acme of intellectual vigor. For as the poets say, Hebe pours out their wine, and they drink nectar, and survey the whole sensible world. Employing therefore immutable and undeviating intellections, they fill all things with their demiurgic providence. Or they have this appellation because curetic deity is present with them, or deity belonging to the order of the Curetes, illuminating their intellectual conceptions with purity, their motion with inflexibility, and supplying the whole of them with rigid power, through which they govern all things without departing from the characteristics of their nature. Or, which is the truest reason of all the preceding, they are thus denominated because the monad of them is called the recent God. For theologists give this appellation to Bacchus, who is the monad of all the second fabrication. For Jupiter established him the king of all the mundane gods, and distributed to him the first honors. On this account also, theologists are accustomed to call the sun a recent god, and Heraclitus says that the sun is a diurnal youth, as participating of Dionysiacal power, or for a reason most appropriate to Platonic principles, they are thus denominated, because bodies which have generation are suspended from them, and the essence of these is not allotted a subsistence in eternity, but in the whole of time. They are junior, therefore, not as once beginning to exist, but as being always generated, and, as we have before observed, subsisting in becoming to be, or perpetually rising into existence. For everything which is generated has not the whole of what it possesses present at once, nor a simultaneous infinity, but an infinity which is perpetually supplying. Thus, therefore, they are called junior, as having a subsistence coextended with time, and always advancing into existence, and as possessing a renovated immortality. Again, the delivery of the first fabrication is a communication and generation of demiurgic powers, exempt from everything which the second fabrication produces proximately, a progression of production from the unapparent into the apparent, and a division of uniform power into the multiplied government of the world. But the formation of bodies assimilates the junior gods to the unapparent fabrication. For that was the cause of bodies that rank as wholes, just as they are the causes of partial bodies, at the same time exhibiting a diminution of power. For of the body of which they are the makers and formers, the demiurgus also is the cause. But they are the formers of partial bodies, which are bodies endued with certain qualities. Hence body indeed is simply unbegotten, as from time, and incorruptible, as was also the opinion of Aristotle. For, says he, there would be a vacuum if body could be generated external to the body of the universe. But this particular body is corruptible, as being of a partial nature, for the wholes of the elements derived their subsistence from total fabrication. The accession, however, of the human soul which remained to be generated, assimilates the mundane gods to the paternal power. For it is the province of a father to generate life, since the first father, and every father, is the cause of life. The intelligible father, indeed, of intelligible, but the intellectual of intellectual, and the supermundane of supermundane life. And hence the mundane gods who generate corporeal life are fathers. The fabrication, however, adapted to these gods, produces the nature of partial animals. For this partial animal, which is suspended from the immortal soul, consists of soul and body. But the dominion which the demiurgus gave the junior gods excites their providential inspection, their connective power, and their guardian comprehensions. For without these, the bodies that are fashioned, and the mortal form of life, would rapidly vanish into non-entity. Prior, therefore, to the generation of these, the demiurgus made their ruling gods to be the guardians and saviors of them. In the junior gods, therefore, there are demiurgic powers, according to which they invest generated natures with forms; vivific powers, according to which they give subsistence to a secondary life; and perfective powers, through which they give completion to what is deficient in generation. There are also many other powers in them besides these, which are inexplicable by our conceptions. Chapter 12. After this, Plato adds, "He likewise commanded them to govern as much as possible, in the best and most beautiful manner, the mortal animal, that it might not become the cause of evil to itself." On these words, Proclus observes, "Of all that the one demiurgus delivers to the junior gods, it must be admitted that there are three most beautiful boundaries. the boniform will of him that delivers, the perfect power of the recipients, and the symmetry of both these with each other. Of the demiurgic production, however, of the junior gods themselves, three elements, and these the greatest, must be again surveyed: a reduction to the good, a conversion to intelligible beauty, and a liberated power sufficient to rule over all the subjects of its government. For as Phanes, himself the demiurgus of wholes, rendered the whole world as much as possible the most beautiful and the best, thus also he was willing that the second fabricators should govern the mortal animal in a way the most beautiful and the best, pouring on them indeed from intelligibles beauty, but filling them with that boniform power and will, which he himself possessing, fabricated the whole world. For thus generation also will participate of beauty and goodness, as far as it is naturally adapted to such participation, if the gods by whom it is connected and contained adorn it, who are themselves transcendently decorated with beauty and good. If, however, the second demiurgi have such a nature as this, nothing evil or preternatural is generated from the celestial gods, nor is it proper to divide the gods in the heavens after this manner, as many do, videre licet, into the beneficent and malignant, for being gods this is impossible. But the mortal animal is the cause of evil to itself, for neither disease, nor poverty, nor anything else of this kind is evil, but the depravity of the soul, intemperance, timidity, and every vice. Of these things, however, we are the causes to ourselves. For though being impelled by others to these vices, we are badly affected, yet again it is through ourselves, since we have the power of associating with the good, and separating ourselves from the bad. According to Plato, therefore, we must not think that of the gods some are malignant and others beneficent, but we must admit that all of them are the sources to mortals of all the good which they are able to receive, and that things which are truly evils are not produced, but are only signified by them, as we have before observed. For they extend terrific appearances and signs to those who are able to see and read the letters in the universe, which the framers of mortal natures during their revolutions write by their configurations. And though some one should derive a certain evil from the motions of the celestial gods, so as to become timid or intemperate, yet they operate in one way, and their influences are participated by souls in another. For the efflux of intellect, says Plotinus, becomes craft in him who receives the efflux badly. The gift of an elegant life becomes intemperance through a similar cause, and in short, while they produce beneficently, their gifts are participated by terrestrial natures after a contrary manner. Hence the givers who bestow beneficently are not to be accused as the authors of evil, but the recipients who pervert their gifts by their own inaptitudes. Thus also Jupiter in Homer blames souls, as in vain accusing the gods, while they themselves are the causes of evils. For the gods are the sources of good, and the suppliers of intellect and life, but are not the causes of any evil, since even a partial nature is not the cause of evil to its offspring. What, therefore, ought we to think concerning the gods themselves? Is it not that they are much more the causes of good to their productions, since with them there is power, with them there is a self-perfect nature, with them there is universal goodness, to all which evil is contrary. For in its own nature it is powerless, imperfect, and without measure. In the next place, Plato says, quote, At the same time, he who orderly disposed all these particulars remained in his own accustomed manner. And Proclus observes that Plato everywhere, after having employed many words, summarily comprehends the multitude of them in the conclusion. For he knew that in the demiurgos, one intellectual perception comprehends the multitude of intellectual conceptions, that one power connects many powers, and that a uniform cause collects into one union divided causes. Hence the words prior to these, "having therefore instructed souls in all these particulars," and the words before us, "he who orderly disposed all these particulars," lead the distinct energy of the demiurgos to an united cause. Farther still, the word all manifests that which is consummated from all its appropriate boundaries. But the words orderly disposed indicate the order pervading through all beings, which the demiurgos introduced to the mundane gods, and to partial souls, demonstrating the former to be demiurgi, but inscribing in the latter the laws of fate. Moreover, the word remained does not manifest station and inflexible intellection, but an establishment in the One. For according to this, he is exempt from wholes, and is separated from the beings that intellectually perceive him. But this establishment itself is eternal, and always invariably permanent. These things, therefore, are also indicated by the words accustomed and manner, the one exhibiting sameness of permanency, but the other the peculiarity of the demiurgic stability. For manner is indicative of peculiarity, since connective is different from immutable, and both these from demiurgic permanency. Chapter 13. But in consequence of his abiding, says Plato, as soon as his children understood the order of their father, they became obedient to it. When the demiurgus speaks, says Proclus, then the junior gods have the order of hearers. When he intellectually perceives, then they learn, for learning is dianoetic. When he abides according to union itself, then his children intellectually perceive, for they always receive from him an inferior order, and as filled indeed from him, they preserve the analogy of hearers with reference to him, but as evolving his one power, they are analogous to learners. For he who learns evolves the intellect of his preceptor. As being deified, however, by him, they have the analogy of those that perceive intellectually, for intellect becomes deific by its contact with the One. The father, therefore, abiding, his children very properly intellectually perceive, for they are intellects participated by divine souls, that ride in the vehicles of undefiled bodies, but they intellectually perceive the order of the Father presubsisting in him prior to the arranged effects, according to which order he became all things. Mortal natures, therefore, were fashioned and animated by the demiurgic intellection alone, but the junior gods unfold his total production through their own manifest fabrication, being filled from the demiurgic monad. In the last place, Plato adds, "And receiving the immortal principle of mortal animal, in imitation of their artificer, they borrowed from the world the parts of fire and earth, water and air, as things which they should restore back again, and conglutinated the received parts together, but not with the same indissoluble bonds by which they were connected." On these words Proclus admirably comments as follows. Plato indicates to us the separation of the second from the first fabrication, through many words and steps. For if the demiurgos orderly disposes, but the junior gods are obedient to his mandates. The former, by merely commanding, is the cause of generated natures, but the latter, being excited by the demiurgos, receive from thence the boundary of the whole of their fabrication. And if indeed he abides in himself, but they are moved about him, it is evident that he is eternally the cause of things which subsist in time, but that they, being filled from him, energize according to the whole of time. And if he perfectly establishes himself in his own accustomed manner, but they, proceeding from him, unfold into light this united and ineffable disposition of himself, they derive from him secondary measures of fabrication. Moreover, he is said to have a paternal dignity, but they are denominated his children, as expressing his prolific power and his single goodness. And he indeed is celebrated as delivering from his exalted abode the principles of fabrication, but they are celebrated as receiving the immortal principle contributing to the orderly distribution of mortals. He is said to have the fountain of the vivification of perpetual natures, but they are the causes of the subsistence of mortal-formed animals. And he indeed extends himself as a paradigm to the many gods, but they are said to imitate the demiurgic intellect. He is said to produce the whole world and the plenitudes of it, but they are said to borrow parts from the fabrications of their father, in order to the completion of their proper works. And he indeed employs all incorporeal powers, but they also employ such as are corporeal. He gives subsistence to indissoluble bonds, but they to such as are dissoluble. And he indeed is said to insert a union more ancient than the natures which it unites, but they are said to introduce an adventitious union, and which is of an origin posterior to this, to the beings that consist of many contrary natures. And he is said to produce all things impartibly, but they with division, minutely distributing the subsistence of mortal natures into small and invisible nails. From these things, therefore, the separation of the two fabrications may be assumed, but the union and contact of them may be surveyed from the words before us. For here a contact is effected of the second with the first fabrication, of apparent with unapparent, and of divided with monadic production. Hence it is necessary that the lowest part of the first and unapparent fabrication should coalesce with the summit of the second. For thus also the heavens are conjoined with generation, or the sublunary region, the lowest of the celestial bodies exhibiting the principle of mutation, but the summit of the essence of sublunary natures being moved in conjunction with the heavens. Hence too, here also the rational soul is conjoined with the mortal form of life, videlicet, the lowest and most partial of the productions of the Father, with the highest of the natures generated by the junior gods. For they indeed, as being certain fathers, produce lives, but as fabricators bodies, and they imitate indeed Vulcan by the fabrication of bodies, but Juno by vivification. But through both these they imitate the whole demiurgos, for he is maker and father, but they fashion bodies by borrowing parts from wholes, for everywhere parts derive their composition from wholes. When, however, the wholes are incorporeal, they remain undiminished by the subsistence of the parts, but when they are corporeal, the parts that are generated from them diminish the wholes. Hence an ablation always taking place, but the parts always remaining, the wholes perish, and thus generation will no longer exist, and the works of the first fabrication will all vanish through the second, which it is not lawful to assert. That nothing of this kind therefore may take place in the universe, the composite parts are again dissolved in order to fill up their wholes, And the generation of one thing is the corruption of another, but the corruption of one thing is the generation of another, in order that generation and corruption may always remain. For if generation existed only once, it would at a certain time stop, in consequence of consisting of finite things, and these being consumed. But these perishing, corruption also would stop, all things being destroyed. Hence, if it is necessary that one of these should exist, the other also will exist. Everything, therefore, which is generated from the second fabrication is a composite and dissoluble, and deriving its composition from time, will also in time be again dissolved. The junior gods, therefore, are very properly said to borrow parts which are again to be restored to their wholes. But they borrow them from the universe. For that which they borrow is fire, earth, water, and air, and they again restore them to the universe. The Father, therefore, wishes the wholes to remain which he generated and arranged. And thus much concerning all the fabrication of the junior gods. End of chapter 13. Chapters 14 and 15 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Having, therefore, thus largely presented to the reader what pertains to the mundane gods in general, it is now requisite to descend to particulars, and to discuss separately the peculiarities of the celestial and those of the sublunary gods. The order of the celestial gods, then, consisting of the fixed stars and the planets. The sphere in which the former are placed has the relation of a monad, as we have before observed, to the starry deities, which that sphere contains. For the first of the four ideas in the paradigm of the universe, being an exempt monad, the multitude of the stars proceeding from it is comprehended by a coordinate monad, which is the inerratic sphere. This sphere is called by Plato in the Timaeus a true world, because it is more properly a world than the sublunary region, which always requires a foreign arrangement, and is conversant with unceasing mutation. It is also a world thus variegated with stars, as expressing intellectual variety, and receiving from thence, as it were in the whole of itself, the uniform flowers with which the intellectual world is surrounded, and which imitate the beauty of the celestial paradigms. But Plato very accurately says that the Demiurgos gave this sphere a circular distribution about the whole of the heavens. For to distribute, and to distribute in a circle, is adapted to this sphere, since the former signifies intellectual distribution, but the latter demiurgic order. Hence theologists establish eunomia in the inerratic sphere, who separates the multitude it contains, and always preserves each of the stars in its proper order. Hence also, celebrating Vulcan as the maker of the heavens, they conjoin with him Aglaia, as causing all heaven to be splendid through the variety of the stars. And again, of the seasons, they place Dike, or justice, over the planetary region, as bringing in a circular order the inequability of the motions of the planets, to an equability according to reason. But of the graces, Thalia, as causing their lives to be ever flourishing. And in the sublunary region, they establish Irene, or peace, as conciliating the war of the elements. But of the graces, Euphrosyne, as conferring on everything a facility of natural energy. But the planets are called the governors of the world, cosmocratores, and are allotted a total power. As the inerratic sphere too has a number of starry animals, so each of the planets is the leader of a multitude of animals, or of certain other things of this kind. Hence the doubt may be solved, why the one sphere of the fixed stars comprehends a multitude of stars, but each of the planetary spheres convolves only one star. For it must be said that in the former case the sphere indeed is a monad, comprehending in itself an appropriate multitude, and is sufficient to the comprehension of a mundane multitude which ranks as the first. But in the latter case the governing power is twofold, videre licet, the sphere, and each of the governors of the world, who is a monad, co-arranged with multitude. The sphere itself, however, is a leader, a co-arranged monad, and a wholeness, olates. But each of the governors of the world is a leader and a monad, but is not a wholeness. Indeed, subordinate natures require a greater number of leaders, and a multitude in each of the spheres unapparent on account of diminution. But in the sublunary region, the orders which are the leaders of the genera in each of the elements are still more numerous than those of the planets, as we learn from the Grecian theogony. In each of the planetary spheres, therefore, there is a number of satellites analogous to the choir of the fixed stars, subsisting with proper circulations of their own. The revolution also of these satellites is similar to that of the planets which they follow, and this, according to Plato, is a spiral revolution. With respect likewise to these satellites, the first in order about every planet are gods. After these, demons revolve in lucid orbicular bodies, and these are followed by partial souls such as ours. That in each of the planetary spheres, however, there is a multitude coordinate to each may be inferred from the extremes. For if the inerratic sphere has a multitude coordinate to itself, and earth is with respect to terrestrial animals what the inerratic sphere is to such as are celestial, it is necessary that every wholeness should entirely possess certain partial animals coordinate to itself, through which also the spheres derive the appellation of wholenesses. But the natures situated in the middle are concealed from our sense, while in the meantime those contained in the extremes are apparent. One kind through their transcendently luminous essence, and the other through their alliance to ourselves. If also partial souls are disseminated about these spheres, some indeed about the sun, but others about the moon, and others about each of the remaining spheres, and if prior to souls there are demons giving completion to the herds of which they are the leaders, it is evident that it is beautifully said that each of the spheres is a world. And this is conformable to the doctrines of theologists, when they teach us that there are gods in every sphere prior to demons, the government of some receiving its perfection under that of others. As, for instance, with respect to our queen, the moon, that she contains the goddess Hecate and Diana, and with respect to the sovereign sun, and the gods which he contains, theologists celebrate Bacchus as subsisting there. Quote, "The sun's successor, who with watchful eye inspects the sacred pole." Close quote. They also celebrate Jupiter as seated there, Osiris, and a solar Pan, as likewise other divinities of which the books of theologists and theurgists are full. From all which it is evident how true it is that each of the planets is the prefect of many gods, who give completion to its proper circulation. Footnote. Hence we may perceive at one view, as I have elsewhere observed, why the sun in the Orphic hymns is called Jupiter, why Apollo is called Pan, and Bacchus the sun, and why the moon seems to be the same with Rhea, Ceres, Proserpine, Juno, Venus, etc. For from this theory it follows that every sphere contains a Jupiter, Neptune, Vulcan, Vesta, Minerva, Mars, Ceres, Juno, Diana, Mercury, Venus, Apollo, and in short, every deity, each sphere at the same time conferring on these gods the peculiar characteristics of its nature, so that, for instance, in the sun they possess a solar property, in the moon a lunar one, and so of the rest. This theory, too, is one of the grand keys to the theology of the Greeks, as it shows why one god is so often celebrated by the appellations of another, an ignorance of the cause of which led Macrobius to think that all the gods were nothing more than the different powers of the sun, and has been one great source of the idle conjectures of the moderns about the divinities of the ancients. And footnote. Chapter 15. Owing to the loss of a seventh book on the Theology of Plato, written by Proclus, copious information respecting the peculiarities of all the celestial gods is unfortunately not to be obtained. All that can be procured, however, on this subject, and which I have diligently collected from Platonic writings, I shall now present to the philosophic reader, beginning in the first place with the moon. This divinity, then, has the relation of nature and of a mother with respect to generation, or the sublunary region. For all things are convolved and co-increased by her when she increases, but are diminished when she diminishes. This goddess, too, benevolently leads into light the unapparent productive principles of nature. She likewise gives perfection to souls through a life according to virtue, but imparts to mortal animals a restitution to form. Next to the moon is Mercury, who is the cause of symmetry to all mundane natures, having the relation of reason to things in generation. For all symmetry proceeds according to one ratio, and according to number, of which this god is the giver. This deity, too, is the inspective guardian of gymnastic exercises, and hence Hermae, or carved statues of Mercury, were placed in the palaestra of music, and hence he is honored as the lyrist, Lyraios, among the celestial constellations, and of disciplines, because the invention of geometry, reasoning, and discourse is referred to this god. He presides, therefore, over every species of discipline, leading us to an intelligible essence from this mortal abode, governing the different herds of souls, and dispersing the sleep and oblivion with which they are oppressed. He is likewise the supplier of recollection, the end of which is a genuine intellectual apprehension of divine natures. Hence, among the Athenians, certain images of these things were preserved. Grammar having a reference to dialectic discipline, playing on the harp pertaining to music, and wrestling to gymnastic, in which those youths that were well born were instructed. In the next place follows Venus, who is the cause of beauty to generated natures, which is an imitation of intelligible beauty. This goddess also is the source of the union of form with matter, connecting and comprehending the powers of all the elements, and her principal employment consists in beautifully illuminating the order, harmony, and communion of all mundane concerns. She likewise governs all the coordinations in the celestial world, and the earth binds them to each other, and perfects their generative progressions through a kindred conjunction. And she unites and leads into communion the Hermaic production, which has a remitted subsistence, and is in subjection to the solar fabrication. The next celestial divinity in order after Venus is the sovereign sun, whose essence and dignity are so great, according to the Theology of Plato, as to possess a supermundane prerogative among mundane natures. This Plato indicates in the Timaeus, when speaking of the sun he says, quote, "In order that these circles might possess a certain manifest measure of slowness and swiftness with reference to each other, and that the motion of the 8 circulations might be conspicuous, the divinity enkindled a light which we now denominate the sun in the second revolution from the earth, that the heavens might become eminently apparent to all things, and that such animals might participate of number as are adapted to its participation, receiving numerical information from the revolution of a nature similar and the same." Close quote. On these words, Proclus admirably comments as follows. Videre licet Proclus in Timaeus, Liber 4, page 263. Plato here delivers the one ruling cause of the generation of apparent time. For as the demiurgus gives subsistence to unapparent time, thus also the sun to the time which is apparent, and which measures the motion of bodies. For through light he leads into visibility every temporal interval, gives bound to all periods, and exhibits measures of restoration to a pristine state. Deservedly, therefore, is the sun a manifest measure, as especially unfolding the progression of time according to number into the universe. For it has a more accurate period than that of the 5 planets, its motion being less anomalous than theirs, and also than that of the moon, by always terminating at the same point its progressions to the north and the south. But if it has a more accurate period, it is deservedly a measure of measures, and from itself bounds the periodic measures of the other planets, and the swiftness of their motions with reference to each other. It also in a greater degree imitates the perpetual permanency of eternity, by always revolving after the same manner. In this way, therefore, it differs from the planets. After another manner, likewise, the sun is a more manifest measure than the measure of the inerratic sphere. For though this sphere has a certain appropriate measure, a proper interval, and one immutable number of its peculiar motion, yet the solar light causes this measure and all the evolution of apparent time to be manifest and known. Hence Plato says, quote, "In order that there might be a certain manifest measure," close quote. For though there is a certain measure in the other planets, yet it is not clear and manifest. But the sun unfolds into light both other intelligibles and time. You must not, however, on this account say that the solar light was generated for the sake of measurement. For how is it possible that wholes should subsist for the sake of parts, governing natures for the sake of the governed, and perpetual for the sake of corruptible natures? But we should rather say that light, possessing an evolving power, unfolds total time, and calls forth its supermundane monad, and one measure into the measurement of the periods of bodies. And this makes time to be, as it were, sensible. Hence, it is the light of the sun which causes everything that is moved to have a clear and manifest measure, and this indeed is its whole good. After wholes, however, it likewise benefits parts in a secondary degree, for it imparts the generation of number and measure to to the natures which are adapted to participate of these. For irrational beings indeed are destitute of these, but the genera of demons who follow the periods of the Gods, and men become partakers of them. The supply of good therefore, through the solar light, beginning supernally from wholes, descends as far as to parts. And if beginning from visible natures, you are willing to speak of such as are invisible, the light of the sun gives splendor to the whole world, causes a corporeal formed nature to be divine, and wholly filled through the whole of itself with life. But it leads souls through undefiled light, imparts to them a pure and elevating power, and governs the world by its rays, and it likewise fills souls with empyrean fruits. For the order of the sun is supernally derived from supermundane natures. Hence Plato does not fabricate the solar light, but says that the Demiurgus enkindled it, as giving subsistence from his own essence to this sphere, and emitting from the solar fountain a life extended into interval, and continually renewed. And this also is asserted by theologists concerning the supermundane firmaments. On this account, it appears to me that Plato delivers a twofold generation of the sun. One indeed in conjunction with the seven governors of the world, when he fashions the bodies of them, and inserts them in their circulations, but the other according to the enkindling of light, through which he imparts to the sun supermundane power. For it is one thing to generate the bulk of the sun itself by itself, and another in conjunction with the ruling characteristic, through which the sun is called the king of every visible nature, and is established analogous to the one fountain of good. For as this fountain, being better than the intelligible essence, illuminates both intellect and the intelligible, thus also the sun, being better than a visible nature, illuminates both that which is visible and sight. But if the sun is beyond a visible essence, it will have a supermundane nature. For the world is visible and tangible, and has a body. Hence we must survey the sun in a twofold respect. Videre licet, as one of the seven planets, and as the leader of wholes, and as mundane and supermundane, according to the latter of which he splendidly emits a divine light. For in the same manner as the good luminously emits truth, which deifies the intelligible and intellectual orders, as Phanes in Orpheus sends forth intelligible light which fills with intelligence all the intellectual gods, and as Jupiter enkindles an intellectual and demiurgic light in all the supermundane gods, thus also the sun illuminates everything visible through this undefiled light. The illuminating cause too is always in an order superior to the illuminated natures, for neither is the good intelligible, nor Phanes intellectual, nor Jupiter supermundane. In consequence of this reasoning, therefore, the sun, being supermundane, emits the fountains of light, and according to the most mystic doctrines, the wholeness of the sun is in the supermundane orders, for in them there is a solar world and a total light, as the Chaldean oracles assert, and which I am persuaded is true. Footnote. According to the Chaldaic dogmas, as explained by Psellos, there are 7 corporeal worlds, 1 empyrean and the first, after this 3 ethereal, and then 3 material worlds. Videre licet, the inerratic sphere, the 7 planetary spheres, and the sublunary region. They also assert that there are 2 solar worlds, one which is subservient to the ethereal profundity, the other zonaic, being one of the 7 spheres. And footnote. That the stars, however, and the whole of the heavens receive their light from the sun, may easily be perceived. For that which is common in many things derives its subsistence from one cause, and in one way, indeed, from an exempt, but in another from a co-arranged cause. But this cause is that which primarily participates of that form. The primary participant, however, is that in which either primarily or especially this form exists. If, therefore, light especially subsists in the sun, this will be the first light, and from this that which is in other things will be derived. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 and 17 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Conformably also to this doctrine of Plato concerning the sun, the Emperor Julian sublimely theologizes about this divinity in his very elegant oration to him, from which the following is an extract. The apparent and splendid orbicular sun is the cause of well-being to sensible natures, and whatever we have asserted as flowing from the mighty intellectual sun among the intellectual gods, the same perfections the apparent sun communicates to apparent forms, the truth of which will be clearly evinced by contemplating invisible natures from the objects of sensible inspection. And, in the first place, is not light the incorporeal and divine form of that which is diaphanous in energy? But whatever that which is diaphanous may be, which is subjected to all the elements, and is their proximate form, it is certain that it is neither corporeal nor mixed, nor does it display any of the peculiar qualities of body. Hence you cannot affirm that heat is one of its properties, nor its contrary, cold. You can neither ascribe to it hardness, nor softness, nor any other tangible difference, nor attribute taste or smell as peculiarities of its essence. For a nature of this kind, which is called forth into energy by the interposition of light, is alone subject to the power of sight. But light is the form of a diaphanous essence, which resembles that common matter, the subject of bodies, through which it is everywhere diffused. And rays are the summit, and as it were, flower of light, which is an incorporeal nature. According to the opinion of the Phoenicians, however, who are skilled in divine science and wisdom, the universally diffused splendor of light is the unmingled energy of an intellect perfectly pure. And this doctrine will be found agreeable to reason, when we consider that since light is incorporeal, its fountain cannot be body, but the pure energy of intellect, illuminating in its proper habitation the middle region of the heavens, and from this exalted situation, scattering its light, it fills all the celestial orbs with powerful vigor, and illuminates the universe with divine and incorruptible light. Whatever likewise we first perceive by the sight is nothing but a mere name of honorable labor, unless it receives the ruling assistance of light. For how can anything be visible, unless, like matter, it is moved to the artificer, that it may receive the supervening investments of form? Just as gold in a state of simple fusion is indeed gold, but is not a statue or an image till the artificer invests it with form. In a similar manner, all naturally visible objects cease to be apparent, unless light is present with the perceiver. Hence, since it confers vision on the perceiver, and visibility on the objects of perception, it perfects two natures in energy, sight and that which is visible. Perfections, however, are form and essence, though perhaps an assertion of this kind is more subtle than is suited to our present purpose. Of this, however, all men are persuaded, both the scientific and the illiterate, philosophers and the learned, that day and night are fabricated by the power of this rising and setting divinity, and that he manifestly changes and convolves the world. But to which of the other stars does a province of this kind belong? Do we not therefore derive conviction from hence, that the unapparent and divine race of intellectual gods above the heavens are replenished from the sun with boniform powers, to whose authority the whole choir of the stars submits, and whose nod generation, which he governs by his providence, attentively obeys? For the planets, indeed, dancing round him as their king, harmoniously revolve in a circle with definite intervals about his orb, producing certain stable energies, and advancing backwards and forwards, terms by which the skilful in the spheric theory signify such like phenomena of the stars, to which we may add, as manifest to every one, that the light of the moon is augmented or diminished according to her distance from the sun. Is it not then highly probable that the orderly disposition of the intellectual gods, which is more ancient than that of bodies, is analogous to the mundane arrangement? Hence we infer his perfective power from the whole phenomena, because he gives vision to visive natures, for he perfects these by his light. But we collect his demiurgic and prolific power from the mutation of the universe, and his capacity of collecting all things into one from the properties of motion conspiring into union and consent, and middle position from his own central situation. Lastly, we infer his royal establishment among the intellectual gods from his middle order between the planets. For if we perceived these, or as many other properties, belonging to any other of the apparent gods, we should not ascribe the principality among them to the sun. Again, that we may consider this affair in a different mode, since there is one demiurgus of the universe, but many demiurgic gods, who revolve round the heavens, it is proper to place in the midst of these the mundane administration of the sun. Besides, the fertile power of life is copious and redundant in intelligibles, and the world is full of the same prolific life. Hence it is evident that the fertile life of the sovereign sun is a medium between the two, as the mundane phenomena perpetually evince. For, with respect to forms, some he perfects, and others he fabricates, some he adorns, and others he excites. Nor is anything capable of advancing into light and generation without the demiurgic power of the sun. Add too, that if we attend to the unmingled, pure and immaterial essence of intelligibles, to which nothing extrinsical flows, and nothing foreign adheres, but which is full of its own appropriate simplicity, and afterwards consider the defecated nature of that pure and divine body which is conversant with mundane bodies revolving in an orb, and which is free from all elementary mixture, we shall find that the splendid and incorruptible essence of the royal sun is a medium between the immaterial purity of intelligibles, and that which in sensibles is unmingled, and remote from generation and corruption. The greatest argument, however, for the truth of this is derived from hence, that the light which flows from the sun upon the earth will not suffer itself to be mingled with anything, nor is it polluted by any sordid nature, or by any contagion, but it abides everywhere pure, undefiled, and impassive. Again, if we consider not only immaterial and intelligible forms, but such as are sensible, subsisting in matter, the middle intellectual situation of forms about the mighty sun will be no less certain and clear. For these afford continual assistance to forms merged in matter, so that they could neither exist nor preserve themselves in existence, unless this beneficent deity cooperated with their essence. In short, is he not the cause of the separation of forms and the concretion of matter, from whom we not only possess the power of understanding his nature, but from whom our eyes are endued with the faculty of sight? For the distribution of rays throughout the world, and union of light, exhibit the demiurgic separation of the artificer. Again, the solar orb is moved in the starless, which is far higher than the inerratic sphere. Hence, he is not the middle of the planets, but of the three worlds, according to the mystic hypotheses, if it be proper to call them hypotheses, and not rather dogmas, confining the appellation of hypotheses to the doctrine of the sphere. For the truth of the former is testified by men who audibly received this information from gods or mighty demons, but the latter is founded on the probability arising from the agreement of the phenomena. But besides those which I have mentioned, there is an innumerable multitude of celestial gods, perceived by such as do not contemplate the heavens indolently, and after the manner of brutes. As the sun quadruply divides these three worlds, on account of the communion of the zodiac with each, so he again divides the zodiac into 12 powers of gods, and each of these into 3 others, so that 36 are produced in the whole. Hence, as it appears to me, a triple benefit of the graces proceeds to us from the heavens. I mean from those circles which the God quadruply dividing produces in consequence of this, a quadripartite beauty and elegance of seasons and times. But the graces also imitate a circle in their resemblances on the earth. Add too that Bacchus is the source of joy, who is said to obtain a common kingdom with the sun. But why should I here mention the epithet Horus, or other names of the gods, all of which correspond with the divinity of the sun? Mankind, indeed, may conceive the excellence of the god from his operations, since he perfects the heavens with intellectual goods, and renders them partakers of intelligible beauty. For as he originates from this beauty, he applies himself both wholly and by parts to the distribution of good. In the last place, as the sun is the source of our existence, so likewise of the aliment by which that existence is supported, and indeed he confers on us more divine advantages peculiar to souls, for he loosens these from the bands of a corporeal nature, reduces them to the kindred essence of divinity, and assigns them the subtle and firm texture of divine splendor, as a vehicle in which they may safely descend to the realms of generation. And these benefits of the god have been celebrated by others according to their desert, and require the assistance of faith more than the evidence of demonstration. Chapter 17. From the manuscript Scholia, likewise, of Proclus on the Quartiles of Plato, we derive the following very important information concerning Apollo, in which the principal powers of the god are unfolded by him with his usual magnificence of diction, and divine fecundity of conception. Socrates, therefore, in the Quartiles says, quote, that there is no other name than that of Apollo, which can more harmonize with the 4 powers of this god, because it touches upon them all, and evinces in a certain respect his harmonic, prophetic, medicinal, and arrow-darting skill. Close quote. And shortly after he adds, quote, that the name is so composed that it touches upon all the powers of the god, videre licet his simplicity, perpetual jaculation, purifying and joint revolving nature." Close quote. On these words, Proclus observes that very rationally, after Proserpine, Plato analyzes Apollo. For there is a great communion between the choric and the Apolloniacal series, since the former is the unity of the middle triad of the supermundane gods, and emits from herself vivific powers, but the latter converts the solar principles to one union, and the solar principles are allotted a subsistence immediately after the vivific. Hence, according to Orpheus, when Ceres delivered up the government to Proserpine, she thus admonished her, quote, "Autor Apollonos thaleron lekos e sanabasa, texetai agla tekna pari thlegethonta prosopois." Close quote. That is, quote, "But next Apollo's florid bed ascend, for thus the god famed offspring shall beget, refulgent with the beams of glowing fire." Close quote. But how could this be the case unless there was a considerable degree of communion between these divinities? It is necessary, however, to know thus much concerning Apollo, that according to the first and most natural conception, his name signifies the cause of union, and that power which collects multitude into one, and this mode of speculation concerning his name harmonizes with all the orders of the god. But Socrates alone considers his more partial powers, for the multitude of the powers of Apollo are not to be comprehended, nor described by us. For when will man, who is merely rational, be able to comprehend not only all the peculiarities of Apollo, but all those of any other god? Theologists indeed deliver to us a great multitude of Apolloniacal peculiarities, but Socrates now only mentions 4 of them. For the world is, as it were, a decad, being filled from all productive principles, receiving all things in itself, and being converted to the proper principle of the decad, of which the tetrad proximately contains the cause, but in an exempt manner the monad, and the former without separation and occultly, but the latter with separation, just as Apollo proximately unites the multitude of mundane natures, but the demiurgic intellect exemptly. Why then does Socrates use an order of this kind? For beginning from the medicinal power of the god, and proceeding through his prophetic and arrow-darting powers, he ends in his harmonic power. We reply that all the energies of this god are in all the orders of beings, beginning from on high and proceeding as far as to the last of things, but different energies appear to have more or less dominion in different orders. Thus, for instance, the medicinal power of Apollo is most apparent in the sublunary region, for, quote, "There slaughter, rage, and countless ills beside, disease, decay, and rottenness reside." Close quote. And as these are moved in an inordinate manner, they require to be restored from a condition into one agreeable to nature, and from incommensuration and manifold division into symmetry and union. But the prophetic energy of the god is most apparent in the heavens, for there his enunciative power shines forth, unfolding intelligible good to celestial natures, and on this account he revolves together with the sun, with whom he participates the same intellect in common, since the sun also illuminates whatever the heavens contain, and extends a unifying power to all their parts. But his arrow-darting energy mostly prevails among the liberated gods, for there, ruling over the wholes which the universe contains, he excites their motions by his rays, which are always assimilated to arrows, extirpates everything inordinate, and fills all things with demiurgic gifts. And though he has a separate and exempt subsistence, he reaches all things by his energies. Again, his harmonic power is more predominant in the ruling supermundane order. For it is this divinity who, harmonizing the universe, establishes about himself according to one union the choir of the Muses, and produces by this mean, as a certain theurgist says, quote, the harmony of exulting light. Close quote. Apollo, therefore, as we have shown, is harmonic, and this is likewise the case with the other Apollos which are contained in the earth and the other spheres. But this power appears in some places more, and in others less. These powers too subsist in the God himself in an united manner, and exempt from other natures, but in those attendants of the Gods who are superior to us divisibly, and according to participation. For there is a great multitude of medicinal, prophetic, harmonic, and arrow-darting angels, demons, and heroes suspended from Apollo, who distribute in a partial manner the uniform powers of the God. But it is necessary to consider each of these powers according to one definite characteristic, as for instance his harmonic power according to its binding together separated multitude, his prophetic power according to the enunciative, his arrow-darting power according to its being subvertive of an inordinate nature, and his medicinal power according to its perfective energy. We should likewise speculate these characteristics differently in gods, angels, demons, heroes, men, animals, and plants. For the powers of the gods extend from on high to the last of things, and at the same time appear in an accommodated manner in each, and the telestic, i.e. mystic art endeavors through sympathy to conjoin these ultimate participants with the gods. But in all these orders we must carefully observe that this God is the cause of union to multiplied natures. For his medicinal power, which takes away the multiform nature of disease, imparts uniform health, since health is symmetry and a subsistence according to nature, but that which is contrary to nature is multifarious. Thus too, his prophetic power, which unfolds the simplicity of truth, takes away the variety of that which is false. But his arrow-darting power, which exterminates everything furious and wild, but prepares that which is orderly and gentle to exercise dominion, vindicates to itself unity, and exterminates a disordered nature tending to multitude. And his musical power, through rhythm and harmony, places a bond, friendship, and union in wholes, and subdues the contraries to these. And all these powers indeed subsist primarily in an exempt manner, and uniformly in Jupiter, the demiurgus of wholes, but secondarily and separately in Apollo. Hence Apollo is not the same with the demiurgic intellect, for this comprehends these powers totally and paternally, but Apollo with subjection, imitating his father, since all the energies and powers of secondary gods are comprehended in the demiurgus according to cause. And the demiurgus fabricates and adorns the universe according to all these powers, and in a collected manner. But the other deities which proceed from him cooperate with their father according to different powers. Purification, however, being seen not only in the medicinal, but also in the prophetic art, evinces that the cathartic power of Apollo comprehends the two powers. For it illustrates the world with the glittering splendors of light, and purifies all material immoderation by Paeonian energies, which physicians and prophets among us imitating, the former purify bodies, and the latter through sulphurous preparations render themselves and their associates pure. For as Timaeus says, the gods purify the universe, either by fire or water, and prophets also in this respect imitate the gods. In the most sacred of the mysteries too, purifications are employed prior to initiation into them, in order to take away everything foreign from the proposed sacred mystery. We may likewise add that the referring multiform purifications to the one cathartic power of the gods is adapted to him. For Apollo everywhere unites and elevates multitude to the one, and uniformly comprehends all the modes of purification, purifying all heaven, generation, and all mundane lives, and separating partial souls from the grossness of matter. Hence the Theurgist, who is the leader of the mysteries of this god, begins from purifications and sprinklings. Quote, Autos den protois iereus, puros erga kubernon, kumati rainesto pagero baraiketos almes. Close quote. It is, quote, the priest in the first place governing the works of fire must sprinkle with the cold water of the loud-sounding sea, close quote, as the oracle says concerning him. But the assertion that the god presides over simplicity according to knowledge and unfolds truth into light presents him to our view as analogous to the good, which Socrates celebrates in the Republic, in which place he calls the sun the progeny of the good, and says that the former is analogous to the latter. Apollo therefore being the source of union, and this to the mundane gods is arranged analogous to the good, and through truth he unfolds to us his similitude to it, if it be lawful so to speak. For the simple is a manifestation of the one, and the truth which subsists according to knowledge is a luminous representation of superessential truth, which first proceeds from the good. But the perpetually prevailing might of the god, in the ejaculation of Eros, evinces his dominion, which vanquishes everything in the world. For on high, from the supercelestial order, he scatters the rivers of Jupiter, and pours his rays on the whole world. For his arrows obscurely signify his rays. Again, the assertion that he presides over music represents to us that this god is the cause of all harmony, both unapparent and apparent, through his ruling supermundane powers, according to which he generates, together with Mnemosyne and Jupiter, the Muses. But he orderly disposes everything sensible by his demiurgic powers, which the sons of Theurgists denominate hands, since the energy of the harmony of sounds is suspended from the motion of the hands. He likewise orderly disposes souls and bodies through harmonic reasons, using their different powers as if they were sounds, and he moves all things harmoniously and rhythmically by his demiurgic motions. The whole of the celestial order too, and motion, exhibit the harmonious work of the god, on which account also partial souls are no otherwise perfected than through an harmonic similitude to the universe, and abandoning the dissonance arising from generation, for then they obtain the most excellent life which is proposed to them by the god. End of chapter 17. Chapters 18 to 20 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. As the Muses derive their subsistence from Apollo and are perpetually united to him, it is necessary to consider the nature of these divinities in the next place, and the good which they confer on the universe in conjunction with their leader Apollo. Plato, therefore, in the Cratylus says, quote, that the name of the Muses, and universally that of music, was derived, as it seems, from mosthai, to inquire, and from investigation and philosophy. Close quote. On which Proclus in his manuscript Scholia on that dialogue observes as follows, quote, "From discoursing about King Apollo, Plato proceeds to the Muses, and the name of music. For Apollo is celebrated as Musagetes, or the leader of the Muses. And he indeed is a monad with respect to the harmony in the world. But the choir of the Muses is the monad of all the number of the Ennead, i.e., 9. From both likewise the whole world is bound in indissoluble bonds, and is one and all perfect through the communications of these divinities, possessing the former through the Apolloniacal monad, but its all perfect subsistence through the number of the Muses. For the number 9, which is generated from the first perfect number, that is, 3, is through similitude and sameness, accommodated to the multiform causes of the mundane order, and harmony. All these causes at the same time being collected into one summit for the purpose of producing one consummate perfection. For the Muses generate the variety of reasons with which the world is replete, but Apollo comprehends in union all the multitude of these, and the Muses give subsistence to the harmony of soul, but Apollo is the leader of intellectual and impartible harmony. The Muses distribute the phenomena according to harmonical reasons, but Apollo comprehends unapparent and separate harmony. And though both give subsistence to the same things, yet the Muses effect this according to number, but Apollo according to union. And the Muses indeed distribute the unity of Apollo, but Apollo unites harmonic multitude, which he also converts and comprehends. For the multitude of the Muses proceeds from the essence of Musagetes, which is both separate and subsists according to the nature of the one, and their number evolves the one and primary cause of the harmony of the universe. That such being the etymology of the name of the Muses, since Plato calls philosophy the greatest music, as causing our psychical powers to be moved harmoniously, in symphony with real beings, and in conformity to the orderly motions of the celestial orbs, and since the investigation of our own essence and that of the universe leads us to this harmony, through a conversion to ourselves and more excellent natures, hence also we denominate the Muses from investigation. For Musagetes himself unfolds truth to souls according to one intellectual simplicity, but the Muses perfect our various energies, elevating them to an intellectual unity. For investigations have the relation of matter with reference to the end from invention, just as multitude with respect to the one, and variety with respect to simplicity. We know therefore that the Muses impart to souls the investigation of truth, to bodies the multitude of powers, and that they are everywhere the sources of the variety of harmonies. In the fable likewise in the Phaedrus about the grasshoppers, Plato speaks of the four Muses, Terpsichore, Erato, Calliope, and Urania, as follows, quote, "It is said the race of the grasshoppers received this gift from the Muses, that they should never want nutriment, but should continue singing without meat or drink till they died, and that after death they should depart to the Muses and inform them what Muse was honored by some particular person among us. Hence, that by acquainting Terpsichore with those who reverence her in the dance, they render her propitious to such. By informing Erato of her votaries, they render her favorable in amatory concerns, and the rest in a similar manner, according to the species of veneration belonging to each. But that they announce to the most ancient, Calliope, and after her to Urania, those who have lived in the exercise of philosophy, and have cultivated the music over which they preside. These muses, more than all the rest, being conversant with the heavens, and with both divine and human discourse, and sending forth the most beautiful voice. On what Plato here says of these muses, Hermaeus, in his manuscript commentary on the Phaedrus, makes the following beautiful remarks. Dancing here must not be understood literally, as if terpsichore was propitious to those who engage in that kind of dancing which is the object of sense, for this would be ridiculous. We must say, therefore, that there are divine dances. In the first place, the dance of the gods, and in the second place, that of divine souls. In the third place, the revolution of the celestial divinities, videre licet of the 7 planets, and the ineratic sphere, is called a dance. In the fourth place, those who are initiated in the mysteries perform a certain dance, and in the last place, the whole life of a philosopher is a dance. Who then are those that honor the goddess in the dance? Not those who dance well, but those who live well through the whole of the present existence, elegantly arranging their life, and dancing in symphony with the universe. Again, erato is denominated from love, and from making the works of love lovely, for she cooperates with love. But Calliope is denominated from the eye, and Urania presides over astronomy. Through these 2 goddesses we preserve our rational part from being in subjection to the irrational nature. For through sight, serving the order of the celestial gods, we properly arrange our irrational part. And farther still, through rhythms, philosophy, and hearing, we elegantly dispose that which we contain of the disorderly and void of rhythm. Chapter 19. The triad of the celestial gods immediately above the sun consists of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, of which the first, who is the source of division and motion, perpetually separates, nourishes, and excites the contrarieties of the universe, that the world may exist perfect and entire from all its parts. He requires, however, the assistance of Venus, that he may insert order and harmony into things contrary and discordant. But Jupiter is the cause of a royal and political life, and is the supplier of a ruling prudence and a practical and adorning intellect. And Saturn is the source of intellect in consequence of being an intellectual deity, and ascending as far as to the first cause. Hence, as there is nothing disordered and novel in intellect, Saturn is represented as an old man, and as slow in his motion, and on this account astrologers say that such as have Saturn well situated in their nativity are endued with intellect. Plato, in the Timaeus, delivers to us the manner in which each of these 7 divinities becomes an animal, and is suspended from a more divine soul, and what kind of perfection it affords to the universe. For he says, "When therefore each of the natures necessary to a joint fabrication of time had arrived at a local motion adapted to its condition, and their bodies became animals through the connecting power of vital bonds, they then learned their prescribed order." For each of them, says Proclus, is allotted an appropriate life and motion. For since the demiurgic sacred law distributes to every mortal nature that which is adapted to it, and co-arranges everything with a view to the blessedness of the universe, what ought we to say concerning the governors of the world? Ought we not to assert that they have received from their Father everything appropriate and every good, and that shining with the splendors of beauty, they not only fabricate the generation of time in conjunction with the Father, but also lead and govern the whole world. For by thus speaking of them, we shall speak rightly. In addition to these things likewise, we ought to assert that they not only receive the beautiful and the good from the demiurgic monad, but also that being self-motive, they impart these to themselves, and that from themselves the giving of good originates. Plato indeed, indicating this, says, that each of them arrives, phikasthai, at a local motion adapted to its condition, as defining from itself the measure of the life, the order, and the motion which it is allotted in the universe. Since, however, each of the 7 bodies has a twofold life, the one inseparable, but the other separable, and the one indeed intellectual, and in a ruling manner established in itself, but the other divided about body, which it connects and moves. According to the latter, indeed, it is an animal, but according to the former, a god. Plato therefore distinguishes both these, and rightly conceiving that a divine and intellectual soul, and which does not depart from intelligibles, is one thing, but another, the animal, which is suspended from it, possesses life from, and is the image of it, says, that their bodies became animals through the connecting power of vital bonds, and that they then learned their prescribed order. For a divine soul learns indeed the demiurgic will, understands the works of the Father, and fabricates in conjunction with him mundane natures, and this through intellectually perceiving him, and being filled from him with divine powers. For it is not possible for either intellect or soul to provide for wholes in an exempt manner, in any other way than by the participation of deity, and through a deific life. The words therefore, a joint fabrication of time, manifest that they are allotted a secondary power in the generation of it, in consequence of their Father possessing a primary power. For he indeed generated the wholeness of time, but these divinities cooperate with him in the production of the parts of which time consists. For the periods of these are the parts of the whole of time, just as they also are generated parts of the world. But the animated body is an animal bound with vital bonds, possessing life from the soul which it receives according to the demiurgic allotments. For if with us also the animal is different from the man, and the visible Socrates is one thing, but the true another, much more are the true Sun and the true Jupiter different from the visible orbs of these divinities, and not composites of body and soul. Conformably to this, Socrates in the Phaedrus says, that we do not sufficiently understand that a god is an immortal animal, possessing indeed a soul and a body, connascent through the whole of time. Indeed, the unity in each of these divinities, and the ineffable participation of the fountain of all the numbers characterized by unity, form that which is primarily a god. But the intellect, which connects each of these deities stably, uniformly, and invariably, is secondarily a god. And the soul, which is filled from intellect, and evolves the one comprehension of it, is a god in the third place. And the first indeed of these is truly a god, the second is most divine, and the third is itself also divine, but illuminates the animal with which it is connected with the peculiarity of deity, according to which this likewise is divine, being bound with animated bonds, which may be said to be vivific, demiurgic, and indissoluble bonds, as Plato himself afterwards asserts. For the whole of the divine bodies are bound in souls, are comprehended by, and established in them, the being bound indeed, indicating the stable and immutable comprehension of bodies in souls, and their undisjoined communion with them, Such therefore being the nature of divine bodies, they fabricate time in conjunction with the demiurgos, call forth its one and unapparent power, and impart a progression to it into the world, which unfolds many temporal measures. Chapter 20. The celestial gods, therefore, according to Plato, subsisting after this manner, and the unity in each of them ineffably proceeding from the fountain of good, it is evident that they are all of them beneficent, and after a similar manner the causes of good. The bodies also, which are suspended from their divine souls, possess indescribable powers, some indeed being firmly established in the divine bodies themselves, but others proceeding from them into the nature of the world and into the world itself, descending in an orderly manner through the whole of generation, and without impediment extending as far as to particulars. With respect to the powers, therefore, which remain in the divine celestial bodies themselves, there can be no doubt, but that they are all similar. Hence those powers remain to be considered which are sent to this terrestrial region, and are mingled with generation. These then descend after the same manner, for the safety of the universe, and connect with invariable sameness the whole of generation. They are likewise impassive and immutable, though they arrive at that which is mutable and passive. Generation indeed being multiform, and consisting of things of a different nature, it receives the unity and simplicity of these gods, through its appropriate contrariety and division, in a hostile and partible manner. It likewise receives that which is impassive passively, and in short it participates of these gods according to its own nature, and not according to their power. Hence, as that which is generated participates of being according to a flux of existence, and body participates of an incorporeal nature corporeally, thus also the natural and material substances, which are in generation, participate of the immaterial and ethereal bodies, which are above nature and generation in a confused and disorderly manner. Those therefore are absurd who attribute colour, figure, and contact to intelligible forms, because the participants of them are coloured, figured, and tangible. And they are no less absurd who ascribe evil to the celestial bodies, because the participants of them are sometimes evil. For there could be no participation if the participant was not different from that which it participates. But if that which is participated is received in something different from itself, this something different is in terrestrial places that which is evil and disorderly. This participation therefore becomes the cause of the abundant difference in secondary natures, and also the mixture of material with immaterial influences, to which may be added likewise, as another cause, that what is imparted in one way is received after another in these inferior realms. Thus, for instance, the influence of Saturn is connective, but that of Mars motive. In these material realms, however, the passive receptacle of generation receives the former according to congelation and frigidity, but the latter according to a moderate heat. Hence corruption and the privation of symmetry are to be ascribed to the alterant, material, and passive nature of the recipients. Farther still, the imbecility of material and terrestrial places, not being able to receive the genuine power and most pure life of the ethereal natures, ascribes its own defects to first causes, just as if some one, being weak in his body, and not able to bear the vivifying heat of the sun, should falsely dare to say, influenced by his own infirmities, that the sun is not advantageous to health and life. A thing of this kind likewise may take place in the harmony and temperament of the universe. I mean, that the same things which are salutary to the whole, through the perfection of the recipients and things received, may be noxious to the parts through their partible privation of symmetry. In the motion of the universe, therefore, all the circulations preserve the whole world after a similar manner, though frequently one certain part is injured by another, just as in a dance, where the order of the whole choir is still preserved, though a foot or a finger may happen to be hurt. Again, to be corrupted and to be changed are affections connascent with particulars. But it is not proper to accuse on this account wholes and first causes, either as containing these in themselves, or as if these proceeded from them into these inferior realms. And thus it appears that neither the celestial gods themselves, nor their gifts, are productive of evil. End of chapter 20. Chapters 21 and 22 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. And thus much concerning the planetary deities, who are called by the ancients the governors of the world. In the next place, therefore, let us direct our attention to what Plato and his best interpreter Proclus have transmitted to us concerning Minerva, who, as a mundane divinity, is connected with ether, and has also an allotment in the celestial regions. Plato then, in the Timaeus, describes this goddess as both a lover of war and a lover of wisdom, for he says that she is philopolemic and philosophic. As she everywhere, however, exerts this twofold power, according to her intellectual, supermundane and mundane subsistence, I shall present the reader with the whole of what Proclus says respecting these two powers of the goddess, in his commentary on that part of the Timaeus where she is celebrated by Plato. In the Demiurgus and Father, says he, of the whole world, many orders of gods, that have the form of the One, present themselves to the view, and these are of a guardian, or demiurgic, or elevating, or connective, or perfective characteristic. But the undefiled and untamed deity, Minerva, is one of the first intellectual unities subsisting in the Demiurgus, according to which he himself remains firm and immutable, and all things proceeding from him participate of inflexible power, and through which he intellectually perceives everything, and is separate in an exempt manner from all beings. All theologists, therefore, call this divinity Minerva, as being brought forth indeed from the summit of her father, and abiding in him, being a demiurgic, separate and immaterial intelligence. Hence Socrates in the Cratylus celebrates her as theanoi, or deific intellection. But, as in conjunction with other divinities, sustaining all things in the one demiurgos, and arranging wholes together with her father. Through the first of these they denominate her philosophic, but through the second philopolemic. For she who according to the form of one connectedly contains all the paternal wisdom is a philosopher, and she who invariably rules over all contrariety may be properly called a lover of war. Hence Orpheus, speaking of her birth, says that Jupiter generated her from his head, quote, with armor shining like a brazen flower. Close quote. Since, however, it was necessary that she should proceed into second and third orders, she appears in the order to which Proserpine belongs, according to the undefiled heptad. But she generates every virtue from herself, and elevating powers, and illuminates secondary natures with intellect, and an undefiled life. Hence she is called Chore Tritogenes. She likewise appears among the liberated gods, uniting the lunar order with intellectual and demiurgic light, causing the productions of those divinities to be undefiled, and demonstrating the one unity of them to be unmingled with their depending powers. She also appears in the heavens and the sublunary region, and according to the united gift of herself, imparts the cause both of the philosophic and the philopolemic power. For her inflexibility is intellectual, and her separate wisdom is pure and unmingled with secondary natures, and the one characteristic peculiarity of Minerval providence extends as far as to the last orders. For since wherever there are partial souls that resemble her divinity, they exert an admirable prudence, and exhibit an unconquerable strength, what ought we to say of her attendant choirs of demons or divine, mundane, liberated and ruling orders? For all these receive as from a fountain the twofold peculiarity of this goddess. Hence also the divine poet Homer, indicating both these powers of Minerva, in conjunction with fabulous devices, says, quote, "The radiant veil her sacred fingers wove, floats in rich waves, and spreads the cord of Jove. Her father's warlike robe her limbs invest." Close quote. In which verses, by the veil which she wove, and to which she gave subsistence by her intellections, her intellectual wisdom is signified. But by the warlike robe of Jupiter, we must understand her demiurgic providence, which immutably takes care of mundane natures, and prepares more divine beings always to have dominion in the world. Hence also I think Homer represents her as an associate in battle with the Greeks against the barbarians, just as Plato here relates that she was an associate with the Greeks against the inhabitants of the Atlantic island, in order that everywhere more intellectual and divine natures may rule over such as are more irrational and vile. For Mars also is a friend to war and contrarieties, but with a separation and division more adapted to the things themselves. Minerva, however, connects contrariety and illuminates the subjects of her government with union. Hence likewise she is said to be philopolemic, for, quote, "Strife, fighting, war, she always loves," close quote. And she is a friend to war indeed, because she is allotted the summit of separation, but she is a lover of contrarieties, because these are, in a certain respect, congregated through this goddess, in consequence of better natures having dominion. On this account likewise the ancients co-arranged victory with Minerva. If therefore these things are rightly asserted, she is philosophic indeed, as being demiurgic intelligence, and as separate and immaterial wisdom. Hence also she is called Metis by the gods. But she is philopolemic, as connecting the contrarieties in wholes, and as an untamed and inflexible deity. On this account likewise she preserves Bacchus undefiled, but vanquishes the giants in conjunction with her father. She too alone shakes the aegis without waiting for the mandate of Jupiter. She also hurls the javelin. Quote, "Shook by her arm, the massy javelin bends, huge, ponderous, strong, that when her fury burns whole ranks of heroes, tames and overturns." Close quote. Again, she is phosphorus, as every way extending intellectual light; the Saviour, as establishing every partial intellect in the total intellections of her father; Ergane, or the artificer, as presiding over demiurgic works. Hence the theologist Orpheus says that the Father produced her, quote, "that she, the Queen, might be of mighty works." Close quote. But she is Calliergus, or the beautiful fabricator, as connecting by beauty all the works of the Father; a virgin, as exerting an undefiled and unmingled purity; and Aegiacus, or aegis bearing, as moving the whole of fate, and being the leader of its productions. With respect to the spear and shield with which this goddess, in the statues of her, is represented as armed, Iamblichus, as we are informed by Proclus, explains these in a most divinely inspired manner as follows. Since every divine nature ought to act and not to suffer, in order that by operating it may not have the inefficacious, which is similar to matter, but by not suffering it may not have that efficacy, which resembles material natures, that produce accompanied with passion, that it may have neither of these, he asserts that shields are powers, through which a divine nature remains impassive and pure, surrounding itself with an infrangible guard. But spears are powers, according to which it proceeds without contact through all things, operates in all things, amputating a material nature, and giving assistance to every generation-producing form. These powers, however, are first seen about Minerva. Hence also in the statues of her she is armed with a spear and shield, for she vanquishes everything, and according to theologists remains inflexibly and uncontaminated in her father. But these things are seen in a secondary degree in the Minerval powers, both in such as are whole and such as are partial. For as the Jovian and demiurgic multitudes imitate their monads, and as the prophetic and Apolloniacal multitudes participate of the characteristic peculiarity of Apollo, thus also the Minerval number adumbrates the uncontaminated and unmingled nature of Minerva. And they are seen ultimately in Minerval souls. For in these also the shield is the untamed and inflexible power of reason, but the spear is that which is incisive of matter, and which liberates souls from the perturbations arising from demons or destiny. With respect to the mundane allotment also of this goddess, who proceeds supernally from intellectual causes to the earth, Proclus observes in Timaeus, page 43, that she primarily subsists in her father, but secondarily in the supermundane gods, that her third progression is in the 12 liberated rulers, and that after this she unfolds into light a liberated authority in the heavens. In one way indeed, in the inerratic sphere, for there also a certain allotment of this goddess is expanded, whether it be the place about the ram, or that about the virgin, or whether it be some one of the northern stars, as the Electra, which is there, is by certain persons asserted to be. But she unfolds this power in another way in the sun. For there also an admirable power and a Minerval order fabricates wholes, according to theologists, in conjunction with the sun, and again in another way in the moon, being the monad of the triad which is there, but in another way in the earth, according to the similitude of the allotments of the earth to the celestial distributions. And lastly, she unfolds this liberated authority differently in different parts of the earth, according to the peculiarities of providential energy. This being the case, it is by no means wonderful that one deity, Minerva, is said by Plato to have been allotted Athens and Sais in Egypt. For it must not be supposed that because partial souls are not naturally adapted to inhabit two bodies at once, this is also impossible to the gods. But there is a participation of the same divine power according to different places. Yet in the one power there is also multitude, and by this place indeed it is participated in one way, but by other places in a different way. And in some sameness is more abundant, but in others difference. In another part likewise of the same admirable work, page 30, Proclus observes of this goddess that it is manifest from the Greeks that her dominion extends from on high as far as to the last of things. For they say she was generated from the summit or head of Jupiter. But the Egyptians relate that this inscription was written in the adytum of the goddess. Quote, "I am the things that are, that will be, and that have been." no one has ever laid open the garment by which I am concealed. The fruit which I brought forth was the sun." The goddess, therefore, being demiurgic, and at the same time apparent and unapparent, has an allotment in the heavens, and illuminates generation with forms. For of the signs of the zodiac, the ram is ascribed to the goddess, and the equinoctial circle itself, where especially a power motive of the universe is established. And thus much concerning the philopolemic and philosophic goddess Minerva. Chapter 22. Let us in the next place direct our attention to that great mundane divinity, the earth, and consider what it is, whence it proceeds, and how it is said by Plato in the Timaeus to be our nurse, and the most ancient and first of the gods within the heavens, deriving our information about this goddess also from Proclus, in Timaeus, page 280. Earth then proceeds primarily from the intelligible earth, which comprehends all the intelligible orders of the gods, and is eternally established in the Father. It also proceeds from the intellectual earth, which is co-arranged with heaven, and all the productions of which it receives. For being analogous to these, it also abides perpetually as in the center of the heavens, and being contained on all sides by them, is full of generative power and demiurgic perfection. The true earth, therefore, is neither this corporeal formed and gross bulk, for it will not be the most ancient of the gods from its bulk, nor the first of the gods that are arranged within the heavens, nor is it the soul of this body, for it would not be, as Plato says it is, extended about the pole of the universe, since not the soul, but the body of the earth is a thing of this kind. But if it be necessary to speak what is most true concerning it, it is an animal consisting of a divine soul and a living body. Hence the whole is, as Plato says, an animal. For there are in it an immaterial and separate intellect, a divine soul dancing round this intellect, an ethereal body proximately suspended from its informing soul, and in the last place, this visible bulk which is on all sides inspired with life by the vehicle of this soul, with which also being filled, it generates and nourishes all various animals. For some animals are rooted in it, but others about it. And this likewise Aristotle perceiving, was ashamed not to give to the earth a natural life. For whence is it that plants, while they remain in the earth, live, but when divulged from it, die, unless this earthly mass was full of life? It is necessary also to assume universally that wholes are animated prior to parts, for it would be ridiculous that man indeed should participate of a rational soul and of intellect, but that no soul should be assigned to the earth and the air, supernally riding in, as it were, and governing the elements, and preserving them in their proper boundaries. For wholes, as Theophrastus says, would have less authority than parts, and perpetual than corruptible natures, if they were destitute of soul. Hence it is necessary to grant that a soul and an intellect are in the earth, the former causing it to be prolific, but the latter connectedly containing it in the middle of the universe. Earth herself, therefore, being a divine animal, is also a plenitude of intellectual and psychical essences, and of immaterial powers. For if a partial soul has besides a material body an immaterial vehicle, what ought we to think of a soul so divine as that of the earth? Is it not that by a much greater priority visible bodies are suspended from this soul, through other vehicles as media, and that through these the visible bodies are able to receive the illuminations of soul. Such then being the nature of Earth herself, she is said to be our nurse, in the first place indeed as possessing a power, in a certain respect equivalent to heaven. For as that comprehends in itself divine animals, thus also Earth is seen to contain terrestrial animals. But in the second place she is our nurse, as inspiring our lives from her own proper life. For she not only produces fruits and nourishes our bodies through these, but she also fills our souls with the illuminations of herself. For, being a divine animal, and generating us who are partial animals through her own body indeed, she nourishes and connectedly contains our bulk, but from her own soul perfects ours. By her own intellect likewise she excites the intellect which is in us, and thus according to the whole of herself becomes the nurse of our whole composition. On this account it appears to me that Plato calls her our nurse, indicating by this her intellectual nutritive energy. For if she is our nurse, but we are truly souls and intellects, according to these especially, she will be the perfecter of our essence, moving and exciting our intellectual part. But being a divine animal, and comprehending in herself many partial animals, she is said by Plato to be conglobed about the pole, which is extended through the universe, because she is contained and compressed about its axis. For the axis also is the pole. And the pole is thus now denominated because the universe revolves about it. Because, however, the pole, properly so called, is impartible, but the axis is a pole with interval, just as if some one should say that a line is a flowing point. On this account, the pole is said by Plato to be extended through the universe, as entirely pervading through the center of the earth. But we must survey the poles as powers that give stability to the universe, exciting indeed the whole bulk of it to intelligible love, and impartibly connecting that which is partible, and unitedly and without interval that which is extended by interval. Hence also Plato in the Republic makes the spindle of Lachesis of adamant, indicating, as we have said, their inflexible and untamed power. And we must consider the axis as that one divinity which collects the centers of the universe, which is connective of the whole world, and motive of the divine circulations, and as that about which wholes dance and are convolved, and as sustaining all heaven, being on this account denominated Atlas, as possessing an immutable and unwearied energy. The word tetomenon also, or extended, used here by Plato, indicates that this one power is titanic, guarding the circulations of wholes. But if, as the divine Iamblichus says, we understand by the pole extended through the universe, the heavens, neither thus shall we wander from the conception of Plato. For as Plato says in the Crotylus, those who are skilled in astronomy call the heavens the pole, as harmoniously revolving. According to this conception, therefore, you may call heaven the pole extended through the universe, as being incurvated through the whole of itself, in consequence of being without an angle. For after this manner the superficies of a circle is extended. About this, however, earth is conglobed, not locally, but through a desire of becoming assimilated to it, converging to the middle in order that as heaven is moved about the center, so she, by tending to the center, may become similar to that which is essentially spherical, being herself as much as possible conglobed. Hence she is compressed about the heaven in such a way as to be wholly extended about it. According to each of these conceptions, therefore, Plato delivers the cause through which earth is contained in the middle. For the axis is a power connective of the earth, and the earth is on all sides compressed by the circulation of the heaven, and is collected together into the center of the universe. Earth, therefore, being such, Timaeus afterwards clearly shows what utility she affords to the universe, for he calls her the guardian and artificer of day and night, and indeed that she is the maker of night is evident, for she produces a conical shadow, and her magnitude and figure are the causes of the dimension and quality of the figure of this shadow. But after what manner is she likewise the fabricator of day? Or does she not produce this day which is conjoined with night? For about her the risings and settings of the sun are surveyed, and that Plato assumes this day which is convolved with night is evident from his arranging the former under the latter, as also prior to this, when he says, night therefore and day were thus generated. Earth therefore is the fabricator of both these, producing both in conjunction with the sun. The sun indeed being in a greater degree the cause of day, but the earth of night. Being however the fabricator, she is also the guardian of them, preserving their boundaries and contrariety with reference to each other, and also their augmentations and diminutions according to a certain analogy. Hence some denominate her Isis as equalizing the inequality, and bringing to an analogy the increase and decrease of both day and night. But others, looking to her prolific power, call her Ceres, as Plotinus, who denominates the intellect of the earth Vesta, but the soul of it Ceres. We, however, say that the first causes of these divinities are intellectual, ruling and liberated, but that from these causes illuminations and powers extend to the earth. Hence there is a terrestrial Ceres and Vesta, and a terrestrial Isis, in the same manner as there is a terrestrial Jupiter and a terrestrial Hermes, these terrene deities being arranged about the one divinity of the earth, just as a multitude of celestial gods proceeds about the one divinity of the heavens. For there are progressions and terminations of all the celestial gods into the earth, and all things are in her terrestrially, which are contained in the heavens celestially. For the intellectual earth receives the paternal powers of heaven, and contains all things after a generative manner. Thus therefore we see that there is a terrestrial Bacchus and a terrestrial Apollo, who is the source of prophetic waters in many parts of the earth, and of openings which predict future events. But the Paeonian and judicial powers which proceed into it, render other places of it of a purifying or medicinal nature. All the other powers of the earth, however, it is impossible to enumerate, for divine powers are indeed inexplicable, but the orders of angels and demons that follow these powers are still more numerous, and are circularly allotted the whole earth, and dance round its one divinity, its one intellect and one soul. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 25 of Book 7 of Platonic Theology by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. It remains in the next place that we should survey how the earth is said to be the most ancient and the first of the gods within the heavens. For this will be taken literally by those who are accustomed to look only to its material, gross and dark bulk. But we indeed grant them that there is something of such a kind in the bulk of the earth as they say there is, but we think it proper that they should likewise look to the other goods of the earth, through which it surpasses the prerogatives of the other elements, videre licet, its stability, its generative power, its concord with the heavens, and its position in the center of the universe. For the center has great power in the universe, as being connective of every circulation. Hence also the Pythagoreans call the center the tower of Jupiter, in consequence of containing in itself a demiurgic guard. We shall likewise remind our opponents of the Platonic hypothesis concerning the earth, mentioned by Socrates in the Phaedo, where he says that the place of our abode is hollow and dark, and bound by the sea, but that there is another true earth, containing the receptacles of the gods, and possessing a beauty resembling that of the heavens. We ought not therefore to wonder if now the earth is said to be the most ancient and the first of the gods within the heavens, since she possesses so great an altitude and such a surpassing beauty, and, as Socrates afterwards says, was fashioned by the demiurgos, resembling a sphere covered with 12 skins, just as the heaven is similar to a dodecahedron. We must likewise understand that the demiurgos gave to the earth alone among the elements to have all the elements separately, causing her to be wholly a world, variegated analogous to the heavens. For she contains a river of fire, of air, and of water, and of another earth, which has the same relation to her which she has to the universe, as Socrates says in the Phaedo. But if this be the case, she very much transcends the other elements, as imitating the heavens, and possessing everything in herself terrestrially, which is celestially contained in the heavens. To this also we may add that the demiurgos produced these two elements, the first, earth and fire, but the others for the sake of these, in order that they might have the ratio of bonds with respect to them, and that the four elements are both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, but in the former indeed according to a fiery characteristic, since fire there predominates, as Plato says, but in the latter according to a terrestrial peculiarity. For the profundity of air and the bulk of water are spread round the earth, and possess much of an earthly property, on which account they are in their own nature dark. In the heavens therefore there is a predominance of fire, but in the sublunary region of earth. Since, however, generation is connascently conjoined with the heavens, the end of the latter is earth, so far as earth is in the heavens, but the beginning of generation is fire, considered as subsisting in generation. For it is usual to call the moon earth, as having the same ratio to the sun, which earth has to fire. Quote, "But the demiurgos," says Orpheus, "fabricated another infinite earth, which the immortals call Selene, but terrestrials Mene." And it is usual to denominate the summit of generation fire, which Aristotle also does, when he calls ether fire. In another place, however, he does not think it proper to call ether fire, but fiery formed. Hence, the end of the heavens is not entirely destitute of mutation, in consequence of its propinquity to generation, but the beginning of generation is moved in a circle imitating the heavens. Farther still, this likewise must be considered, that we ought not to judge of the dignity of things from places, but from powers and essence. By what peculiarities, therefore, are we to form a judgment of transcendencies? By what others than those which the divine orders exhibit? For transcendency, truly so called, is with the gods. From the divine orders, therefore, we must assume the monadic, the stable, the all-perfect, the prolific, the connective, the perfective, the every way extended, the vivific, the adorning, the assimilative, and the comprehending power. For these are the peculiarities of all the divine orders. According to all these, however, the earth surpasses the other elements, so that she may justly be called the most ancient and the first of the gods. Again, a twofold nature of things may be surveyed. The one indeed according to progression, which always makes things that have a secondary arrangement subordinate to those that are prior to them; but the other according to conversion, which conjoins extremes to primary natures through similitude, and produces one circle of the whole generation. Since also the world is spherical, but a figure of this kind is the peculiarity of things that subsist according to conversion, earth likewise must be conjoined in it to the heavens through one circle and one similitude. For thus also the centre is most similar to the poles. For the heavens indeed entirely comprehend wholes, being moved about the poles; but the earth is allotted permanency in the centre. For it is appropriate to generation that the immovable should be more ancient than that which is moved. Hence, according to all these conceptions, it may be said that earth as coordinate with heaven is the most ancient of the Gods within the heavens. For she is within them, as being on all sides comprehended by them. For as the Demiurgus fashioned the whole of a corporeal nature within the soul of the world, thus also he fabricated earth within the heavens, as compressed and contained by them, and in conjunction with them fabricating wholes. She has, however, so far as she is the first of the Gods, an indication of transcendency according to essence; but so far as she is the most ancient, she exhibits to our view the dignity which she is allotted. For how is it possible not to admit that she is allotted a great portion in the world, and is very honourable, in whom there are the tower of Jupiter and the progression of Saturn? For not only Tartarus, which is the extremity of the earth, is on all sides comprehended by Saturn and the Saturnian power, but also whatever else may be conceived subordinate to this. For Homer says that this is connectedly contained through the sub-Tartarian Gods. Not that he arranges Gods beyond Tartarus, as the words indicate, but that Tartarus itself is on all sides comprehended by them. Farther still we may survey the analogy which earth has to the intellectual earth. For as the latter comprehends and gives subsistence to perfective, guardian, and titanic orders of Gods, of which the Orphic theologies are full, so likewise the former possesses various powers. And as a nurse indeed, she imitates the perfective order, according to which the Athenians also are accustomed to call her Kurotrophos, or the nourisher of youth, and Anisidora, or scattering gifts, as producing and nourishing plants and animals. But as a guard she imitates the guardian, and as conglobed about the pole which is extended (tetomene) through the universe, the Titanic order. Since, however, the intellectual earth prior to other divinities generated Aigle and the Hesperian Erythia, thus also our earth is the fabricator of day and night, and the analogy of the latter to the former is evident. In the last place, Proclus adds, if also you are willing after another manner to understand that she is the first and most ancient of the Gods, as deriving her subsistence from the first and most ancient causes, this reason also will be attended with probability, since first causes proceed by their energies to the utmost extent of things, and besides this, the last of things frequently preserve the analogy of such as are first, as possessing their order from them alone. Hence, every way the assertion of Plato is true, whether you are willing to look to the bulk of the earth, or to the powers which she contains. And thus much from Proclus concerning that great mundane divinity, the earth, who in the language of Theophrastus is the common Vesta of Gods and men, and on whose fertile surface reclining, says he, as on the soft bosom of a mother or a nurse, we ought to celebrate her divinity with hymns, and incline to her with filial affection as to the source of our existence. Chapter 24. Having thus amply discussed the theory pertaining to the celestial gods, it is necessary in the next place that we should direct our attention to the sublunary deities, who are denominated genesiargoi, or the fabricators of generation. Plato in the Timaeus calls these gods demons, because they are so with reference to the celestial gods. For they are suspended from them, and together with them providentially attend to their appropriate allotments. Conformably to this also, in the banquet he calls Love a demon, as being the attendant of Venus, and as proceeding from the god Porus, who is truly the source of abundance, though in the Phaedrus he admits Love to be a god, as with reference to the life of which he is the leader. What Plato therefore says of these gods in the Timaeus is as follows, quote, "But to speak concerning the other demons, and to know their generation, is a task beyond our ability to perform. It is therefore necessary in this case to believe in ancient men, who, being the progeny of the gods, as they themselves assert, must have a clear knowledge of their parents. It is impossible, therefore, not to believe in the children of the gods, though they should speak without probable and necessary arguments. But as they declare that their narrations are about affairs to which they are naturally allied, it is proper that, complying with the law, we should assent to their tradition. In this manner, then, according to them, the generation of these gods is to be described, that Ocean and Tethys were the progeny of heaven and earth, that from hence Phorcys, Saturn, and Rhea, and such as subsist together with these, were produced, that from Saturn and Rhea Jupiter, Juno, and all such as we know are called the brethren of these descended, and lastly others, which are reported to be the progeny of these." Close quote. Proclus, in his usual admirable manner, copiously elucidates these words of Plato, and in his comment fully unfolds the theory of the sublunary gods. But unfortunately there are many chasms in some of the most important parts of his elucidations, which no critical acumen nor sagacious conjecture can fully supply. I shall endeavour, however, to extract from his commentary in the best manner I am able all the information on this subject which can at present be derived from this invaluable work, occasionally attempting to restore the sense where, from the mutilated state of the original, it is wanting. Plato then, intending now to speak of the sublunary gods, says that the discourse about them is admirable, and beyond our ability to perform, if we intend to discover the generation of them, and promulgate it to others. For what he before said of the Demiurgos, that it is difficult to discover him, and impossible to speak of him to all men, this he now says of the sublunary gods, that to know and to speak of the generation of them surpasses our ability. What therefore does Plato mean by this mode of indication? For as he has delivered so many and such admirable things concerning all heaven and the intelligible paradigm, how is it that he says that to speak of the gods who are the fabricators of generation is a task beyond our ability to perform? Perhaps it is because many physiologists consider these sublunary elements to be inanimate natures casually borne along and destitute of providential care. For they acknowledged that the celestial bodies, on account of their orderly motions, participate of intellect and the gods, but they left generation as being very mutable and indefinite, deprived of providential inspection. In order, therefore, that we might not be affected in the same manner as they were, he antecedently celebrates and proclaims the generation of the sublunary gods to be divine and intellectual, requiring no such mode of indication in speaking of the celestial gods. Perhaps also it may be said that souls more swiftly forget things nearer to themselves, but have a greater remembrance of superior principles. For they, in a greater degree, operate upon them through transcendency of power, and appear through energy to be present with them. The same thing also happens with respect to our sight. For though we do not see many things that are situated on the earth, yet at the same time we appear to see the inerratic sphere, and the stars themselves, because they illuminate our sight with their light. The eye of the soul, therefore, becomes in a greater degree oblivious of, and blind to, more proximate then to higher and more divine principles. Thus, all religions and sects acknowledge that there is a first principle of things, and all men invoke God as their helper, but all do not believe that there are gods posterior to this principle, and that a providential energy proceeds from them into the universe. For the one is seen by them in a clearer manner than multitude. Others again believe indeed that there are gods, but after the gods, admitting the demoniacal genus, they are ignorant of the heroic order. And in short, this is the greatest work of science, subtly to distinguish the media and the progressions of beings. If therefore we rightly assert these things, Plato, when speaking of the celestial gods, very properly indicates nothing of the difficulty of the subject, but when speaking of the sublunary gods, says that it surpasses our ability. For the discussion of these is more difficult because we cannot collect anything about them from apparent objects, but it alone requires a divinely inspired energy and intellectual projection. And thus much concerning this doubt. Again, though we have assigned a reason why Plato calls the sublunary gods demons, we may likewise say according to another conception that in the celestial regions there are demons, and in the sublunary gods, but that in the former the genus is indeed divine, though demons also are generated according to it, and that in the latter the whole multitude are demons. For there indeed the divine peculiarity, but here the demoniacal predominates, to which some alone looking have divided the divine and the demoniacal according to the heavens and generation. They ought, however, to have arranged both in both, but in the former indeed the divine nature, and in the latter the demoniacal predominates, though in the former there is also the divine peculiarity. For if the whole world is a blessed God, no one of the parts which give completion to it is destitute of divinity and providential inspection. But if all things participate of deity and providence, the world is allotted a divine nature, and if this be the case, appropriate orders of gods preside over its different parts. For if the heavens, through souls and intellects as media, participate of one soul and one intellect, what ought we to think of the sublunary elements? How is it possible that these should not in a much greater degree participate through certain middle divine orders of the one deity of the world? Farther still, it would also be absurd that the telestic art, or the art pertaining to mystic ceremonies, should establish on the earth places fitted for oracles and statues of the gods, and through certain symbols should cause things generated from a partial and corruptible matter to become adapted to the participation of deity, to be moved by him, and to predict future events, but that the demiurgus of wholes should not place over the whole elements which are the incorruptible plenitudes of the world, divine souls, intellects and gods. For whether was he unwilling? But how could he be unwilling, since he wished to make all things similar to himself? Was he then unable? But what could hinder him? For we see that this is possible from telestic works. But if he was both willing and able, it is evident that he gave subsistence to gods, who have allotments in, and are the inspective guardians of generation. Since, however, the genus of demons is everywhere an attendant on the gods, there are also demons who are the fabricators of generation, some of whom indeed rule over the whole elements, but others are the guardians of climates. Others are the rulers of nations, others of cities, others of certain families, and others are the guardians of individuals. For the guardianship of demons extends as far as to the most extreme division. Chapter 25. Having therefore solved the problem pertaining to the essence, let us in the next place consider the order of the sublunary gods, and the meaning of the subsequent words of Plato. For let them be gods, and let them be called demons, for the cause above assigned. Where must we arrange them? Must it be, as we have before said, under the moon, or prior to the celestial gods? For this may appear to be proper for these two reasons. One, indeed, because Plato indicates that he ascends to a greater order, by saying that it exceeds our ability to speak concerning them, having already spoken concerning the celestial gods. But the other, because he follows in what he says those who have delivered to us theogonies. For they, prior to the world, and the demiurgos, delivered these generations of gods, proceeding from heaven and earth. In answer to this query, however, we must say that he produces them after the celestial gods, and through this from heaven and earth. For on this account he said that earth was the most ancient of the gods within the heaven, because from this and heaven he was about to produce the other gods, which the heavens contain. This we demonstrate from the demiurgos, addressing his speech to these gods, and to all the rest, as being produced by him within the universe. Why, however, Plato says that he follows the theogony, and why he shall omit to speak concerning the sublunary deities, we must refer to his having no clear indications of the subsistence of these from the phenomena, as he had of the celestial divinities, from the order of their periods, which is adapted to the government of gods. It exceeds the province therefore of physiology to speak of beings concerning whom natural effects afford us no stable belief. Hence Plato says, as a physiologist, that it surpasses his ability to speak of these. If, however, he says that he follows those who are divinely inspired, but they speaking concerning the supercelestial gods, he adopts a similar theogony, though discoursing of the subcelestial divinities, we must not consider this as wonderful. For he knew that all the orders of the gods proceed as far as to the last of things from the arrangement which is the principle of their progression, everywhere generating series from themselves analogous to the superior deities from which they proceed. Hence, though the orders of these gods, which are celebrated by theologists, are above the world, yet they subsist also in the sensible universe. And as this visible heaven is allied to that which is supermundane, so likewise our earth is allied to the earth which is there, and the orders subsisting from the one to the orders proceeding from the other. From these things too, this also may be assumed, that according to Plato, as well as according to other theologists, first natures as they proceed, produce things subordinate in conjunction with the causes of themselves. For the sublunary gods, proceeding from the demiurgos, are also said to be generated from heaven and earth that first proceed from him. The demiurgos therefore says to all of them that they ought to fabricate mortal natures, imitating his power about their generation. Hence all of them proceed from one producing cause, though those of a secondary order proceed likewise from the gods that are prior to them. It follows therefore from this, that not everything which is produced by the junior Gods is mortal, since some of these proceed from other junior Gods, but the contrary alone is true, that everything mortal is generated by these divinities. And again it follows from this that the junior Gods produce some things according to the immovable, but others according to the movable hyparxes of themselves. For they would not be the causes of immortals, if they produced all things according to movable hyparxes. If it be true that everything which subsists from a movable cause is essentially mutable. Again, when Plato says, "It is therefore necessary to believe in ancient men, who being the progeny of the Gods, as they themselves assert, must have a clear knowledge of their parents. For it is impossible not to believe in the children of the Gods, though they should speak without probable and necessary arguments." We may collect from this that he who simply believes in things which seem difficult to be known, and which are of a dubious nature, runs in the paths of abundance, recurring to divine knowledge and deific intelligence, through which all things become apparent and known. For all things are contained in the Gods. But that which antecedently comprehends all things is likewise able to fill other things with the knowledge of itself. Hence Timaeus here sends us to theologists, and to the generation of the Gods celebrated by them. Who therefore are they, and what is their knowledge? They indeed are the progeny of the Gods, and clearly know their progenitors, being the progeny and children of the Gods, as preserving the form of their presiding deity according to the present life. For Apolloniacal souls, in consequence of choosing a prophetic or telestic life, are called the children and progeny of Apollo. Children indeed, so far as they are souls pertaining to this God, and adapted to this series, but progeny because they demonstrate their present life to be conformable to these characteristics of the God. All souls, therefore, are the children of the Gods, but all do not know their presiding God. Such, however, as have this knowledge and choose a similar life are called the children and progeny of the Gods. Hence Plato adds, "as they say," for they unfold the order from which they came. Thus the Sibyl, as soon as she was born, uttered oracles, and Hercules appeared at his birth with demiurgic symbols. But souls of this kind convert themselves to their progenitors, and are filled from them with deific knowledge. Their knowledge, however, is enthusiastic, being conjoined to deity through divine light, and exempt from all other knowledge, both that which is probable and that which is demonstrative. For the former is conversant with nature, and the universal in particulars, but the latter with an incorporeal essence and the objects of science. Divinely inspired knowledge, however, alone is conjoined with the Gods themselves. Timaeus, or in other words Plato, afterwards adds, "But as they declare that their narrations are about affairs to which they are naturally allied, it is proper that complying with the law, we should assent to their tradition." From these words, he who considers them accurately may assume many things, such as that divinely inspired knowledge is perfected through familiarity with and alliance to the Gods. For the sun is seen through solar form light, and divinity becomes apparent through divine illumination. It may likewise be inferred that the divine law defines the orders of the Gods, which the divinely inspired conceptions of the ancients unfold, according to which also souls energizing, though not enthusiastically, are persuaded by those that enthusiastically energize. Complying with this law, Timaeus in the beginning of this dialogue says that he shall invoke the Gods and Goddesses. From these words also we may infer that all the kingdoms, both in the heavens and the sublunary region, are adorned and distributed in order according to the first and intellectual principles, and that all of them are everywhere according to the analogous. likewise, that the order of things precedes our conceptions. But it is Pythagoric to follow the Orphic genealogies. For the science concerning the Gods proceeded from the Orphic tradition through Pythagoras to the Greeks, as Pythagoras himself says in the Sacred Discourse. End of chapter 25.